change. Hello, RPG Limit Break. Welcome to the Final Fantasy VII community race set up by Morningcraft, and uh, I'm your restreamer, AceZephyr. Here are your commentators.
Hi, I'm Cornfed. Welcome in.
I'm Van Corbin. Welcome in.
I'm Primitive Death.
And it looks like everybody's ready to go, so it looks like we're going to be going as soon as possible.
All right, racers, get ready.
Yeah, good luck, good luck.
And go.
All right, we're racing.
It's been awesome watching everybody do the there's been a lot of practice this week. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with everybody's practice times and stuff, but
I have not, but I have heard talk of a lot of people implementing certain safety strats and
I caught
whatnot.
the end of Dash's run yesterday. It was like a 6:30 something.
yeah, something like that. 6:30.
6:38, I think it was in the end.
Yeah, there's still sub 6:40. So yeah, it looks like we're doing the opening sequence here. We got MC Dash, Brutals, and RJ. But yeah, so someone mentioned earlier with like safety strats. I think we'll be seeing a lot of different safety saves as well. I know a lot of people have mentioned saving before calm skip, stuff like that, which everybody will see once we get to that part of the run.
Yeah, the saves I'd be expecting to see is calm and possibly CC skip.
I'm wondering if any bottoms well saves might come out. Well, I suppose you would just save it calm for that and go over.
There is a like marathon strat for bottoms well that you can do up to like 6th try bio.
I think Brutals was telling me that he's just gonna save for CC skip or calm skip, and then if he didn't get a good bottoms well, he would just reperform the skip and then go back to bottoms well.
So yeah, the estimated responding to Morala in chat, we're estimated to take around about 7 hours, which is good because we have around 7 hours to do this.
All right, we're gonna be coming into opening menus here, along with a scripted fight immediately after.
Notice someone said MC is already behind. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of variation.
Loading times, isn't it?
There's going to be a little bit of variation in streams. There's not really much that I'm going to be able to do about that.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, in the retroscope of like, not being able to reset and stuff, I think it'll all even out in the end. So.
We're timing everybody on a racetime.gg room anyway, so we should have an accurate comparison that way, or at least sufficiently accurate. And if it turns out to be close enough to need it, we can and will go back and frame count.
All right, opening menu is looking pretty good. All right, let's look for some good ATB here, huh?
Yep, first battle right here. You can either get hit, I guess, once, twice, or 3 times in total. Looks like everybody got hit at least once, and Dash is the only one who was able to get a second turn attack in.
Morningcraft with the useless crit.
Ah. You can also sometimes...
Any potion drops?
Wait, was that a 2 potion on Brutals?
Brutals got 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, each of those guards has a chance. Each of those guards has a chance to drop a potion, and so getting a 2 potion drop is possible but unlikely.
Yeah. Probably the rarest.
Yeah, Donkey, at least for now, we have no game audio. I can add it later if we want to, but I think that runners are going to want to talk to their chats and among each other. So, at least for now, that's what we're doing. Though, if somebody is willing to not talk on stream, then we can have game audio up for them.
Everyone coming through with name and Barrett P to make sure that no one has pre-recorded their
I think
their
RJ
run.
named Cloud P.
Yeah, you have the choice to name either Cloud. So, Morningcraft implemented an anti pre-record measure in that Cloud and Barrett need to have a specific name, and in general, it's fastest to have your characters named a single character, just because text scrolls in this game, and so that will result in the least amount of scroll. But we require them to be named. I guess Morningcraft just instituted this rule for this race that one of those characters needs to be named P, just in order to make sure that the race is legitimate.
I'm pretty sure Dash just turboed it. Ended up with PPP.
I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, there are 4 other runners. Like mentioned, Dilwingo, Colin Bolts, Amakaze, and Luzbel is also running too. So
Hmm?
8 runners in total. I
8
think.
runners, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see who gets fast elevator and who doesn't. Or maybe they all do.
Yeah, it's a good example of fast elevator.
So with the extra name, Dash might not. I'm not sure if 3 characters matters.
He made
With
you
this turbo, it is
earlier.
definitely possible. He
Yeah.
just did it. Yep.
Yeah, no. So in general, that elevator bobs up and down, and if you can close the final text box fast enough, the cutscene will be over before the final bob, and it waits for the bottom, I think, of those bobs in order to actually continue the cutscene. And yeah, right now, Dill, Colin, and Okamikaze are running in the background. We're going to switch to them. We're going to switch amongst the runners as we go on if they begin to fall behind or ahead. So we're going to keep up watching the top 4 runners right here. Though we're going to wait until after it settles down a little bit after Reactor 1 because leads can change pretty quickly here in just this beginning section.
All right, first fight. We're hoping to not see beam guns and get quick escapes. Punches are all right, but fast escape is what we want.
Morningcraft having Barrett do an attack animation to give him extra time to build runaway checks. On A to be active, you constantly gain time towards running away, and so I was a little distracted by that phone, but yeah, you constantly gain checks towards running away, and so if you cause an attack to happen, then hopefully you'll have gained a runaway during that attack animation.
The phone has been dispensed.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry about
I
that.
thought it was mine then.
it was mine. All right, we're getting into the first boss battle of the whole run, Guard Scorpion. I know on a good pace you want to see about a 706, 707 battle swirl, but in a race it's probably not going to be quite that, or it might be.
Feeling like what? 925 should be when you're out of the battle at least.
That's pretty average, yeah.
Say with the new route, like sub 920 is what you're looking for, really.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, push 920, but I feel like most of the runners here are going to be done by 925.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how aggressive they're willing to get, I didn't see if anyone has had a first turn or a preemptive.
I've seen a lot of 90 bolt rolls.
Oh,
Nice crit there.
RJ got the crit.
Yeah, based on Cloud's level up from that first battle that he did, he can have different magic stats, which will affect what damage he does. 90 and above is good. Below 90 is not good.
Yeah, so we see
the braver.
That's 2 low rolls from RJ on the bolt roll. If you guys seen that.
Yeah. Oh, Morningcraft with the crit as well.
Oh, 2 crits.
And the good bolt rolls.
Yeah, MC's getting
right.
better bolt rolls for sure, though.
Dash will be leaving with the braver when I think no one else is.
MC's also going to get an early big shot.
Oh, and he got the he got the tail.
Yeah, I guess we should mention crits in this game how common they are depends on your level compared to the enemy's level, I believe. Um, and they are on this fight in particular, they are especially rare. They happen, but they not very commonly at all. I think it's like a 1 in 50 or a 1 in 100. I'm not sure which.
Dash opting to throw a potion on Cloud to avoid a tail laser crit.
Not an unreasonable safety strategy.
Yeah.
So these runners want to exit with a limit sword on Cloud. Dash almost got one with that last attack that happened to him, but he did another attack to make sure he had it, because otherwise he'd have to rely on the one fight that he gets on the way out in order to randomly hit Cloud. And he in particular has had some runs recently that have had to rely on that and did not go well as a result.
Morningcraft is the only one on the main page who did not Braver guard Scorpion.
Yeah.
Yes, that will be important. That will be somewhat important later. For now, though, it's about escaping the reactor, during which we'll see our runners do a bit of an interesting little movement thing. It turns out that the encounters that happen on fields are not really random. They are much more predictable than you might originally think, and we're going to abuse this in order to set up a preemptive encounter against an enemy later on. So, Morningcraft is going to set up in a certain position, hopefully, and start and force the next fight that he gets right here. And then he's going to do specific movement while exiting the reactor.
RJ's a little behind.
Ooh, Brutals with the quick flee.
And as you can see, MC and everybody else try to grab the ladder a little bit away to kind of make up for any sort of
Brutals
fuss.
is going to be especially interesting to watch here because I think he might end up doing the L1 strat at the elevator up top here. He did overwalk it a little bit to
Yeah.
Jesse.
Yeah, your movement, the strategy that these runners are going for requires pretty specific movement. It's not necessarily hard. I mean, it isn't the easiest thing in the world to do, but um, it's just very precise and very specific that you need.
Brutals did cut the corner into the elevator.
Yeah. There's still a very favorable chance that he will get it.
Yeah, it's quite a good leeway, which I found out when I was testing for PC.
But hey, if you don't, free limit build on Cloud, right?
Exactly.
Be interesting to see how many people remove materia.
Also, this is a reminder. I actually don't think we mentioned it at the very beginning. This is a no slots race.
Yes.
So it is any percent. It is no slots. If people are familiar with the other categories.
Yeah,
So
this won't be very relevant until for like another 2 or so hours, but essentially this race prohibits the use of Kate Sith's slots limit break, and more specifically, getting the game over limit break using that, which has the ability to instantly win most fights, and it is the fastest strategy for clearing the PlayStation version of the game. However, much of the challenge, much of the competition that's happened in recent times has been in the category that explicitly disallows this move.
yeah, and everybody is playing on PSX hardware.
Yep. More specifically, most of them, I assume all of them, would be playing on a
All of them.
PlayStation 2, not on a
PlayStation
PlayStation
2,
1,
yeah.
because a PlayStation 2 can play this and other PlayStation games while having significantly faster loading times and less lag.
I'm
So
glad Brutal skipped the potion there.
yeah, Brutal's avoiding that potion because he got 2 potion drops in that first guard fight. That
I think you can
potion,
skip it with one, can't you?
yeah, well, he happened to get 2, so he has, I guess, one more potion than expected, even with that drop, even with skipping that potion.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to get 2. But it does allow you to just run past it.
Yeah, these potions that we're referring to are going to be sold later for money, and exactly how many you have and exactly how much money you have is pretty important.
All right, which brings us to our first skip in the game. We are going to be doing a little mashing sequence here, and then we're going to go into the next train car and trigger a Jesse text box and a guard at the same time, and basically save about 12 to 15 seconds, I think it is, right, Ace?
I'm not certain exactly how much, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it's 15.
Yes, the trick that we'll be doing is essentially one type of paralysis dodge, where you essentially trigger two events to happen at the same time that lock the character in place, then finish one of those events, which unlocks the character, and then you're in the middle of the second event, but you have movement again. So you can do things like what we're about to do, which is run off the end of the screen before it warps us into a cutscene, and then skip that cutscene as a result.
Yes, it is time for Jesse's skip.
Yeah, the position to actually get this double cutscene is kind of precise, so you'll see runners probably line up to a certain position and then menu buffer some inputs.
It's all about the cloud knees. You got to get those cloud knees in the right spot.
The tip of the knee at the
They're
bottom.
so close together. This is awesome.
Monograph's good.
Yep.
All right, and then you run out the
Should
back,
be
close
good.
the text box. Yep.
Oh no. Okay, I think everybody got it.
Nice.
RJ's getting the cloud not moving.
Took him a second to get the buffer input on the menu there, but he
Because
got it.
he was trying to do one step at the same time, I think.
Yeah. All right, and time for a nice little cutscene into a little shop we got coming up, and it'll be cool to see if anybody doesn't shop before Seventh Heaven.
I believe everybody will, as there isn't an opportunity to buy grenades between Seventh Heaven and apps on no slots.
Yeah, and you will no one will shop before Seventh Heaven because we want the guild that Barrett is going to give us in order to buy more grenades.
I think
Yeah.
there's actually a way to shop before 7th Heaven. I think
Yeah, it
MC does
saves
it.
about 4 seconds. You
Okay,
buy 19
Yeah.
nades instead of 21,
okay,
and
that's not
That
you do
that's it. Yeah, yeah,
an
yeah.
attack on Reno.
okay. That makes sense. But the strat usually is to shop afterwards and buy a full 21 grenades. So if some of the runners have implemented that, then that'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't have seen it.
I'm guessing to do that you would do
I
most
know
of the
Brutals and MC will
largest
do it.
Oh,
settlement.
okay.
Yeah, Brutals and MC both do early shop here, which honestly might where we might start seeing like the first division happen because I think Dash always shops afterwards, and I'm not sure about RJ.
So
RJ
early
does it
shop.
after.
So I guess the reason why you would shop early is because these guys coming out on Morningcraft's screen right now from Seventh Heaven, they cause a cutscene that makes it take a little bit before you're able to actually enter the bar. Normally, runners will either wait for that or exit and re-enter the screen in order to cause them to go away. But by taking that time and going to the shop, we're not really losing any time having to avoid that cutscene. Because when we come out here, we're just going to immediately be able to go into the shop, into Seventh Heaven.
Yeah, Dash opting to just go into Seventh Heaven.
Yep.
Yep.
So
So
it's
Dash,
split both ways.
yeah, Dash will look like he's further ahead than he really is for a little bit. However, this means that Morningcraft and Brutals for now have fewer grenades compared to some of the other runners, which will most likely not be an issue, but I think in some rare circumstances might be.
I believe Dash and RJ don't remove materia before apps.
Okay.
So
I think
during
the only
the
time
attack
it's a
on Reno,
problem is if Cloud misses his attack on Reno.
Okay.
well, I think with both materia equipped, there's quite a high chance that Cloud will low roll on Reno, which makes, and if he low rolls, it's basically a wasted turn.
Well, I know MC removes both, so I don't even know if they'll be doing that today or if it's just the way they'd like to do it.
Yes, there are 3 other runners that are not on the restream. Dill, Colin, and Okami.
I wonder if RJ's going to go for the paralysis dodge here. He's been doing it lately in runs. You can actually trigger a paralysis dodge with Marlene.
Oh yeah, if you do it optimally, I think it saves about a half a second. Yeah, there it goes.
There you go.
I don't know
Nice.
if he got it or not.
No, I don't think he did. So, if he would have got it, you can run basically to the elevator and match the text as the elevator's going up.
Oh yeah, you would know because the elevator does like a weird scale up to the top floor, like when you go up it, I think.
Yeah, it looks really
Okay,
funky.
yeah, so he definitely did not get it, but he did go for it, which is
Yeah,
cool.
he went for the setup, yeah.
Everybody enjoy your Texas neon sign and your Tyler mat for the next couple minutes while we are in a cutscene. But yeah, after this, we have one of the coolest and most time-saving skips in the game coming up.
Yep.
Like right off the bat here, it's gonna be fun.
Yep. Materia tutorial skip.
Oh god.
Yep.
Gotta get through guard skip first.
If you do materia tutorial skip, that will cost you about 3 minutes, I believe.
It's horrendous, yeah. I did an interesting thing the other day. I spoke to Barrett in the jail. That costs a lot of time.
Oh, yeah, that's about a 30-second. And then
Yeah.
Red's got to get like a whole sentence in too.
Yeah,
It's
there's like
yep.
pauses in between cutscenes. It's
Yeah,
not nice.
I've done that one. Going for the Barrett date.
Oh yeah. So you'll start seeing differences between the step routes in the sewers. I believe RJ skips the 6 walking steps.
Yeah, and I think if you're not going for the encounter skip and train graveyard, it's been said that there's a strong case for just taking the encounter in the sewers because it doesn't really change anything step route wise.
It puts you like way further ahead by not
Yeah, so
walking.
you'd be able to single train no matter what, is if you're not
Yeah.
going for the trains
I think
graveyard
RJ
skip.
skips them purposely for his no long range preemptive setup. He needs the extra distance.
All right, we got Dash waking up and first tutorial skip coming in hot here.
I don't think it's gonna
See
matter
right
so
on his
much if
heels.
someone started late. When when do you guys think we'll start seeing like the most like the next RNG based situation, or I guess first
Uh,
RNG situation?
I mean, apps. What
Is
if
it
uh,
someone
apps?
I'd
low
say,
roll?
yeah, Apps Braver Roll, and then probably Reno would be the next bit.
But the big one is probably going to be elevator manip. That's going to be the big one, I think,
Yeah.
is if you get it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Here's Dash taking his shop and Morningcraft doing guard skip. We can talk over Brutals and Dash doing it now. Essentially, oh, Brutals messed it up. You basically need to reset the room if you mess up guard skip. But Dash getting it nicely. Essentially, there is an unused load zone to this area outside Wall Market that is blocked by these guards. But they didn't do a very good job of it, and there's a small hole to the right side of them that we can just kind of get through.
Bruder's getting the backup now.
He's through.
Yeah.
All right, Morningcraft and everybody really is wall marketing. Welcome to the wonderful
I
world of wall
didn't see
market.
anyone remove material.
They do it in the Don's house, Prim.
Oh, do they do it later now?
Yeah. So basically, you run and talk to Jay Leno over by the Honeybee Inn, and then you run up and talk to this guy that Morningcraft is talking to right now, and then We're gonna go up, down, around, all around town, and then have a skip at the end.
Indeed. So yeah, our goal for this whole segment is to have Cloud be the one chosen by Don Corneo. If anyone else is chosen, then the basement area that Cloud gets thrown into is going to have 2 fights that we're going to need to get through, which are not very fast, and we would prefer not to do them. I mean, the fights themselves aren't that slow, but it also doesn't take much time to get Cloud chosen compared to getting anyone else chosen. Also, like we've been talking about before, grenades are an issue, and so we want to not need to use more of them than we need to. Then would be fast, I guess. And so those 2 fights we will try not to be doing, and hopefully everybody will be performing all the necessary steps in order to obtain all the items to get Cloud chosen, which starts with, as you can see Dash doing, talking to a bunch of people and then going over to this restaurant and saying that it was all right, the food that you ordered, that is, in order to get a pharmacy coupon.
Bonus points if you get the sushi.
Yeah, saying that the food was all right here is the second option, so you definitely need to make sure that you hit that. And Dash does. Then in the pharmacy, you need to select the third option, digestive.
Man, that early shop and late shop really did not make a difference here. They are still very close.
Yeah, the shop difference at the moment of doing the shop really doesn't make that much of a difference overall.
I
Nah,
think if it's any time save, it'd be very minimal.
no. And we're only seeing Brutals a little bit behind because of the guard skip, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Failed guard skip once and then
Yeah, in
get
fact,
the back up for the second try.
the runner Colin Bolts is actually fairly further ahead than Brutals right now.
Keep it going, Colin. All right, it's time for our skip in Wall Market coming up. It's called Bar Skip. We're basically going to have 2 conversations at once, and with a couple option selects and some, running around in here, we'll save about, I think, 9 to 13 seconds, somewhere in there. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, the main time save comes from from being able to clear the text in both the cutscenes at the same time, but most of it comes from not having to wait for a little cutscene that happens as the person in the bathroom leaves. Yeah, definitely have to make sure Morningcraft doing it really well. Definitely have to make sure not to close that final text box where you receive the sexy cologne, because that would result in you running towards the person in the bathroom and being soft locked on a table. I think RJ messed it up and is just resetting the room in order to try it again without soft locking. This if you do it correctly, there is not really much soft lock risk with bar skip, but you can mess it up and it can spiral out of control.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
very
what creates a soft lock is running into the table. That makes sense.
Yeah.
There's 2 variations of the running soft lock and bar skip. One is Eris running into the table, and the other one is, I think, Cloud running into a different table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like
It
that.
depends on your position, I think.
Okay.
Like,
Yes.
Morningcraft is now starting the SWATs game. In order to win the blonde wig, I believe it is, we need to win this game. The person that we're up against will, I believe they either like they're gonna make some mistakes while squatting. Hopefully, it is always possible to win. I'm pretty sure, but sometimes, like very rarely, you do need to be perfect. But in this
And
game,
21 squats is perfect.
yeah, 21 squats is perfect, but sometimes it's also not possible to get 21 because the exact amount of time the game lasts depends on when in the current second you talk to them, and how much time elapses, I guess, between when when the game starts and the first timer increment goes down.
So 20 is perfect. 21 is like what, frame perfect based on time positions.
It depends on whether 20 or 21 is perfect, but if he gets 20,
Also,
then
the
it would have
more
been possible
Big
for you to
Bro
get to
shakes
21, I'm
his
pretty
head,
sure.
the less chance of 21.
Yeah.
If
Well, MC got
if
21, so
if he misses a bunch of squats, you're not going to get 21.
Is that how it works?
It's
I
interesting.
know that's part of it.
so MC and Dash both got 21. Brutal's up next to get 20.
See, RJ's had a few head shakes in here. Yeah, she's got 20.
And I'm pretty sure a draw is the same as a loss.
For us,
Yes,
yes.
yes, I have been 20 bombed by Big Bro before, and I also got 20, and I went back to the reactor.
Yeah, a draw is not the same as a loss, but it is. But we can't take it.
All right, now time for our next boss fight, the Don Corneo Stairs boss fight. We will be trying to make it up a flight of stairs that is positioned in a way that is kind of awkward. So let's see if everybody gets it first try.
Yeah, I think it's like up and right or up, right, up.
I
don't know,
do
it's
down, right, and then down and just right, and then if Cloud bonks the post on the left, I just tap R1 and I'm in.
yeah.
I tend to down right into right.
Yeah,
Like,
that will garb. We are getting Cloud chosen. We're getting the best gear in order to get Cloud chosen because that lets us not have to fight several enemies in the like 2 or so fights in the basement, which costs both time and grenades.
Yes.
Zergo said in chat.
If you are a newer runner though and you didn't get picked, you can use Bolt in that basement and it does help with the saving of grenades.
Yes.
Looks like everybody's got the stairs boss's number today. Yep.
Easy.
And it looks like we can sort of see here that RJ had lost time over Brutal, so I think RJ's bar skip RJ missing a bar skip caught him up to Brutal having messed up guard skip a couple times.
Yeah, it just goes to show in the race format how, just one
Pressure gets
mistake
you.
and someone's back in it. As we'll see later when we get to some of our boss fights, because I'm not sure everyone's going to have the greatest RNG. You never know what'll happen.
Yeah, at the beginning here, the RNG is more along the lines of losing some amount of time here and there. Later, it's going to be whether or not you survive.
Yes. All right, now we get to see, is he going left or right? He went left. Nice. You can go left or right to Don's desk. It's just a joke among runners to which side you go. Dash opting to go right. Left side for life. Yo.
Yeah, let's go left as well.
So Don's gonna pick Cloud. Then we're gonna transition into the back room of the mansion where we'll have to do some dialogue selection and some runners might opt to grab the hyper back there. I don't know if all of them will. And that can be used at any time to kind of, if you get lucky and you've used it, you can build a lot of cloud limit bar
Or
pretty
you can
fast.
sell it for one extra grenade, I believe.
Oh, you can? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would make
I think it
sense too.
depends on your pickups, if you pick up the potion in the train graveyard or not.
Oh, okay.
That and the hyper sell for just enough to get you an extra grenade.
I wonder if we're going to get any Dawn smooches. Probably not. These runners are all too adept for that.
Hyper sell for 60 and potion sell for 25.
You guys all know sometimes when you can't talk to Don right away, I figured it out. It's because he's like moving on the bed, and if you've moved awkwardly, he like moves into a spot where you don't talk to him right away.
Yeah, it can be really awkward.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was moving on the bed for a while. like as you were running towards him.
MC removed a materia there in preparation for a couple of boss fights, one of them being this next one, Apps in the Sewers, who, if you remember from Reactor 1, is going to be set up to be in a preemptive state because of the step manipulation that we had performed. I didn't mention it earlier, but Final Fantasy VII, I sort of mentioned that the encounter system is not very random. One of the things that is determined by the amount of steps that you have taken so far on your save file on hostile fields, essentially, is whether or not encounters are going to be preemptive. And so on this and a couple of other boss fights, we can get into a position where we can set up the fight to be preemptive when, as a boss, it is arguably not supposed to be.
So during your explanation there, I noticed that Brutal's removed both materia.
Yeah. Just to ensure that you don't low roll on Reno, I'm guessing.
I believe RJ and Dash both have both materia still equipped.
Yeah,
That's the thing about FF7 is everybody kind of has their own flavor, you know? You can do your own thing. You're not locked into one thing all the time.
yeah, the runners run down right to talk to Tifa, then up, and then do a little adjustment to add just a little extra movement to make sure they hit that preemptive step ID. And Morningcraft gets the preempt, and so does Dash.
Crypt though.
So with this preempt, we're going to be able to hit Apps for a back attack 4 times damage Braver, doing a total of 499 damage on Morningcraft. A very good roll. 471 on Dash, he does significantly less. I don't think he removed his materia, and so Dash
He does have both on.
Yes.
Yeah, it's slower.
Yeah, so this might be too low for Dash, and so he might get a second Sewer Tsunami.
I think it's dependent on grenade rolls.
Yeah, and those look not.
138 is not nice.
Yeah.
Okay, 146. Yeah, he's opting to save the grenade here.
Brutals did get preemptive apps.
Getting a very high 521 roll. Might have been a double materia remove, but I don't know.
Okay, it was.
491 from RJ.
Yeah, so the only over 500 was Broods.
Yeah,
and the only person that didn't get fast apps, I believe, is Dash.
Right.
Yeah.
Morningcraft making his way through the sewers. You have to be very careful in here as danger and step ID increment pretty high on this screen and can ruin your steps in a hurry.
Yeah, sort of. So, MC's about to walk a little bit in order to set up skipping an encounter that would happen immediately afterwards, or soon afterwards, I guess. Walking essentially lowers how much your danger value increases on each step that you take, and as a result, you can sort of slide underneath encounter checks that you would have gotten otherwise. And
RJ will be skipping the 6 walking steps.
Okay. Interestingly, this doesn't change in this particular instance. This doesn't change the number of fights you get. However, the fight that Morningcraft is going to get in the middle of the train graveyard is what we call skippable. So it turns out that if you basically enter a fight and at the same time open the menu, you can skip random encounters. There are several caveats to this, so we can't do this all the time, but in this case we can, and hopefully Morningcraft gets it. This is frame perfect.
Oh, he's on it. He's gonna get it.
And nice.
Sure.
So do you always have to buffer that 3 or 4 times, or is there a way to buffer it less if
You
can do one.
You can do it in one buffer, but it's
that means that you have to have buffered on the exact frame that you got it. Doing multiple
Mhm.
buffers just means that you could have gotten it on any of the frames that you had tried to buffer on.
And the problem with this particular encounter skip is it's very unpredictable where it's going to be. Like you have a general idea of where it's going to be, but you won't know exact what frame it's on.
Morningcraft or Brutals did not get it, I believe.
He did not.
And RJ won't get an encounter on this screen at all.
Yeah, because he did some different step route stuff in the sewers.
This is where you'll start to see the difference between RJ's step route and all the others.
Yeah, note
Any
where
double trainers?
Okay, so note where Brutal. Actually, RJ might be a double trainer, but note where Brutals is going to get this next encounter a little bit after the train that he just moved.
I don't think RJ does double train.
RJ
Okay.
is going to get this encounter significantly later because he didn't do those walking steps. So if you see here, RJ
Oh
made it all
wow.
RJ made it all the way around the train before getting his encounter. The reason for that is because RJ didn't do those walking steps, whereas the other runners did do those walking steps that you saw earlier. Those walking steps effectively consume more steps per unit distance that you travel, and so your later encounters are pushed earlier. And so I like that we get to see that little comparison between these two runners here based on what step route they do. I believe that
It's
the
like
reason RJ didn't do those walking steps earlier and didn't go for the encounter skip is exactly because he's able to be further ahead here. Because of a different route that he's doing involving one item that we will not see him get later.
yeah. You'll also see a very good example on the Reno stairs between RJ and the rest. His encounter on this tower is much later than all the others.
All right, time for the MC's already going up the Reno stairs. These stairs are pretty hard to run up, I gotta say.
You can waste a lot of movement on these
You can
stairs.
lose, like Prim said, you can lose a lot of movement, and I think in the no slots route, it can just be GG if it's too much. So you
Yeah,
have to really kind of baby these stairs.
it gets a lot of newer runners to do stairs.
It gets me still.
So RJ's encounter should be like nearer to the top.
Man,
So here
that
comes our
smooth
Reno
stairs there.
fight. Yeah, these guys are.
So Brutals is actually a little bit behind.
We're looking for good ATB for Morningcraft here, and I think he'll go with a cloud attack, unless he gets pyramided. I think.
So RJ, I don't know if did he bonk there on purpose? It looked kind of weird the way
So
that he.
he was being careful.
Oh,
So
okay.
because RJ needs to reach a certain spot for his preemptive Genova, his steps are much tighter, even though it appears he's a lot further ahead.
Okay, the cloud. Oh, the crit Magrod on
Oh,
Barrett. Yep, but he
So
did do the cloud attack.
yeah, Dash won't have the ability to use his Braver on this fight. Dash likes to use a Braver on Reno, whereas Morningcraft had the opportunity to have Cloud do a single attack on Reno, which fortunately didn't miss. That attack will do enough damage to kill after 7 additional grenades, whereas Dash is going to need to throw 8 grenades in order to defeat Reno.
Well, I know someone's not taking P to sample. Barrett got beat up.
Yeah, another reason,
Tifa's not looking good for Dash.
yeah, interesting.
128 is quite low.
It's sort of interesting. Also, RJ getting the attack. RJ getting the attack before doing the pyramid, which I think in this case doesn't save a turn, but is still pretty good at least.
It provides safety.
Yeah, I guess if someone gets mag rotted, like RJ almost did,
The
but it
mist.
missed, then if they get paralyzed, then I don't think it costs an additional turn or results in another person being pyramided immediately.
Yes, correct.
Anyway, in general, who he pyramids isn't a huge deal, but there's some little things like whether you attack with Cloud or how fast each character's grenade throwing animation is that kinda matter. Tifa has the fastest grenade throw animation of all of them, and Cloud's is relatively slow. However, later on, we're going to want Tifa to not be at very low health, since I think we want to bring her into the sample fight to get her a little experience. I don't think it actually matters, assuming we don't die to any other fights, but the experience is nice as, I guess, a backup in order to make sure that, say, if she dies to bottoms well, then she'll still, I think, have
It's
a
about the
lower
nade
chance to be
throws too,
fine.
because she's so much faster than Barrett at throwing
Yeah,
nades.
that too.
See how many people get slap skip, shall we? Brutals did not.
Slap,
So
skip.
there's a really funky thing that happens if you are pretty good at mashing. I don't think you have to mash like the quickest. I think it's a certain frame or
It's a
something.
timing thing, from what
Yeah,
I've heard.
it's a timing. If you hit the last text box at the right time, Aerith will make the animation as if she's been slapped, but Sung won't actually move.
Some like to
It's
call it telekinetic sing.
I'm not sure. Personally, I'm not very sure if it actually saves any time, but
It would
it'll
be frames if it did.
So
there's
you so Yuffie in chat, we're probably going to switch to other runners once we have extended downtime, which we're not going to have until actually I'm not sure, but we'll decide later if we're going to do so, but we're not going to switch to other runners until after elevator at least.
yeah. I'd say like the jail's probably the biggest bit of downtime between.
Yeah, if any of you want me to switch out any of the runners, do let me know. I'm going to keep them as is
Well,
for
if
now.
someone gets on like a crazy thing, I would say yeah. But
Yeah, of
like,
course.
for now, it's fine.
Like Colin Bolts is one of the other runners that can be restreamed. That is racing, I should say. And he is actually ahead of RJ and Brutals, I believe. So I wouldn't be opposed to switching him in. Does Colin do elevator manip?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so. Yes, I
Okay.
believe everybody running.
Shout outs
today
to
does.
Colin too for going fast.
Yeah, let me know if you want to swap. Let me know if you think it's a good idea to swap anyone out.
Well, let's see what happens for elevator manip. If someone doesn't get it, that might be a good opportunity. But
Of course.
other
So
than
what we're
that,
talking about here is there are two ways to climb the Shinra Tower that is coming up soon. You can either climb up like 40, 59 flights of stairs, or you can take the elevator, which is, or at least has the potential to be much faster. The problem with the elevator is you get into random encounters on the way up, and these encounters aren't like the random field map encounters we've been talking about that have that can be manipulated with steps and everything. These are determined by a different random system. However, a different random system which is just as manipulatable given that we try hard enough.
yes. So you're gonna see some more dialogue here, and then we're gonna get a fight, do some walking, and then you're gonna see them run to Elmira's house, and then they're gonna be watching some video of the waterfall in the background, and they're gonna determine their list value off of that, and that's gonna help them to manip the elevator in Shinra coming up. It's gonna be
So
pretty
Mrs.
cool
There,
tech.
isn't
Yeah, so you'll see it on Dash's stream especially because his stream layout that we're taking his stream from has him showing a slow motion replay of the waterfall where you're going to see the game. So you'll be able to see that on his stream. But our runners are essentially going to be looking at the waterfall and determining from the glowing patterns that we see on it what our current RNG value is. And from there we can tell which of several manipulations we can set up and do on the elevator itself. Morningcraft doing some
This
steps here. I think Dash is going to wait until a bit later to do those steps.
I think
he's
it
gonna do the
depends where
jaywalk.
Dash
Yep.
gets the encounter to where he walks normally.
Yeah, so if you get that encounter far enough ahead, which Dash did, but Morningcraft didn't, you can do this thing that we call jaywalking, where you just walk the entirety of that screen there. And Morningcraft's on the screen right now with the waterfall we were talking about. They're running over to collect this ether and cover, and they're recording their gameplay at the same time. And they're now going like once they're done doing so, and they're in this cutscene here, they're going to watch it back at 1/4 speed in order to be able to watch the waterfall that happened. So you'll be able to see it on Dash's screen right here, most likely.
So RJ gets his encounter much later than the rest here. And I believe he doesn't have to walk the steps either.
Yeah, here we see
All right,
Dash.
so here's the swap.
Yep, he's looking at the waterfall in the background. I believe that it's around the base of the waterfall and when it sort of glows.
Yeah, you're looking for I hear them say one or two. I think there's one glows, two glows, and then you can get a phantom glow at the end, which can really throw a wrench in things. So let's hope none of them
It's
get
not
that.
about the number of glows, it's about the timing between the glows. It's about 1 second, 2 seconds, or 3 seconds or so between the glows in this slowed down video.
Oh, I see. I see.
Timed with a stopwatch between glows, I believe.
Yep. That's similar to another manipulation that used to be done at the very end of the game, in fact, but isn't done anymore.
So on Dash's screen, it looked like we had all. I didn't see a phantom glow there at the end.
No, I didn't
The
either.
thing about the phantom glow is you don't see it. You don't
Well,
know whether
yeah.
or not it would happen. But are you saying that Dash said that?
No, no,
Well,
no. From
if you
watching
have
it,
a
we had a
long
full glow.
pause between
Okay, you tracked it.
your last glow and then nothing, that's when I think you need to be worried about it.
Yeah.
It's if the amount of time between the last glow and when you entered is the same as what it predicts it would have been until the next glow, then you need to be worried because
Or if it was like a 3, you know.
if it was a 3 and it took 3 seconds between the last glow and when you entered,
Right.
that means that you don't know whether or not the glow just barely started when you entered or if it didn't.
I believe everybody is going for elevator minute to answer the questions in chat.
Try hard.
Yeah.
But it does save about a minute on average versus a YOLO Vader, and I think a little like a minute 15, a minute 20 on stairs. So, I mean, if you get it, that's huge, you know.
I don't think sub 1 hour red guards is possible with YOLO
Oh,
elevator.
Yeah, no.
I've had 2 encounters on my gold, I think, and I
yeah,
still
not unless you get
go
the
for an
perfect
hour.
elevator.
Like, you have to be seriously lucky to get 4 managers.
And that has
I've had one
happened.
in yeah, I've had one in about a year and a half, 2 years of running, and it was just luck.
I think that's happened like 2 or 3 times or so total. I'm not certain though. And
Carnage was the one that got it on PSX, and then me and Chef Bomb I know have it on PC,
okay,
and then I think there might be one more. I
yeah,
can't
I'm not
remember
certain.
though.
I'm not certain of all of them. I think Carnage might have actually gotten it twice now that I think about it, but I'm not certain.
I think Caleb got a couple, like 3 in a row or something.
And I'm referring to a
Of
one
the rest
encounter
of them.
elevator, like a
Okay.
natural one encounter elevator, I should say.
Mine was kind of like not the truly perfect one because I got the 56 manager,
Yeah,
but
that's
and it was all managers, but
close enough, you know.
yeah, yeah.
Pretty nice when it happens.
I did not PB on that run either.
Good mid cars are cursed.
All right, we got Van down by the river shops coming through. Make sure you don't buy them Titan bangles.
Yep.
We've all done that one before.
Yeah, everybody has stocked up. Everybody has stocked up on more grenades that they'll be using to clear out the rest of Midgar.
I don't know
So,
about how many of you didn't know about grenades when you were kids, but I definitely did not. And now that
I
I
didn't
know, I'm
either.
like, oh,
Not at
oh
all.
my.
Nope.
No. Went magic only. Like,
Yeah, to comment on what one person is saying. Actually, I'll do that later. Right now, we can see Dash and Morningcraft taking a weird path through some of these screens here. They're taking a path that will take a very consistent number of frames to get through because these screens call RNG, and we need to make sure that RNG calls an exact amount of times. Uh, because we need to reach the elevator we need to reach the elevator screen on an exact RNG value, and like it's not a range of RNG values we can land on. We need to hit it on an exact value, and so we need to be very consistent. So yeah, on this screen here, you need to enter the gun shop with a consistent movement, and then you need to get within range of the kids there consistently. That's what stops RNG calling there.
We'll see how many runners opt to do the Shinra menu on the pole.
Interestingly, Brutals is taking a faster path through the first wall market screen. Some like RNG paths have small variations where you can take that faster path or not or whatnot, in order to get a different manipulation.
So Dash seems to be doing his menuing a bit early.
So did MC.
Is that MC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first of the screen, like these next two screens that MC and Dash are about to do also call RNG. These little fading blue lights in the background. However, we're going to be able to, let me think. Basically, because on this first screen there's a swinging vine cycle or a swinging rope cycle we need to make. We basically have a frame rule here.
This first screen's not too bad because you just have to make the first swing, and that's really not that hard. It's the second screen that's got some awkward little turns in it that can throw you off.
Yeah, and it can be possible to need to be within one frame of perfection on like one frame of what we call reasonably perfect on that second screen.
I didn't see if Brutals and RJ did their menu early or not.
I don't believe they did.
No, I'm pretty sure RJ does his at the top.
I mean, theoretically, you could do it with one of your menu buffers in the elevator. MC got first cycle. Dash is going to get it too here.
You could do it in your first menu buffer in the elevator. The only
So
issue
here's
with
where the
that is that's
weird
fine.
turns for step, running are. You don't want to bonk. You want to be super clean through here, and you have to go up, down, and around. And
Yes, this can
you
kill
know,
steps if you do not follow this to a T.
This isn't steps. This isn't live.
Or
yeah, this will kill
formation.
your list value.
Your list value.
It can kill elevator manipulation, not steps.
Yeah. But yeah, any kind of bonk on that second screen, and that usually spells bad news. You can back it up by just guessing on it being the next available manip, and I've seen people do it that way. But I mean, you're gambling at that point.
Yeah.
Seems like Brutal slowed down a little bit there. Might have been.
He might have had the manip that you need to enter the screen holding
Yeah.
up left rather than just up. It delays a little bit your climb.
Yeah, so within the Shinra lobby right here, this screen is live, and so you can get random encounters on it. And on this screen, it's especially necessary to be careful um, because on this screen, you can't run away from any of the encounters you get, and so you would have to kill them, and that's not good. So all of our runners forced to fight immediately before entering the screen on the like they either got or forced to fight on the Broken Road screen before this, which was the last hostile screen they were on, in order to make sure that they wouldn't get a fight here. That was just part of the step route.
Was that a no? It was not a Braver crit. Never mind. MC did get a grenade back.
So RJ just finished doing the menu up here that at the top, right before Shinra. That must mean that Brutals did do his down below, but we just didn't see it.
The pull
RJ.
menu is nice because you already want to be holding up, and you're holding up
So
Yeah, he's
on
already.
the pull.
So here's the elevator. We start on floor 6, and we can jump between 7 and 15 floors. Floors 29, 38, 47, and 56 all generate an encounter that does not cause a fight. Again, like you basically run into a manager and it doesn't result in a fight. MC first landing on floor 17. So this first jump, you cannot jump high enough in order to get to a manager. However, the next ones you will be able to jump high enough to do so, and our goal is to hit floor 29, 38, 47, and then 59 or higher in order to finish the elevator sequence.
Yeah, I think there's 10 to 11 or to 12 positions that you will be asked to do a menu buffer on while pushing the button, and that's what will enable you to get a manager, depending on what you need to do.
Yeah, so Morningcraft was able to get floor 29. Essentially, you need to press the button after a certain number of frames have passed, which you can sort of proxy by seeing where Cloud is against the button that you're running against. And you can pass additional time by menu buffering, as you see MC and Dash doing here. Each of those
Interestingly, everyone got floor 17.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
that doesn't mean they're on the same manip though, but that is still interesting.
Yeah.
It's
MC
one
getting
of the better
Will
formations.
MC go for a good stone on the last button press to get a good mini game later? We'll see that. It's usually like a 10 or 11
looks like he is.
position.
Nice. All right, so MC got through the elevator. Did Dash get another? Dash got a fight. Dash didn't
Yeah.
do elevator minute.
Uh-oh. It's the
Oh, no.
double guys too.
This one isn't the end of the world because you can buffer with attacks to save a grenade. But obviously not ideal.
Yeah, so most likely Dash is has failed elevator minute now and is going to be going on luck for the rest of it. He landed on
It
floor
was on floor
46.
46, so he might be lucky here.
No. I mean, I don't know if 55 is a good encounter. The encounters that
Well,
you
only it was 56 for the swag.
Yeah, okay, another one of these. Not great. So, not a great elevator. 3 fights in total.
RJ and Brutals were fine.
It would have been pretty good for a random elevator, but not so for this attempt at manipulation. And as a result, it looks like Brutals and RJ are going to be pulling ahead of Dash. On this fight here that Morningcraft did and that Brutals and RJ are now doing, we're going to be sort of seeing how HB weight works. We can basically have sort of the guard's ATB essentially resets once their armor breaks off, and so yeah, ATB weight lets us sort of freeze time and make sure that we can, I don't know how to explain it right now, but ATB weight lets us freeze time and lets us make it so that we can defeat the guards without them getting the turn in. Morningcraft is now on the floor 60 guard sort of hide and seek thing, like I don't know what you call it, but he's going almost certainly going for a fast strategy here with bringing Tifa across in one sort of guard cycle on the left here. Gets it nicely. The rest isn't too bad, though is still not like the easiest thing in the world to not mess up.
I find the second one harder than the first.
Yeah, I guess so. The first, like,
there's a slight delay between the guards. One will move slightly earlier than the other. It gets me every time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just now seen that. I never knew that.
Yeah, the guard on the left has like a slight delay of when he will move compared to the one on the right. So if you're watching the one on the right and you go when he first starts moving, there's a chance that you've gone a tiny bit too early.
Morningcraft's going for the quick mayor's password here using IGT versus reading the book. We'll see what everybody does here. Basically, it saves about 5 seconds to check your IGT and do some quick math and figure out what the password is, or you can check the book for safety.
I think it's closer to 10 seconds on PSX.
Yeah, so essentially,
Okay.
the password that you get is dependent on your IGT value, and it changes every second. So you can essentially determine what the password is going to be by looking at your IGT before entering.
Let's see, RJ is about to do it too.
Yep, RJ did the IGT as well.
So Colin is, I think, actually in second place right now. Do you want to swap Dash out for Colin?
We could, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, I'll get working on that real quick.
All right.
Who do we say would be in first right now? MC?
MC is in first, yeah.
Firmly, yeah. Well, not firmly. Not firmly at all.
I was gonna say, I was like, it's still pretty close, but
yeah, they're very close. A good catch-up spot here is this fight that you get for the step route in the parts room can keep you in there a while. See if he gets a fast escape or not.
Interestingly, you can gain a lot of steps in this screen, but you can also lose a lot, all dependent on what fraction you enter the middle room and what fraction you leave it.
Oh yeah, because you're in and out so much, I suppose.
Yeah, so if you leave the room on a low fraction, you gain more movement, but you can also leave one fraction before a step ID, which means you would then lose basically a step ID.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
transition Colin in now. All right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Ta-da!
Oh,
Ooh,
no kidding.
Colin
He
is
is.
cooking.
Yeah, he's
Nice.
moving.
Let's
Yeah,
go, Colin.
So Windbliss has a good question in chat. Why exactly do we need the elemental materia from the mayor? That is going to be very useful for several strategies on later boss fights, essentially. Either for actually, I'm pretty sure it's exclusively used for reducing elemental damage taken against several fights that we do later.
I think
Yeah, Schizo and
Red
Bizarro
Dragon,
Sephiroth
Schizo,
being Red Dragon for
Red
no slash
Dragon,
for sure.
Schizo, Ultimate Weapon,
Yep, and then Bizarro for the Bolt
Bizarro,
3.
yeah.
Yeah, I was going to
Probably-
mention that MC uses elemental Ifrit for MK as well. For a
Oh, yeah,
different use
good
of it.
It
point.
does, yeah.
We'll have to watch if he does it situationally, so we'll have to watch and see if he gets the right situation for it.
Yeah, that's
I think
interesting.
it's dependent on stats, isn't it? If he has
Yeah, if he has
Yeah,
high
bulky
stats, he
stats.
just overtunes Cloud on purpose, really.
That's an
And
interesting
then he
strategy.
just goes
And
from
it's,
101 to 100 to 99 that way. And a heal can't miss, so there's that.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Did anybody flush? Well, RJ?
nobody
Nope.
flushed.
Oh, come on, guy.
No
Just
flush for
kidding.
good luck.
Nobody flushed away the bad RNG.
Bruno, I would say about 6 hours, 50 minutes to 7 hours. Or earlier, even if someone gets a very good run.
To the elemental discussion, you'll probably see it equipped quite a bit, but that's mainly for AP gain and leveling purposes. But it's generally only used for the 4 fights.
Yeah, like you put it on for carry armor just so that it can get some stats on it.
And like the train minigame also.
Yeah, yeah,
equip it.
yep.
And Diamond is another one.
Diamond gives so much XP,
Yeah.
it's crazy. It's like 3 levels for Tifa. Oh, MC with the
weapons in
hot
general
Karen
level.
dodge. Very good. So we have NPCs here, where Colin is, and they can body block you in right here because they randomly spawn. So it's looking like Colin's got a Kevin to get around, and Karen might get in the way. Oh, and
No,
he's good. He's
he
through.
got
Good.
probably the best outcome of the two.
Wasn't looking good for a second there, though.
I like to call them Jimmy and Karen.
Jimmy, huh? Call him
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Jimmy is probably easier to avoid than Karen because if you stick to the right hand side, you can actually run past him.
Karen will actually just block you.
Yeah, the only way to get around Karen is either the doorway, if she goes in early, or the junction.
Yep.
If she decides to walk all the way up, you are stuck behind her.
There's a clip of Dash Retro having his turbo on by accident, and he talked to Kevin.
Yeah, oh, he
or
has
Jimmy.
so
He
much
talked to Jimmy.
text for
Yeah.
no reason.
I honestly didn't know they were random.
though. Yeah, they
So-
spawn randomly, so sometimes you won't even see them.
Just to point out, some of the runners in this particular screen where the Genova tank is, they're probably going to force a fight in a specific place. It's to set up a encounter skip on the way back to know
very good
exactly
point.
where it's going to be. Generally, it's by the little red button. You'll see them force the fight, which will put their encounter in specifically in a doorway with perfect movement. The next encounter, if they skip it, will save time, but if they don't, it won't lose as much time as it's already a preemptive encounter.
Yeah, and I think MC started it, but a lot of people are doing it. But you save your post sample menu for that menu buffer,
Yeah.
and then you just do it there. And then, you know, if you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't.
I'll be interested to see whether RJ skips that menu entirely. He's been testing that out lately, doing the next 2 fights on ATB weight.
Oh, the elevator fights?
Yeah, Elevator and Rufus.
It'd probably make Rufus safer.
The only issue he's been having with it, he's been forgetting to turn it back to active before Motorball, and Motorball on weight is not a fun job.
Yeah, so Doc save in chat. Yeah, essentially the places that I'd recommend going if you were interested in learning this speedrun are Dash Retro's tutorials, and the FF7 Discord is another great location where you can ask runners questions.
Absolutely.
And there's people from all platforms in the Discord. So if you're looking for PC or HD console stuff, like I would strongly suggest going to the Discord, as the runs vary a little bit.
All right, what are we going to get for samples here?
Someone mentioned that was it Barrett got super beat up or Tifa got super beat up earlier? So they wouldn't be.
So Dash's Tifa was very low, so he's probably going to have to take Barrett.
I think Morning Crap's Barrett was at like 100 HP.
So
Oh,
Tifa is
no.
actually the better of the two to take here because she has a shorter grenade throw animation. The only time you would really take Barrett here is if Tifa's HP is so low, and rather than spend time in a menu and heal, you would just take Barrett instead.
There is an argument to be made, though, that MC brought up the other day that if Barrett is going to get a limit, then you could maybe use that fast ATB in the fight, but it hasn't really been tested yet. It's just kind of a
So
theory at this point.
yeah, also something to note here in this battle to make things a little bit faster. You actually want all 3 of your party members to get poisoned off the first shady breath, so he doesn't do the breath a second time. But as it stands, it looks like
It's
everybody's only got 2 out of 3.
guaranteed that he won't if all 3 are poisoned.
Yeah.
He might still not.
Oh, RJ got all 3.
Colin getting a second shady breath.
Immediately, yeah. He can actually shady breath you 3 times. I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's very rare, but that would be horrible, right?
Yeah. Brutal's
It
also
doesn't.
got all 3.
Oh, the crit on Tifa.
Yeah, so and this fight is another good example of ATB weight. We're able to limit how much ATB the enemies get, just by freezing the battle in between turns and holding time whenever possible.
Yeah, essentially we're holding time so we get actions while the enemy's ATB can't grow.
And
Uh,
we're hoping for Cloud to get attacked too if
Captain of the
he
Door.
doesn't already
RJ
have a
just
limit.
bravered one of the sheep.
Oh, that's not great. that is a braver usage, but not a very productive one.
No,
Yeah.
he would have much rather that. Oh, Brudels has a dead Barrett.
He's fine. He's just sleeping. Okay.
Getting
Of
a
all the
very,
characters
very
to die
important
in
materia
Barrett,
right here. All of us grabbing
So-
our first E skill.
will MC go for the? He did, and he's
I
doing
think he
his
got
menu.
it.
I think he bang on there.
Another one just for. Oh,
Yeah, he got it.
nice.
By getting that, Colin did not get it. By getting that battle skip, it actually presents your next encounter much earlier than it normally would, but you're still totally fine on steps. I don't know why.
You get
That's a thing.
you get an earlier encounter. You get basically an earlier encounter check just
Yeah,
because
but
your danger value doesn't reset when you skip an encounter. So your danger is high enough to hit a slightly earlier encounter check. However,
Yeah.
it just so happens that the next encounter check after both that one and the one you're supposed to hit is the same one, and so it just converges very quickly. In most instances, you can't really do a battle skip because it doesn't converge easily like that.
All right, we have been caught. We're going to jail.
Jail skip.
We could possibly skip jail. Well, part of it.
Or I guess it's not really jail skip, it's more just getting out a little bit faster.
I mean, yeah, I mean, all of these runners will go for it. I know that, it's just something that
I think
there's not
RJ
really a
specifically
setup
set
for
up
it.
for it.
You just kind of run at them in a specific spot
I
and
think
hope you
there
get
is a
it.
setup, but it's still not consistent. It's like frame perfect.
So I understand that it gets you out a little bit faster from the whole jail situation from
It
the
saves
from the
Yeah,
about 5
checkboxes, but
seconds.
I don't understand really what's happening when it happens. Does that make sense? Like,
You
uh,
s Go ahead, Prim.
I'm not really sure exactly why it happens, but it's essentially talking to Barrett on a certain frame will not trigger the paralysis, so you can actually run all the way to Tifa and progress the dialogue much
okay,
quicker than you
So
normally
that's
would.
why when you go to talk to Barrett there, you hold down and right so that if you get it, you instantly run to Tifa.
Yeah,
yeah.
So we'll see if anybody gets it here.
I'm pretty sure you'll see RJ specifically do some specific movement
Or
to try
Prim,
and get it.
someone might talk to Barrett.
Oh, please don't. Don't do it.
I've been caught turboing there a couple times and I've talked to Tifa about 5 times before I actually talked to the door.
Have an excuse. Final Fantasy VII is the only game I've ever played that you can't go up to get to the bottom.
All right, so we're seeing some quick dialogue here, and obviously we're just gonna go with the option to rest as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Eris will sit on the bed, and then I count 3 text boxes, and then you run at the door to trigger the nap time sequence. And then
Yep.
we have MC is going to be going for prison skip right here, or jail skip.
Personally, I've never seen somebody stand that close to the door as Colin did there. Colin basically stood at the door.
Yeah.
I
I've usually
usually
seen
use that
people
little white
spawn,
line on the floor where kind
yeah,
of RJ is
and
as
delay
a
a
barrier.
tiny bit before you run up as well.
Yeah, or you miss the trigger.
Yeah, I think that's the most common.
Man, Colin is boogieing today.
So hopefully
Alright.
all the runners speak to Tifa here and not the guard.
Okay, here he goes for the skip. Did
MC
not
did
get it.
not have it.
So basically, you're skipping Barrett turning around right there. All right, round 2, Colin
Skipped like 2 text boxes from him as well, I think.
did not get it.
Colin didn't get it, no.
MC did get around red though.
You can go around red if you're far enough ahead.
Yeah,
It
and it
costs a
saves a
little bit
little
more
bit, not much.
steps. Going around red costs more steps, but it's obviously faster.
Brutals and RJ.
RJ gets it.
RJ gets it. Let's go. He got jail skip swag.
I think that put
Good
him
job,
ahead.
RJ.
I don't know if he was ahead of Brutos originally, but he is definitely now.
Yeah, he was not ahead of Brutals.
Close. So RJ is electing to stay behind red there to save the movement.
Yep. His step route is significantly more precise as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's very tight here now. He basically needs to get through this next screen. So after this encounter, his next one, he needs to get with Aerith. His backup is like 2 step IDs before, which is the same as the current any percent route.
So everybody's running up right now, dealing with Palmer, and then we're about to go out and fight Rufus. Does all of our runners have limit breaks, cloud limit breaks ready?
I believe Dash
think-
might, but I don't think anyone else does.
I think RJ's just killed his.
I know I've seen Brutals use one on sample.
Oh, okay. RJ
That
did what?
seems to be the go-to
He's
because
killed his preemptive. He made a very bad movement mistake.
That's unfortunate.
He's about 4 steps behind where he needs to be.
that preemptive Genova is so tight for that
It is
route.
horrible. I've been trying to learn that route, and it's really tight.
Yeah, good luck.
Like even the any percent route is a little bit further behind where RJ wants to get it, and that's very tight. It's horrible to try and get.
Yeah, and on the way up here, everybody did pick up Bio, which will be used later in Junon. And a couple other places.
And yeah, I was like,
beyond that.
Take that
bio,
materia.
bio's everywhere.
And as Brutals likes to say, it's the worst materia in the game.
Just still deadly waste, Smilers.
All right, so we're seeing MC have his group go down and start the elevator battle here soon.
To elaborate on what chat's talking about, where the runners get poison is generally down to like menu preference. Getting it before the jail, like before the sample fight, will put it in a different position in your menu to getting it on the way back.
All right. Elevator boss time.
Hardest boss in the game.
Looks like it's going to be Red Aerith P.
So typically you want Aerith second in turn order, which will mean she throws less grenades as she has the slowest grenade throw.
And then I like to do whoever has a limit break last or is going to get one last, because on Heligunner you can just choose to do a limit break if you sleep someone off the beginning or throw a grenade.
You can actually do a limit break to skip his third turn, from being a firing line or sea cannon to a flying drill instead.
Yeah, it's just
Which
you
is
can
much
kind of
preferred.
go about it however you want. You can go for the time save with the nades, but I, like Prim said, I like to just do the limit.
Yeah, typically most runners will do it because firing line has a chance to put all three characters to sleep at the same time.
But if you get sea cannon and you don't get slept, it is time save.
Yes. But some strategies are implemented more for consistency than they are for risk.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Consistency is a lot nicer. I did have to do it the other night though, because no one had a limit.
I actually go with the Barrett physical attack, which is slightly more risky.
If it misses, you're in trouble, but it does work.
All right, so Heligunner does have a chance to put someone to sleep here, I believe. And that
Oh,
was
Barrett be napping. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wake up, Barrett. Come on, we got a speed run to do, bro.
Like mentioned, it's usually good to have Aerith get there since she's the slowest thrower, but
The sled fan comes through, and that kind of helps to mitigate the sleep a little bit, although it,
he got an
doesn't-
extra attack because of his turn order there. Due to limit priority.
Is Brutals feeling sleepy? Nope.
nope. Nice.
Collins Aerith's taking a beating. Holy.
Oh wow, yeah, she's getting smacked up.
80 HP is not where you want to see Aerith at.
So I think MC was the only person to have someone put to sleep. I think Colin and Rules got away with that.
We can't have Eris
Oh.
dying ahead of schedule here,
Oh no, RJ too.
I should have said anything.
Commentators curse.
Yeah, so coming up here is the Rufus fight, where we're gonna try and kill Dark Nation, the dog thing that Rufus has, because otherwise it will cast, I guess, Bolt on us and nuisance and actually a pretty dangerous nuisance.
Also, Rufus can crit in a race setting. That might be kind of scary.
Yeah, Dark Nation has 140 HP. A grenade can do 138 or 139. Wit has a low chance to do either of those values. Perfect 140.
Nice.
Yeah, it usually does significantly higher, so like 141 to 146 or so. Oh, that was a grenade. That was a braver crit that Morningcraft got.
Yeah.
It would have done like It would have done like 70-ish, but it crit through barrier. It crit and did the
For
same
like
as a normal
140?
damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something else to note here is that most of the runners are trying to get a Braver in on Rufus for Braver count later on, which we'll talk about at a different point. But you want to avoid
Crit on
Rufus getting like a
Brutals.
laugh or a Tech W,
Ooh.
which no Rufus
Miss.
laughs so far.
The miss.
Yeah, Rufus will laugh, I think, if an attack does less than 100 damage to him, or under some other circumstances, maybe. I don't know.
I think
Oh,
he
I
has
didn't
a
know that there
chance for
was.
laugh.
He
I
can
don't think
open
it's
laugh too.
guaranteed.
Yeah.
He can open laugh.
Yeah.
He can open with a laugh as well, which
Yep.
some runners have gone for what's called barrier skip. Actually, Brutus is at like low HP, I think.
RJ got
Never mind.
Dash is probably gonna have. He saves his Braver for Rufus, I think.
He didn't have one.
RJ's actually electing to do 2 Bravers on the Rufus fight.
Yeah, I do that from time to time too. Just
Oh,
makes
and then
things a
got a
bit
laugh
cozier.
because of it.
Yep. There's the laugh.
Yeah. Laughs typically quite suck. They are just a waste
It's about
of time.
10 seconds for a crit.
Oh, nice crit.
Yeah.
That crit's actually helpful. I
Yeah,
think he
no.
purposely waited for a second attack there.
He doesn't need to do the
For
mini
different
bike
build.
manipulation now.
I think because of RJ's preemptive Geno situation, he's probably trying to squeeze in a couple of extra Bravers.
Yeah, not a bad idea for him. So immediately after this FMV that Morning Craft is watching, we're going to see the crazy motorcycle chase. A little segment where we have to escape from the city of Midgar while being pursued by Shinra soldiers on bicycles, motorbikes, I suppose.
Who wants to explain the mini bike AI?
Yeah, sure.
Well,
So,
yeah, go ahead.
basically, once we get going here, we have a chance. It's only red and orange, correct, that pop up? I don't think there's a
on
third.
this
Red and
version,
orange
yeah.
on PSX.
Yeah. So we optimally want to have the red bikers show up, since if all 3 reds show up when we're swinging our sword, they won't try to get around us, and we can keep them far away. Or you can actually manipulate. MC sometimes does it, where he will push the truck back and they will take damage. To manipulate the opening attacks from Motorball. But as of right now, we want to try to just get 3 red bikes behind us, and then we won't have any sort of aggression coming from them.
Yeah,
Yeah, and like Vin said, with the manipulation, Motorball will only arm attack the person with the highest HP. So if you manipulate that to be Cloud or whoever else you want, then you can get an extra Braver out of Midgar sometimes, and then we'll be relying on bolt rolls from Cloud and grenades from Barrett and Tifa to do a pretty generally specific amount of damage to potentially skip a grenade and not get a second twin burner is
I also
basically what we're
believe
going for.
Tifa being lowest HP is actually a bit more secure, due to if she gets double arm attack and then a crit rolling attack, it's enough to kill her.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas if she is the lowest HP, she won't take an arm attack at all and has more than enough HP. As Cloud and Barrett tend to have a higher HP pool than her.
Yeah, though I think because we gave Cloud 4 magic materia for this fight, he can have less max HP than Tifa does.
Yeah.
But yeah, the goal in general is to make it so that Cloud has the highest or second highest amount of HP, usually second highest, so that the first arm attack hits, I guess, Barrett, does enough damage to bring it so that Barrett does not have highest HP anymore. The second one hits Cloud, and then that hits him and gives him some limit, which then hopefully gives him a limit break that is immediately used in order to get another limit break used. I suppose it's worth mentioning. I don't think
different strats, isn't there, for Mobile? So
Depending on how Calm Skip goes too, Ace, we could look at switching people around if it goes badly or good for someone.
we could, though we do have the 4 people that are currently in the lead right now.
Oh,
So,
okay. I think that's the best way to do it too.
yeah, if somebody pulls ahead, pull them in.
I was gonna say that, but I like chickened out.
Yeah, so in general, the Motorball fight is pretty scripted. Things can go wrong, but they usually don't. We're doing specific amounts of damage with bolt and grenades. If we're doing too much damage with our bolts because Cloud has too high of a magic stat, then we're going to have to adjust a little bit. But the goal is to essentially avoid Motorball's rolling fire attack at all costs, because that very easily can either kill or almost kill the party.
I forget Is rolling fire from over damaging?
Rolling fire is from
Under damaging, isn't it?
Under damaging for rolling fire, and then
Yeah.
twin burner is for over damaging. Newer runners tend to go for an all restore strat, and you basically provoke the rolling fire, and then you cure all and finish the fight. But this level of runner style, you just don't ever see it.
I believe everyone's going for 9 grenade strat, apart from maybe
222
Brutal's
is
there.
like right where you want it, but on the high end
I think
for
Brutal's
MC
might
there.
go for the 10 here. He's
But
very
he's
low on
bravering, so I don't think it matters.
Yeah, that was a fairly low damage braver. So like a 220. I think Morningcraft's damage bolt rolls are probably fine, though don't quote me on that.
Colin's
221 on
quite
average is what you
slow.
want.
I think it was like 223 or so, but I don't know.
Yeah.
The exact
So if he
number's
has
not
like
too
a
important.
215, that'll be all right, or something like that. 224 is high.
Yeah, a little bit high, though he did have a fairly low. I don't know how much the braver roll matters.
It depends if you're supplementing it as a grenade or an ice.
Yeah. Motorball's kind of complicated, or it can be complicated if you want it
Like
to
his
be.
AI is the same time every time, but like the rolls and the way you do it change a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, Ball is probably one of the most adaptive bosses that you don't have a lot of time to think between as you're on ATB active for the fight, I would say.
No grenade skip for MC, I don't think. No. He's
I don't
Oh.
think Colin's going to get. He's had a lot of low bolt rolls, like 210.
He even had to use a beat rush. That's
206.
He
uncommon.
had to do I think he did Braver as ice.
Hmm. So I wonder, I don't think any runner here is going to do it, but you can do something with Barrett. So we're going to start seeing that people try to get out based on an IGT and world map and manip, and I'll let other commentators talk about that. But do you think anyone's going to do the rest beforehand?
No.
No?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might.
But we
that's
do
a
have a
strategy.
skip coming up right now. It's called Barrett skip, where you basically trigger the leaving. You run into the leaving zone, the loading zone, and it pushes you back, and you talk to Barrett at the same time, and that enables you to leave without like changing your party and getting a heal and
Okay,
stuff.
but
And then you'll see an
Brass is on.
immediate IGT after that.
Right.
So
We're
they'll
just
do
talking
the
about
skip.
like safety strats here. I didn't know if anyone's going to do
So most runners here will probably do a heal menu while they're waiting for their RGT. Some might elect to do it on the world map if their like minip is very close and includes a menu.
So MC and Colin Bolts are currently doing, I think actually maybe the same exact IGT manip. I didn't see what their times
They
were.
are.
Okay, so
Yeah, they are.
essentially, this is the world map, which has completely different encounter mechanics to decide when and what enemies you fight than fields. Whenever you enter the world map, it seeds a random number generator based on your current in-game time value, which is then used to determine all of that. And so we can control that RNG by controlling what IGT we exit on. And in this case, that allows us to make it a pretty good distance before we get an encounter. Because of some mechanics, it's not really reasonable here to make it the full way to the next place that we're going, which is the Chocobo Ranch, without getting an encounter.
So Brutal's left at the 51st second at 51 seconds, and he's just got his first encounter.
All right.
So interestingly, both Morningcraft and Broodals have elected to have the drift camera angle. Colin went with the overhead.
Yeah, that's a strategy that I refer to as diagonalization that was developed by Dash Retro. Essentially, moving in a diagonal fashion on the world map allows you to move about 5% faster and also lets you take more direct lines than if you were to go an overhead cam. So, column skip.
What a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
We are going to be Morningcraft's doing it right now. He's gonna put the chocobo lure on, and he's gonna get himself a chocobo, and he's gonna go get long range, and then we're gonna clip through a mountain.
Yeah, using the same sort of IGT manipulation, we're going to basically force an encounter and get a chocobo. Morningcraft doing something really interesting, which is doing a menu buffer here. Because of the Zolom, doing that menu buffer there is actually doesn't really work like menu buffers normally do, but they're usually used in order to change what encounter you're going to get.
It's a home-brewed manip he's made to fill in a gap, is
Yeah,
what it is.
just because of how the RNG works, there's oftentimes gaps where you don't get the correct manip for a while, which is unfortunate, and there have been solutions to that found. But the whole point of this manipulation is to immediately get this particular fight. Most of the time, you get this fight with a Chocobo and 2 Mandragoras in order to immediately be able to catch and in order to be able to catch a Chocobo by just throwing 2 grenades at it. So
Cool.
yeah, Morningcraft is about to start doing Calm Skip. We get off the Chocobo into this cutscene trigger right here. We need to watch this cutscene here because we're going into Mithril Mines in order to grab the long range materia. Except, however, we will probably see RJ not doing so, but we'll get to that in a second. In addition, we'll actually see MC, Colin, and Brutals setting up their preemptive Genova setups. They're forcing, like, MC is forcing a fight right here in order to set his steps up on field such that he'll get a preemptive soon, but we can talk about that again later.
I apologize for the mini heart attack I had there. It looked like Colin was about to walk straight into Zolom, and I didn't see him loop back around.
Yeah, no worries.
He's on them.
Oh, RJ is doing
Yeah,
1.0.
so he elects to attempt 1.0 once, as he's not going into Mithril Mines.
Yeah,
It's actually faster, I believe,
Mhm.
to get 1.0 first try than it is to do 2.0.
Okay, so the strategy that most runners are doing, such as Colin Bolts and MC and everyone else, Colin Bolts actually electing not to save here, is Calm Skip, what we call Calm Skip 2.0. I think RJ actually got 1.0, which is nice. But Calm Skip 2.0 is essentially, you stand on, essentially, I'm going to explain it afterwards, but you can, by getting on a Chocobo, moving around a bit, and then getting off the Chocobo where you got on again, you can sort of fly around a little bit like you saw Colin and MC do there. And by doing that twice in a certain way, we can essentially cross over the mountain that blocks our path and immediately get around the trigger that we're trying to skip that prevents us from continuing forward until we've completed Calm. So,
Right in thinking Colin did the no long range calm skip?
No! Is
oh,
MC inside the mountain for that?
I didn't see that. Okay, MC is resetting.
Yep, MC
Yeah,
was.
Yeah.
that is unfortunate. So,
Smart
Yes.
locked, yep.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the distance that you have to travel there is hostile, and there is no real way to do an IGT manipulation to control that.
Oh, he hard reset?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think it goes to get out of the battle faster, or something.
Yeah, you can't soft reset in a battle, so you would have to either game over or escape before soft resetting.
So unfortunately,
So
that might just put MC out of the running for now. But it looks like Brutals and Colin both got it, and RJ got his Calm Skip 1.0. RJ didn't.
I can't believe he got that, man.
Yeah, nice. And just as a bit of other commentary, Dash got Calm Skip and is now significantly ahead of Morningcraft. We're gonna change runners in a bit, but yeah.
Anyone know where Dill's at? Dill or Akami?
Dill is doing Calm Skip now, and Akami's just starting it.
Cool.
We'll figure out who's ahead in just a bit.
But this is what we were talking about. Once you leave Midgar, there's a lot of RNG that can happen, and we just seen Morningcraft get the brunt end of that.
Yes, indeed.
The next bit would be Bottomswell, our favorite water snake.
So basically,
our favorite materia.
Yeah, I'll talk about Calm Skip after bottom as well.
Colin got a 0 encounter crossing, by the way.
He got a 0?
Wait, what?
Yeah, he got
You have to get a 1, right?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to see that later, okay?
That's what he just said. That's what he just said in chat, anyway.
If so, has that ever happened? Like without Manip?
I've never seen it happen.
I think it has, but it is rare.
That is extremely rare, if so.
Like, it's more likely with 1.0 than 2.0.
Yeah, and RJ didn't even.
No, RJ got 1, I think.
So that's ridiculous. Anyway, here's Bottom's well.
It can happen, but it is rare if it's anything.
Anyway, here's Bottom's well. If it turns green, that's good. It didn't turn green.
It
That's
did
not
not.
great.
Come on, RJ.
So typically you're looking for first, second,
Hey.
third bio here. Anything other than that increases the risk of somebody dying.
Yep, RJ got first, and so did Brutals, and then
So
Colin
did
got
Dash.
second.
Dash also did.
Yep, all three Bottom's wells that we see right here have turned green, and so they will be taking poison damage, which means that the fight is pretty much secure for I think all of our runners.
MC's just getting into June on now.
Just goes to show that anything can happen in a race.
Absolutely.
Bubble on Cloud, full HP, that's fine. And Colin is just flying today.
Got a bubble on Barrett. Brutal's gonna get it on Tifa. Nope, Cloud as well.
I think the bubble on Cloud is typically the fastest.
I mean, as long as someone doesn't die, right? That's the main thing.
Yeah, but I think it's the fastest because Tifa and Barrett have faster throwing animations than him.
Oh yeah, that is correct. Yep.
So it looks like after all this, Colin has pulled into the lead.
Cloud needs to get some Tommy John surgery on that arm.
Yeah, Dash's Bottom's well fight is almost over, so I think we're just gonna let us see how Morningcraft did, and then I'll switch it over so that Dash is present.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
We also have some downtime here, so actually.
Yeah, why don't you do calm skip explanation, and I'm gonna take a quick break.
Yeah, sure. So essentially, Cloud and all other objects in this game remember the last 6 or so. Actually, it's exactly 6 world map triangles they stood on as sort of an optimization to make collision detection faster. The idea is if on most frames, Cloud is standing on the same triangle that he just stood on last frame, right? He's not going to move that much in between frames. So if we just check the last triangle he was standing on, then he's probably going to be there, right? And that works most of the time. However, this means that the game is essentially remembering the location in memory of where triangles are, but this is also a world map that is able to load and unload in pieces. And as a result, we can essentially store a pointer to a triangle within Cloud, then run away such that that pointer stays in Cloud, but the thing that's pointing to, the triangle it's pointing to, gets unloaded and replaced with new data for a new area that's loading in somewhere else. And then we run back, and then what happens when the game tries to determine if he's standing on that triangle or not? Well, it kind of freaks out depending on what data it happens to read at wherever that triangle is in memory. In this case, what happens is we can make it so that that triangle, the pointer that triangle points to data that the game interprets as a triangle that exists basically everywhere within the one square that triangle is referenced in. And so that's basically what lets us fly. The game basically sees that triangle and sees it and interprets it as a triangle that exists at the height that Cloud was at and everywhere within the little chunk of the world map that Cloud was in. And because of that, the game doesn't check Cloud against collision with the other, say, triangles that make up the mountain or the river that RJ crossed over, and so we can just cross over some obstacles like that. Now, you might be thinking, okay, why don't we use this to cross over, say, the ocean between us and Costa del Sol, or the ocean between us and and Bone Village, or to the Icicle Inn, or whatever? The problem is that there's several problems as to why we can't. First of all, you're still traveling over ground, and so that ground is hostile, and if you get into a battle, that unloads the world map and when it reloads, all that triangle data that we had set up is all gone, and so the game sees you standing on, say, a mountain or an ocean or whatever, and it sees you standing on a mountain or an ocean or whatever, a place that you're not allowed to move on, and doesn't let you move. I guess a quick aside is that Morningcraft's Bottom's well, to put injury onto injury, I suppose, went pretty poorly, and
yeah,
I didn't see what happened. I was sort of in my own world explaining what explaining Calm Skip, but it looks like he survived with only Barret, which is very not good.
Yeah,
And sort
Tifa and
of
Cloud both went down.
to cap that off, I'm going to now swap him out for Dash.
Hey, welcome back, Dash.
Anyway, that was my rambling attempt to try and explain Calm Skip off the cuff right there, so hopefully you understood something.
It was golden, Ace. Thank you so much for that.
Basically, we screw around with memory a little bit and the game gets confused. I don't like that phrase a lot, but honestly, there's not really, but that isn't the most unapt way to put it.
Yeah. So we also just got the Shiva materia here. Somebody asked earlier about the elemental materia. Again, some runners use strats like elemental Shiva for more protection. I think that might be used during the Schizo fight.
Elemental Shiva is the most common.
Yeah.
Either Elemental Shiva or Elemental Brahma would be the two that are typically seen for Shizo.
It's just another reason to say that the elemental materia we get early on is very important to get. That's why we do the IGT manipulation. Or I guess the book, but I don't see runners do the book anymore.
Yeah, most people
I did the book
are
for a long time.
most people are comfortable enough with IGT manipulation now that the book is not used very commonly anymore. But it's like the book being that there is one book within the library that whose messages differ depending on what the password is. Like all the books have different messages depending on what the password is, but or at least many of them do. I'm not sure exactly if all of them do, but there's one book that has a different message for each of the 4 possible passwords, and so we can use that in order. You can just read that one book and use its message in order to tell what the password is.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Oh boy, I can't wait for Ace to explain the Rufus minigame.
I'm sure you can confirm for me everybody is confirmed in this race, yeah?
Yeah, everybody's still in the race.
I meant, does everybody use circle for confirm?
I think so. I'm not certain though.
I don't know. Yeah.
I know
So
X confirm is a rare.
yeah, I know like Mutski when he plays FF7 uses Xconfirm, but I don't know
So
of any I don't know of any of these runners. If I think most of these runners use Circle Confirm, or all of them rather.
So do I. I use X confirm.
Okay.
It's mainly muscle memory for me.
I hit my table. Sorry about that.
I just grew up with the circle for confirm. I honestly never heard of anybody switching to X for that.
For me, it's I learned the FF7 no stops run on HD console, and HD console defaults X as confirm.
Does that change mashing at all? Like it's obviously different positioning for button presses, but
on PSX it changes a little bit for the mini games. Mainly, the first one would be the June on Parade. You actually have to hold run while mashing. It looks very funky. That the guards in Shimra, you still have to mash circle. And like whenever the game prompts you to mash circle for things, so like later you'll see in Mount Coral when the tracks like break, you still have to mash circle.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's neat.
Yeah.
All right, we're looking at percentiles here. They're looking pretty good. Oh, Brutals
there
has
is
got
a chance.
23,
Yeah, there
22.
is a chance that you could actually get as low as 19 when you start. And if you can't get your percentage up high enough, you end up getting 5 ethers instead of the preferred 5,000 gil.
Yeah, I think it's like 600 less gil
Hmm.
overall. I'm not 100%, but that's close.
500.
500? Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
the
in there
ether sell
somewhere.
for 4,500.
Brutals has got a really low percentile, but I have faith. I have faith.
I think you can make
Uh,
it with 22. I believe it's 19 or 21 is
I've seen
too low.
Chris Abyss do it with like 17% one time.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Brutals
Yeah.
did it comfortably there. It's like
Yeah.
the lowest you can do it at is sort of variable because the amount that I think the amount that it goes up by each time you press circle is random.
And it can also decrease in 2s.
Yeah, or it can do a 5 jump up or something like that, which
Yeah.
actually can sort of mess you up in slots where you're trying to hit between 41% and 50%.
Yeah, slots you actually want the ethers.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I suppose it's better for Kate. Yeah.
yeah, the prizes in this minigame are 51% or higher is 5,000 gil, which is what we want. 41% or higher is 6 ethers, which sells for 4,500, which is definitely manageable.
Colin and RJ are within like a frame of each other.
That will change on the June update, I believe. Due to RJ probably not having preempted Geno.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had that. He like
Uh,
bonked in the stairwell or something in Shinra.
he got caught in the doorway.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought
Yeah,
I
he
seen.
ran back on himself for like 3 steps, maybe. So he's about 3 steps off where he wants to be. He might know a backup for it, but I don't think so. I think he was a little bit further behind for his backup. But you can still get a fast, non-preemptive Genova fight. It's just a lot less likely. It makes the fight a lot more sketchy.
All right, we have the command minigame coming up soon here after a little shop and a little e-skill grabbing. So hopefully all the runners manage to pet the dog through the wall on the way out.
So to talk about e-skills a little bit, there is only 3 in the game and they are missable.
4.
There are 4.
Yeah, there's 4.
Where's the 4th?
Are you talking
You
about
get it.
4
You get it
missable?
from the Chocobo at the Chocobo Sage's house.
Oh, okay. I know that
Yeah.
one.
Okay, you're talking about e-skill materia.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's 4.
In the no slots run though, you typically only pass
Yeah,
3.
we will only see 3, like Prim
Yeah.
said.
Yes.
One being in the sample tank, the second one here in Junon, and the third in Shell Hut.
All right. RJ beat Rude through the door. UG.
Yep.
And
The
of course,
shot.
the e-skill, like piggybacking off the rest of the conversation, the e-skill materia is very useful moving forward for things. I'm assuming the whole Tifa debacle, like
It's just absolutely essential.
Yeah.
We'll be getting
miss-
several very useful moves with that, both to deal damage and to set people up with powerful attacks and such.
Yep.
Missing one of the early ones can be run killing.
Yeah, you
All right.
you don't really miss
Oh,
e-skills.
Colin went for the actual dog pet. What a lad.
nice.
No one has talked to the evil dog downstairs that prompts you with like 18 different tutorials that
Oh
you
god.
have to scroll
No.
through.
Oh, the pain.
The pain.
Just pure pain. Alright, coming up to the Rufus minigame.
So yeah, this mini game here that RJ and Colin are on, it varies in length. There are a total of 4,096 possible different patterns that can happen here. I think the difference between the slowest and fastest is, I think, 30 seconds.
I have a question for you, Ace.
Yeah.
Since MC reset and his stone is at 1, does that provide him with an advantage or a disadvantage here?
Almost certainly, because he had tried to manipulate his stone earlier, a disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
Actually, wait. No, it was 17 that was 4th best. I'm gonna look at my spreadsheet and see where 1 is.
So typically here, I think 17 is the minimum.
The minimum possible is 14 moves.
It's 14.
Yep.
I've only ever seen a 17.
Yeah, it's rare.
Yeah, there is exactly one 14 pattern which is present on stone 97.
Wow. And I
Yeah.
think they go up as far as in the 30s.
I
so-
had one the other day, Prim, where I didn't get to 100, and he said, "Now finish," and I was like, "Whoa."
It's always possible to get to 100 but sometimes you have to be perfect, including using the last move and the last special move.
the last
Yeah,
one.
I was at 90 when he said finish.
It looks like RJ and Colin got like the exact same time. I think they're about as far apart as they were when they entered.
Yeah. It's also good to mention here, there is a glitch with this minigame. If you go too far over, I think it's over 200, you can overflow.
Yes.
Oh, so you'd get nothing.
if you
Yeah.
if you get a total of 256 or more points, then they overflow to 004 or greater. The maximum total number of points you can get is 280, which will be 24 points.
And we get the Force Stealer for winning this, which is very essential for materia growth and braver rolls on Genova.
Boost for Cloud.
Hopefully someone gets the crit. That would be sweet. Even a baby crit.
The crit on Genova is debatable because shortening the fight might mean less bravers gained, which would waste time later in the run farming bravers.
Yeah, that's also true. I don't know what the discrepancy would be. It would be dependent on a run basis to see
Yeah,
like the laser split.
I don't think anybody's ever timed the difference, but like there's so many variables there.
Yeah. All right, we're boating. RJ is boating.
Voting indeed.
All right, coming up to the ladder of doom.
Did everybody grab the all materia? That is
RJ and Colin both did not grab it.
okay.
Yeah.
I think RJ is going to try and. Oh, he doesn't do it anymore. RJ used to go for the bottom option with Tifa there.
Oh, the salute skip.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
that like significant, like a tiny couple of frames faster or something?
Yeah.
She first seen in the TAS run, I believe.
All right, and then RJ's gonna talk to Eris until she says something about B, and then run up. Oh, there we
You
go.
actually have to talk to her twice.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Failing to talk to her the second time is a very costly mistake, as it will cause the guard up here not to move.
And then you don't get to see Barrett in a cute sailor outfit.
Oh, yes.
The Delius, RJ and Colin are in the lead, with RJ just a little bit ahead, though that will change immediately once the Genova fight starts.
All right, and here comes the menu. You're gonna go Tifa Red, Force
Unless,
or Hyper Trank, Force Stealer Power Wrist, Shiva Steel.
unless RJ miraculously has another backup that I didn't know of.
Well, didn't RJ fix his situation earlier? So he
Mm.
should still be on track, or no?
No, he was about 3 to 4 steps
He's
behind.
probably still on step count, but he won't get preemptive Genova more than likely.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
he
just
did have a little bit of a setup there. He might still be going for it. He did set his fractions on the rail there.
He might have just skipped part of his setup as sort of like trying to adapt.
Oh, yeah. It's like when you don't quite bonk in the corner and go up if you're behind.
I believe his setup is a lot longer than that. So the worst case for RJ here is that he doesn't get preemptive setup and he might be a little bit behind.
We always want to make sure that Cloud can get focused in this, and that can be a problem too.
No, RJ didn't get it.
Yeah, Colin
So
Wolf's getting the preemptive right there.
He got the Braver off though. That's pretty. Oh, it's a crit! It crit!
That
It
basically
crit!
that is close enough to equivalent to a
That
preempt
is
that it really
whatever.
didn't matter
Doesn't
much.
matter now.
And he also got a free turn with red there, with red's limit.
So yeah,
And it missed. Oh, this is a great opening for non-preempt.
on a preemptive fight, the braver that we do at the beginning does double damage due to the preempt. However, RJ got a crit, which also does that double damage. So the non-preempt really didn't matter that much.
That's crazy.
Brutal's got preempt.
Only in a race, man.
So yeah, Genova has pretty powerful. Genova has pretty powerful attacks that we're able to use in order to build limit on Cloud because we have him hypered or in the Fury status effect using a hyper item. This is how we get a bunch of limit breaks done on this fight, which is how we're going to get most of the rest of our.
Wait, did he just get a crit too? He just got a crit. Dash just got a crit.
Yep.
He did 629.
629 is normal.
Yeah, it's normal. He's just a
No.
higher roll.
It's just
Or
a high
was
roll.
that the open?
That was the
No,
opener.
was that? Oh, it was the opener. Okay.
Yeah, 629 was the opener.
Dash will not
Brutal's
get a
got-
limit fill from one laser. He has a high HP Cloud.
That would be due to the failed elevator minute.
Yeah,
Probably one level higher than normal.
which is it's fine, really. You're just it's less smooth in the fight. I would say.
I'd say RJ's HP is probably the more comfy.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good range for that.
Typically in
Oh,
a fight,
wow, what a
whenever
fight.
And
Cloud gets
RJ's
a braver, you're gonna say
What a fight.
and RJ gained time on that fight despite the lack of a preempt. That's incredible.
That is incredible.
all due to the crit.
Oh, we got gas on the dog.
So you're gonna
All
see
right.
all the runners pick up Ifrit here, which is
Does
usually
Colin do Costa Manip? Or RJ, I suppose?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's like one of the world map crossings that is like
Dash will do it, so we can talk about it when Dash does it.
Oof. That grenade count was getting low.
All right, everybody's nabbed their Ifrit, and we're on to watch the guy fly out of into space in the cutscene here. Second option for RJ there. I think it's like a 1 second time save, maybe.
did we see how many bravers everybody got in that fight?
There was a lot of bravers flying everywhere, so no, I didn't really pay particular attention.
Somebody in chat has suggested that Dash might have only got one in the whole fight.
Oh,
Yeah, he
that
didn't
would
get a
be
second one. He wasn't getting lasered.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
due to the higher HP.
that's
10
not great
laser
if that
wouldn't
happens.
have been enough.
We need
Thankfully,
a
we
total of
can
8.
farm some at laser to hopefully get him back into things there.
Yeah,
Dash was on 6 still, so
I suppose we never mentioned we want to get 8 Bravers in order to unlock the cross/slash limit break as soon as possible.
Oh, Colin's only got 5 bravers apparently.
Well, that's not great. That's a pretty low amount at this point.
Yeah,
Usually,
so he'll have to do 2 on laser and then
some people are
probably
like to
1 on
just farm them
MK.
all on that fight.
yeah,
For anyone curious, we need 8 bravers before we make it to temple because we utilize cross slash for paralyzation on Red Dragon, and it's just a good limit break to have overall.
Yeah, typically the cut-off point for bravers is the Palmer fight. Dash is currently the top left screen.
let me know if the names are hard to read. I can make them larger.
They look good to me. I'm not sure what they would look like on mobile though.
All right, so we have RJ running into the villa here. He's gonna get himself a power source firing and a motor drive, and then we're gonna head out and base the world map yet again. Hopefully he gets a 1 encounter. You can get 2. I've
You can
seen
actually get
3
0.
rarely. You can get 0.
It's
I mean,
rare.
Colin did it earlier, right?
Yeah, it's not
With
too
the-
unlikely to see a 0 here. Like it happens. It's pretty rare, but it's not like it never happens.
You can get 1 preemptive as well, or side attack.
Yeah, that's good when that happens.
Keep your eye on
No.
Dash though, because he's gonna manip this for a 1 encounter past the bridge.
So typically you want this encounter on the bridge. I've never seen a preemptive egg.
You
I'm
can't
not
get it on the bridge. You can only get it past or before it.
Yeah, the bridge itself
Yeah.
doesn't. The bridge itself.
has more formations, doesn't it?
The bridge itself can't actually generate encounters. Your world map danger, like your fractions. I don't know what I'm saying. Your fractions actually don't increase while you're on the bridge at all, so you don't even build encounter checks. And it's actually that lack of fraction increase that makes it impossible, or effectively impossible, to quickly manip the entire world map traversal here.
So here goes Dash.
I think I count the whole mountain path as the bridge.
Might have been too late for IGTs. I don't know if he IGT'd it or not.
It looks like he's doing the IGT movement at least.
Yeah.
I think the best way to manipulate it is you get your battle right off the bridge.
Well,
So
right
RJ
there is a
got
good
his
spot because you just
encounter
hold up.
early. So RJ's a little bit behind his step count, but not horrendously. He would hope to have got his encounter on the second screen.
It's right arm time, guys.
Oh yes.
We are here. Any right arm Pragers? That
All
could
runners
change
get first right arm.
That could change the scope of the race.
I wonder if anybody gets the legendary 2.
I guess I should mention
only Feck. Only Feck.
Yeah, I guess I should mention that Morningcraft and Morningcraft already finished Genova. Okamikaze's on Genova right now, and his fight is not going great. He's down to having to attack with red, I think.
Oh god.
And so was Morningcraft either at the end. I think at the end of his fight as well. I think his
Yeah.
bottoms will had to have sucked out a lot of grenades from him.
Poison bottoms well, that's no joke.
Vacuum coming out for Brutals. That's unfortunate. Oh, and for Dash.
Yeah, that move sucks.
Yeah,
it's just slow. There's no value in it whatsoever. Does no damage.
I get
and
that
it's
fight,
just
but it's
slow.
preemptive for me, so I'm sitting here giggling. You can actually steal a soft from them too.
You can
for
steal a
Demon's
soft
Gate
from
late.
all the birds, I believe. In
Yep,
Mount
and
Royal.
those fish. I didn't know about the fish for a long time.
Oh yeah, couldn't you potentially purchase a soft as a safety strap before you go in against Demon's Gate?
Yeah, you
can
either
buy
steal one
in
in this
Coral.
section or you buy one like after the date or before the date.
North Coral.
I was gonna say, like, where do you buy it at? North Coral?
Yeah,
Yeah.
North Coral, the bottom shop, I believe.
It's a gill adjustment that some runners sometimes do. I think Dash I've seen do.
I think Dash does it, yeah.
Like depending on his gill amount.
I don't think I would get it in this sort of a race just because like I would be saving before Demon's Gate anyways, and like
If you get first
if you get it, that's just unfortunate, you know. You just reset.
Sorry, it's
because
Dash,
at that
so-
point, the step route doesn't really get affected if you reset. You can back it up pretty easily.
Yeah. I'm sorry, it's Dash, depending on his Jill amount.
Yeah, I believe Dash does go for the soft 9 times out of 10.
All right arm time. Come on, RJ.
RJ going for the steal.
Oh no!
Oh,
he got
nice!
it! He got it!
He got it!
This man is the luckiest man alive today.
Can Colin follow up with the right arm?
That would be insane if they both get it.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Now,
Typically, they
can't you
both.
kind of sneak in like a second steal there sometimes?
You
Maybe not
can,
like
yeah.
there, but
You can if you haven't already got their.
Like RJ only gets
feed.
one bomb, I think, whereas everybody else is gonna get two.
Yeah, RJ's step route is it different here?
So they get two chances really, where RJ could do two, I guess, on the same one.
And Colin ran away before he got another attempt to steal.
yeah. We still got Dash and Brutals though.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Brutals with the right arm.
Dash will get it first try. I'm not worried.
He just ran. Unfortunate.
Interestingly, RJ buys a lot of grenade.
Dash's
bought a
first
lot of,
attempt was unsuccessful.
Molotovs there.
Yeah, I think RJ's going to need more Molotovs against Demon's Gate.
I have a feeling RJ might be skipping Fury Ring
Ooh.
to buy 20.
Yeah,
need
it's front row of
28.
Cloud with Death Blow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buying 28 Molotovs would suggest that he's using more Molotovs in the.
No right arm for Dash or Brutals.
Did Brutals try? Brutals got a right arm?
Ooh,
No,
nice.
I don't think he put the input in, but it didn't go off, so he just ran away.
Chat's saying you got one at least.
Yeah, the Brutal saying he got one.
Oh, he got one?
Yeah.
Only need one. Okay.
To be fair, the second one isn't as useful.
Oh, second attempt. Okay, he did get it second on the second bomb.
Okay, so RJ is going for, like, I guess a pretty inconsistent. What I assume is a pretty inconsistent strategy on Demon's Gate.
Yeah, it is. It's
But given
It's
that
the
he's
fall out of no long range.
yeah, given that he's skipping long range, it's probably still the best thing he could go for.
RJ's route is quite fittingly named the YOLO route, as he also skips Water Ring later.
Oh my!
There are like 7 encounter skips in this route he's doing, Ace.
Yeah.
Okay,
RJ's
wow.
right arm, yeah.
Yeah, brutal speed. RJ did get a right arm on his first steal attempt.
And he got a Braver crit on a non-preemptive Genova opening Braver.
Colin and Dash did not.
It was crazy.
Me and RJ have a little inside joke that if I was to run his route, that I'd never get off disc one. My Aqualung look is horrendous.
Toast Matt once said, "I'd rather be lucky than good." And I think that goes to show sometimes that's true. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is. And I guess we have a bit of downtime before we do our prison menu and laser and dine fights. But we will be acquiring our next party member soon. Some of them, or no one's gotten them yet, I don't think. Yep. Kate Sith is coming up though.
Boof. Hate Sith in his boof.
Yep. The almighty boof.
The almighty boof. Which I realized I did jump the gun mentioning no slots at the very beginning, but we can, definitely speak more to that once Kate Sith is in the party. Some runners even use dice strats against, like say Palmer and things like that. So
Yeah, I mean, you could always go. I mean, I think I've seen someone, I don't remember who, get like a 2,000 dice roll the other day on Palmer. I mean,
So
that's
the
like
double
dice
5
fives, yeah.
mollies.
You'll typically see a dice roll used after poison sticks, though. It's
Yeah.
not much value in it before, just because of the variance of damage it can do.
I think some people have Kate doing bio there even too.
Yes, I believe.
So you can't really do
Brutals
dice if you're
uses-
bioing, you know.
I think Brutals does Kate bio.
Just to like get it out of the menus, you know. Like when I do it, I put it on red and it just stays on them for forever, and I don't have to worry about it being in my way for the upcoming menus.
MC, He got a 1600 and first bio stick. Oof. It's nice.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, MC is. What do you mean by call it? Is he basically going? Is he quitting the race or what?
Yeah, what does that mean?
He said the run's actually dead, not on formations. No laser.
I don't think it's going to get laser. Yeah.
Oh no. So that hard reset.
I think
Did
if
the
you
hard
do
reset
hard
affect that?
reset outside of Coral, you still get it though.
Hmm.
North Coral, I think if you do a hard reset there, you still get it. But your step count will die in
Yeah,
Gongaga, I'm pretty sure.
unfortunate for MC. It's going to be hard to keep up with all that backing up going on, so I completely understand, and off steps nonetheless. Well, I mean, off forms, but might as well be off steps because you're going to be farming laser, right? So,
He also might not know that the hard reset outside Coral is a backup for it. As typically you wouldn't back it up in a run.
all right, we got everybody here picking up Kate. They're getting charged with murder because they've been accused of killing all those guards there and whatnot.
Yeah, so if MC drops, we're gonna offer him to jump into comms and kind of chat with us because obviously, as most of you know, he orchestrated this race and got a lot of the runners together and the prize pool and things like that. So, if he doesn't continue the run, we need to have him at least jump into voice if he's feeling it, if he feels like it, uh, and talk with us.
Yeah, that's one thing we didn't really mention much. There is a prize pool that has been organized by Morningcraft for this race. Yeah,
That's so. I mean, I get it if his formations are off and he can't continue the run, but that is super sad considering how much work he put into this. So.
yeah. Calm skip can just do that sometimes.
Yeah, the hard reset might have been the nail.
All right, it's prison time.
This desert is stupid.
It is. I wonder if anybody gets stuck on the gate boss.
Has anyone ever had like the bandit enemy steal something important from them?
Yes,
Oh,
I've
yeah.
actually had the bandit steal my right arm from me.
Nice.
I had my elixir stolen, and then I couldn't kill Gina Talk for NMS.
Yeah.
It was over.
It's a little bit safer now
With that,
because we equip Kate with the fire ring, so it's not available to be stolen.
I mean, with that particular one, you at least have the backup elixir in Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah, it's just I was too angry.
That's reasonable.
In all bosses, we have an X potion instead.
Yeah, the X potion is nice.
Yeah. You get it from the Turks fight.
All right.
Yeah, the bandit stealing your fire ring is not fun.
Yeah, always equip the fire ring. First thing you do. Well, not first thing, but make sure you do your menu before you get bandited.
A lot of people leave their ATB on active until after as well.
Yeah, I think almost everyone does.
There is a chance to kill the bandit. I think it takes 2 Molotovs to kill a bandit. Killing the bandit will return the item it is stolen from you. But the bandit also has a chance on its turn to form a move called Escape, I think it's called.
Yeah,
Where it
basically
just
to flee
runs
the fight.
away. Yeah, it just runs away and your item's gone forever.
If you think that's rough, dude, try 100%.
Oh, don't. I don't want to think about it.
One of the important sort of actually I guess one of the more important innovations that's happened recently in 100% is a step route that gets no bandits.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
I'd welcome that. I get bandited twice in my run.
I think it's the same for John's all bosses route. Mine's different.
So, I mean, we have a bunch of downtime now, so I guess it would be a good time to like at least start talking about some of the stuff that's going to happen like really fast after all of this.
Yeah, so
Like we have big guard, and some people will manip it, some will just YOLO it, and by manip I mean in-game time. And then we have CC skip into MK, so it's quite the chunk.
yeah, so first thing we're doing, we had been doing step manipulation for a while now, and a lot of it is to, at least I guess some of it is to make sure that we get the next encounter. I guess for most of these runners, it's going to be in 2 encounters. The one that we get is against these death claws and these death claw enemies, I should say, that have the enemy skill laser. So we have 2 enemy skill materia, and we're going to teach laser onto both of them. This is a gravity-based attack that costs only about 16 MP, I believe, that for enemies that are vulnerable to it, cuts their HP in half. So that's very useful for dealing with high HP enemies, and also for lowering our own party's HP later.
Yeah, HP manipulation is one of the biggest things for some of the late game bosses. Um, and it's just you can do a run without laser, but it's a lot harder.
RJ's step route immediately gets to this screen and gets the laser fight immediately, whereas Collins and everyone else's step routes are going to get this bandit encounter first.
Yeah, RJ's step route also means he gets the lovely rolling ball
Oh,
thing.
he learned Matcher Magic. Let's go.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, unfortunately, in this category, Matcha Magic is not useful. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's just
It's
time
not
loss.
at all.
It's just time loss. Yeah.
He did get almost a full limit off of it though.
He can maybe do a claw to get a
Oh,
limit.
that's big.
Oh, Kate being
Look at
stunned.
that.
Kate just got stunned though. That's not nice.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to manipulate them, which allows us to control their attacks.
I believe RJ only needs 1 braver. That's
Oh, I
why
thought it
he's
was
not
about the laser cloud.
defended.
Yeah, no.
It can run out of MP, which is not fun. Oh god.
Unfortunately,
Oh.
Kate with his manips not landing.
Brutal's just had 256 gil stolen.
Looks like someone's buying one less high pot in Rocket Town.
Unless he gets 4 beach plugs, it balance out a bit.
Well, 4 beach plugs is only 155 more.
There we go. Good.
I thought it was more.
All right, we're all pretty
wait,
much
was
on
that
the same fight
I
now.
think- No, never mind. I thought that was a crit braver on RG, but no, it was just back attack.
Yeah.
Like, no, yeah. Normal braver normally does around 300, that's right.
All right, everybody trying to get as close as they can to cross slash now.
RJ has entered the dying screen.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world if you don't have cross slash after this fight, but you usually want it about now.
Yeah, anything you have to do after this to get cross slash is essentially time loss. It's okay to do it, but you don't want to.
All the
The manip is just
misses
not.
today.
Yeah. Okay, Dash has got him, and Brutals has
Kate.
got him.
You have 1 job, Kate.
They are like synced up. Look at this.
It is extremely close with how the manip happened right there too.
Brutal's not needing another Braver, so that kind of benefited him a little bit there.
Oh, I think
That
Dash
was
just got
Dash.
a crit braver.
No, that
He
was a
did.
back.
That was
Was that a back attack on barrier?
I don't
no.
know.
It was still considered a crit.
It was a 300.
I know,
roll,
but
so-
I thought that was just 300 times 2 for back attack divided by
No,
2 for barrier.
I don't think you get the back attack multiplier for minute.
If so, then
enemies.
RJ also got a crit.
No, you get the big damage with
Do you?
the Braver. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
That's what I was thinking.
It's been a while since I got that far.
Right
So
arm.
when it comes
Look
to
at this.
Dine, he's gonna throw the right arm, and then hopefully he doesn't counter.
50-50.
Of course he
chance
does.
that
It's a
roll is
race.
not.
Look at that.
Yep. So there's the counter, which means it's gonna,
Instead of saving 40 seconds, he saved 33.
Yep.
Still a very good time save.
Yeah, I mean,
You won't be complaining.
no, you wouldn't hear any runner complain. Well, they might snicker a little, but
Don't attempt to steal the right arm. I hate having it in my splits.
all right, now we're chocobo racing here soon.
Oh,
And then like we got some crazy stuff coming after this, like learning big guard and a casual frame perfect 18-minute skip of Cosmo Canyon and some more bio shenanigans.
Colin didn't get the counter, which was
Oh,
good.
Brutal's no counter on the
no
right arm.
counters with brutals. Nice.
Was that a first turn no counter?
Yep.
Yep.
Nice.
I didn't know if it was first turn or not.
No, I think he got a turn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did he get a turn? I didn't see that
Yeah.
part.
500 HP Barrett for Dash. That is a big boy.
Tronky.
He can crit and be fine. And the counter for Dash as well.
He'll survive even if he crits here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 116 is max crit for the counter.
Wouldn't that be something though?
I've had it happen, and I lived with 1 HP once. It was the craziest thing ever. This game just always has something to like,
You have
go
Ace.
nuts. That like,
Sorry, go ahead, Corn. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, this game, we play it so much, but it always has something crazy, like RJ getting a crit to salvage his Genova, stuff like right arm, that's why I love this run so much.
Ace, you have MC up. What happened with his laser minute?
I wasn't watching his laser fight, but he's past it.
But he's past it? Okay, maybe.
Wait.
Okay.
Actually, you're right. I didn't even see what happened. So I don't. Did he even?
He could have just opted to skip laser.
That's what I was about to say.
And for Schizo, you can do the punch yourself strat, which is kind of risky, but I mean, it works.
So I guess the only problem there would be icicles.
Yeah. And you could just death blow him, I think.
Death blow and Molotovs do 800, I think.
That's what they did back in the day.
Let me.
Okay, that's interesting. I think he actually got laser because Zergu's saying he would have quit without laser.
Oh, well, cool. I'm glad he's still in it. Because we got MK coming up, and I have a feeling that we're not going to have the same leader or whatever after. Things are going to shake up.
Yeah, Materia Keeper can be quite the equalizer. Kamikaze is fighting 2 bandits and is not able to escape and got a tranquilizer stolen.
So, chat, anybody got a favorite color they want to see come in second place? Because we're about to get the races going.
Yellow.
Ace, what'd you say?
I was about to say, don't say yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Any reds? Any reds in chat? Come on.
MC did in fact get the 2 Deathclaw fight.
There we
Funny
go.
enough, we would use this little time to manipulate the beach plug fight, but you can't open the menu down here. for whatever reason, on Brutal's screen, well, everybody's screen now except for RJ's, but
So Morningcraft actually does manipulate beach plugs by opening the menu before dying and keeping it off and like using his timer to keep track of IGT as it progresses.
I believe
I'm not
Brutal
sure
said
anyone
the
was
same.
able to make manip times for it. They might all just be YOLOing.
Yeah, beach plugs is one of the things that feels like it's not worth manipulating until you get egged on the worst possible time, and then you just want to start manipulating it.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm just sick of losing a minute to that split just because I got an egg.
I think it was Dummy Bear I watched that got 3 eggs in a row.
That's just run killing.
Yeah, it was sad.
All right. Yellow in second. Let's go.
3 eggs in a row is like 1 in 1024, I think.
Yeah, it's horrible RNG.
Purple got it.
Gigas, they are doing the. If you're talking about holding R1, R2, they are doing that most likely.
And I believe everybody is.
If there's another infinite stamina glitch, then I don't know about it.
Okay, so you're saying that the manip for beach plug starts here?
It started after laser.
Or started after laser, okay.
Interesting. I think RJ messed up his party selection. PHS on the world map.
And this will be a YOLO coming up for RJ here. I don't think he's manipping this yet.
Yeah, if that's YOLO, he actually he probably is staying within the range of the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny enough that green part of the land doesn't count as land, it's beach.
Oh, he got the side attack.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, they got a tranquilizer and 350 gil from Okami.
Mm-hmm. Not great, but probably not anything that would too horrible.
Just buy a
Probably.
couple less high pots, I think, and you'll be all right.
Anyway, the runners are currently setting their buggies up against the beach right here in a certain way to set up for Cosmo Canyon skip. Essentially, the skip requires you to basically get the buggy to an exact position, and we do that by lining the buggy up here and then only using cardinal directions to move between here and the position we need to go to. We happen to know that the buggy moves 90 units per frame going up, down, left, or right, and so um, we also know that from here to the position we want is a multiple of 90 units on the x-axis, and so we can just use cardinal directions in order to make sure that when it appears that we got to the right place, that we're actually on exactly the right coordinate and not like 1 unit too far to the left or something.
It'd be interesting to see if anybody just goes for it, or if they safety save.
I mean,
This is frame perfect.
it is frame perfect, but it isn't that hard to do. Like it's I wouldn't be surprised if somebody doesn't save for it, but
Money on the line, I might save.
yeah.
Probably one of the best places to save because of MK coming up. I believe Dash said yesterday he's going to save here, and if he was to die
RJ
on
coming through
MK,
with
he
the
would
save.
load this save.
And the frame perfect bit is basically you just need to get up to an exact position and go no further than that. RJ doing the good thing with saving.
He broke down.
Brutal's going with the save as well. Very smart idea.
And Colin gets over and takes the lead.
Dash just got egged.
Oof.
Yeah, Dash does not go for this manipulation and seems to be paying the price for it.
Oh, Colin running away without the buggy.
Did Colin not save?
I
I didn't see.
So yeah, Brutals and Colin both did it YOLOing, and RJ saved and then needed to load that save, and as such, is now behind both of them.
They're all in the same conversation though. This is kind of crazy.
I was say it
Dash
still
got,
looks like a pretty close race. So
Dash got a good minute there.
No one's pet the dog, so no one's getting first try bio, obviously.
Oh, of course.
Interestingly, nobody's gone for the elixir, the safety elixir.
Oh, the Chef Bam special? Yeah, I used to get that a lot.
Still do.
So yeah,
It's a great backup for MK.
Yeah. So yeah, Cosmo Canyon skip. I'm not gonna go over exactly why it works because it's complicated script shenaniganery, and like more triangle stuff is at least the reason why we think it works. But to do it, you need to get to an exact position such that you're on the very edge of the breakdown trigger, and then get out and get back in the buggy, and that tricks the game into thinking that it's in the breakdown trigger without breaking it down.
nice.
And now we have the big boy, the big bio boy, where we're gonna try to do 99 damage to him before the second tick of
Dash made it
262.
through.
Or as the second tick happens, I should say.
Can't remember.
And
Does that make it a zoo?
we're gonna do a big menu here, and we're gonna get our magic stats right, our attack stats right. We're gonna get on ATB weight, crank everybody up. We're gonna get into this fight and roll bio and a Tifa attack to try to obtain as close to 99 damage as we can. And if we don't get a 99, we have to mini probably Tifa or Cloud, and you can hit them for 1 damage a piece here.
It's also worth noting that despite there being a save point right here, you won't see any of the runners, at least on the long range route, going for it, because just going for that save point costs too much movement and throws off the next bit of our step route.
Look at all this menuing. Ugh.
Yep, the big boy menu. FF9 runners just laughed at me when I said that.
For anybody in chat, that
Oh,
basically
yeah.
what they're doing here is what they mentioned earlier about getting the stats as close to possible to manipulate, doing that 100 damage.
Yeah, so typically you're looking for Tifa to have 50 strength and Cloud to have 31 magic at
No
level
Trine or Hell combo,
13.
please. Looks like we got some big horns coming out, so that's good. First try stick for the Brutals.
70 is quite low though. It's free.
Oh, RJ with a miss. Bio miss.
Just a straight up miss.
Looks like we're going to go cross slash for safety here. 72 for RJ.
On the money.
And Brutal's going to make a quick mop up of this, I believe.
Didn't see what Colin got.
Yep.
26.
And
Oh, he got the phantom tick. This is not good.
that's not
The
good. Yeah.
Brutals. This might be game over unless he can do something sort of crazy back up here. RJ gets through. Colin, I'm not sure what his rolls are, but it seems like he's got it under control. Oh, he got the phantom tick too. Mistimed final attacks.
Man, I don't think I've ever seen like a backup for this. I don't know. Oh, there goes Cloud.
Here's Ruffit. Throw a cure at him and a bunch of Molotovs as Molotovs heal.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
at this
and
point
hope for
though,
the best.
Yeah, now
you kind of just kill yourself off and try it again, I
Yeah,
think.
I think at this point I would be
All right,
resetting
here comes Dash Retro versus MK.
Cloud died on both fights.
RJ going to be doing a big shop down there, but like we're MKing, right? So
Watch Dash get 12 bio tries it before. Hopefully it's less than 12 this time.
yeah, Brutals is, I guess, throwing in the towel and trying it again.
He's just killing himself.
first stick 71.
And actually, with that happening, I'm going to report that Dilwingo has gotten a total of 99 and is probably going to be taking the lead ahead of Brutals now.
Oh,
Nice.
let's go.
It doesn't look good for Colin.
We should bring Dill up at some point again.
Yep, absolutely.
Dash is having a very good fight right now.
Yes, Wouldn't it be next attack and then the tick? Or is it 2?
Third tick. So you need to
Sec-
have him in 99
when the second
before
tick
the third tick.
bounces, you know when the numbers bounce, you want to put your input in when
There it
that
is.
number bounces to the bottom.
Yep.
Dashes through.
Yeah, RJ's doing solid. RJ's
No
doing very
trying.
well.
No trying.
No time for anyone now.
That's
Not
good.
that I know of.
I mean, a couple people died, but like that's no trying. All right, Dash is going to be doing an IGT manip here, where he's going to rocket drift to Rocket Town, and that's basically going to just make sure he doesn't get an encounter here. There's a nasty little pincer you can get here, and we're just trying to avoid that. So
Yeah, none of our world map fights have been bad, so. Long range is the material you get from Mithril mines. That is used. Is it safer fight?
what? Excuse me.
When is the long range material utilized for no slots?
Demon's Gate.
Yeah.
Basically
The
all the fights.
The temple.
The
is
But the
temple.
big
first
ones
to
are
go.
the temple and safe for Sephiroth, because if he flies up, if you miss a weight trick and he flies up, you can't hit him.
No, they rely on magic and items at that point.
And you're
which do
getting super
a lot
naked.
less damage. Yeah. You're at least seeing Pale Horse, which is not a nice thing to be seeing.
So what's going on with Colin right now?
I think his fight is dead,
Okay,
and he didn't save for CC, so
that's not good.
I think
That's
it
run
might be
over.
GG's for Colin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do we want to feature Okami a little bit?
Yeah, let's bring him in.
Okay.
Because we haven't got to show that runner yet, so.
Sure.
Yeah,
MC is ahead of
let's get him some
Okami.
time on
Like
this.
MC is ahead of Okami, but I can do that.
Yeah, we'll bring MC back around at some point, but I think it'd be good to show off another runner.
Of course. No
Yeah.
worries.
Let everybody have a little time.
Again, for anybody who's chilling in chat and enjoying the race, make sure to check out the runners.
Has anybody touched on the Yoshiyuki yet?
No,
We have not.
haven't
You wanna go
done
with that?
any Rocket Town at all.
So, has anybody touched during the Rocket Town exploration
Oh,
here?
Sorry about Okami's audio leaking on stream there.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
So the runners are going to be speaking to an old man and looking at the rocket. This is with the purpose of getting a weapon for Cloud called the Yoshiyuki. The Yoshiyuki multiplies Cloud's attack damage when one party member or more is dead.
It doesn't go ×2 ×4, right? It's ×2
It's
×3.
×2 ×3, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
It adds 100% additional per dead party member.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it is very useful for the temple, as pretty much everyone is going to be killing off a party member there to do extra damage. You do not want to go into the Red Dragon fight not of doing an equip menu. The Buster Sword fight is not fun.
Yeah, that one will sting.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're basically in Palmer waiting room. Our last bio fight, thank goodness.
And I'm going to report that I didn't quite see what
Okay.
happened, but he has turned off his stream. MC, I'm sorry.
Oh.
MC in the race time room, he has forfeited as well.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Good game.
Oh no.
GG MC.
GG. FF7
If you're
strikes.
listening and want to join commentary, just let us know, I guess.
Unfortunate, so we're down to the last 4.
All right, Okami versus MK here. Opening on Cloud. Good opening. Going for the mini off, or no, that's the big guard. Okay. I was
Yeah,
going to say,
he
going for the
choose
mini
the big
first
guard
is something
already.
I would probably do for safety, but
Wow, MK really put in some damage this run or this race.
yeah. It's just two of them were a tick of bio that just got through. Unfortunately, like that doesn't happen very much.
How many
All right,
trials?
74.
25,
74, that's
99, let's go.
high.
Very nice.
Oof.
Okami suddenly finding himself in the money.
Okay, Akami's curing Cloud there for safety. I think he's probably
Very good.
timing. He's doing the potion stroke, which is fine.
Oh,
Should be GG.
oh, oh,
Oh, he's getting a
oh,
turn. Uh-oh.
Oh,
oh! He caught the
yeah.
Oh, I
That's
thought he
okay.
had it.
He
Oh,
could still go. He could still go though. It's fine.
Well,
it just
Cloud's
makes
dying there. If as long as he gets
the
through Temple,
temple a
that's
little
probably
bit
the
squeezy, yeah. Red
Yeah.
Dragon, mainly. It's going to make Red Dragon a bit more of a
Brutals. Brutals, what are you doing?
Oh
Brutals.
no.
Oh no.
Brutals is also out of the race.
So Colin and Brutals haven't forfeited in the race time room. Do we
Well-
know if Colin's still going or?
Well, Brutals at least turned off his stream.
Okay, then we're down to 4 racers.
And he has rated RPG Limit Break.
God
Thank you for the
damn.
raid, Brutals.
Yeah,
And if you want to
please.
join commentary, just let us know. All right, Okami on his way to Rocket Town.
I believe Akami did an IGT though.
Looks like it.
Okami, the secret dark horse.
It never count out Okami.
Anything can happen.
Yeah,
Anything.
man, it's a race. That's the thing, you know.
Still got a lot of RNG to go through.
All right, we're Palmering on RJ's screen.
So yeah, I didn't see what happened to Brutals, but I assume that he died to MK a second
Okay,
time.
again, yeah. MK strikes again.
All right, time for the final bio fight. I'm not sure who's going to be doing bio, but the strat is bio till it sticks, mollies, and heal as needed.
It's down to preference whether you have Kate or Cloud. RJ is going for Kate. Ooh, RJ is going to go for cross slash on Palmer.
Trying to cut down on those Mako cons. Oh, and Yoshiyuki attacks.
Oh, yeah.
So if he cross slashed on Palmer, wouldn't if he hypothetically had dice available, wouldn't dice be good to do there as well?
Yeah, I mean he
Yes.
might be tempted to do it if he had a limit built up, but I just think it's better to just go in on him at this point.
Really, the only reason you would use limits in this fight is to try and squeeze in an extra poison ticks.
Yeah, beat rush coming
Take
through to
my
get some more
thoughts.
poison ticks.
Yeah, he's just attacking with Cloud.
Elliot, the no, pretty much because of the Kimara bug fight in Gungaga immediately after. I mean, if you wanted to forfeit the chance of getting a spider ring, then I guess so. But I don't know.
1100
it
is
does make the Demon's Gate a fair bit slower. All right, Dash is
A lot
poisoned.
more risky as well without Spider Web.
Dill has poisoned Palmer. RJ has defeated Palmer.
Yeah, so the reason the runners haven't chose to use the save point before MK is because it's further away, so costs steps will put them behind in step row.
Alright,
Typically,
Dash is doing the
you
dice.
would want to save on the world map or on non-hostile screen.
And at that point, Cosmo Canyon Skip was so recent that it's worth just using the save that you had hopefully made for it.
Another option is saving outside of the cave. I like to do that since I'm not doing the CC skip, but I get why they just save all in one with CC skip. It is a little bit more optimal considering the
RJ is
chances of dying
moving.
aren't that much.
Yeah, RJ is really pushing along now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's about to run into the part where he could be pushed back upon.
Oh,
Dill
is there a
moving
scary
into
part
the
coming up
lead.
for RJ?
Yeah, he has no long range, and because of that, when he gets to Demon's Gate, it's going to be a whole heck of a lot harder to take him down.
Okay.
Even Red Dragon's a bit scarier.
Well, Red Dragon, you usually focus a lot with Cloud, correct? So
Right, but he
Yeah,
takes more damage in the front row, so if he gets hit, he probably just gets one tapped.
oh, right,
I,
front
I,
row.
I,
I'm sorry.
I believe he will still do the Red Dragon fight in back row, but it means Cloud's normal attacks will do like half damage. So it might mean he will end up needing to do an extra cross slash.
Yeah, Deathblow is row independent, though it by itself can't hit targets that are far away. It's a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
Yep, half the runners out before Temple.
I mean, we'd think it. I wouldn't have been surprised if half the runners were out after Temple, but before is.
That-
Wow.
Well, when you're playing YOLO, I mean, kind of just when the bus stops driving, you just got to get out.
Indeed. Couldn't have put it better myself. Okay, I don't think anybody's doing the IGT minute from
I
Bronco.
don't think you'll see it out of anybody here. Maybe Dill, but I doubt it.
I think MC would have been probably the only one to have done it.
I think Colin
yeah.
does it as well. Well,
Okay.
attempts it.
Yeah, basically, they're referring to an IGT map that was recently developed that allows you to travel all the way from where you spawn in the tiny Bronco to the place you get off, and then walk up, and then walk all the way up to the gold saucer without getting an encounter the entire way. Like you can't normally get an encounter in the tiny Bronco, but the movement that you have to do from spawning in to getting out there is I guess the hard part of the manip, or like the reason why the manip hasn't been really wasn't used for so long, or wasn't
Will
developed,
RJ get a
wasn't even
soft?
developed.
Oh, RJ got a very good world map there. He got one encounter.
Yeah, that's
No
good.
Joker's.
That IGT too. It's not meant to save time here. It's just meant to negate losing time, like big time.
Yeah. Just
Which is
because
Like if
the case more often than not.
you spend about 5-7 seconds to potentially not lose 30 or something, you
Yeah.
know.
Dashier diagonalizing the way up and gets pretty far before his encounter.
It's a decent chunk.
Got
Hopefully
the
no
flat beat
Jokers.
Spencer fight. That's
No
a nice.
Jokers.
That's the easiest fight to escape from, even though he's getting a bad escape on
I
this.
wonder if anybody gets the Jokers in the battle arena.
Oh, and the cure card that takes like 8 years to go off.
So it's good to note here, RJ does not have a cross slash ready for Red Dragon right now. He has an empty limit bar.
Maybe Cloud will get hit on the way down to help him fill that stick of butter up, or at least get it closer.
Be right back.
All right, first battle arena fight. We got potentially some Matcher Magic. Yep, RJ's learning Matcher Magic again.
No, he isn't.
No, because you can't learn it in the battle arena.
You learned it 3 times. I'm just
Oh
messing.
god.
4 times.
Oh, pain.
Really drill it into his head there.
Yeah.
You will use match magic.
The best is when you get in there and you get the flat beat fight and he just like hits you with his tail and you get out.
Or they do nothing. That
Or
is
that, yeah.
also a nice scenario.
It
Okay,
is important to
Akabi
note
going
that
into
if you
power.
do die or Cloud is dead in this fight, it doesn't matter. Like, you don't actually like die.
Kami got a miss. Oof. That's not a nice first bio. Tifa's getting smacked.
Bio hasn't been too friendly today.
It has not.
It's not been like run ending, but like it's been not been friendly.
Third try going in for a Kami.
Dice coming through.
Yeah. It looks like he's hypered Kate for this
Okay,
fight.
we got him poisoned.
Poisoned and the dice in.
2400. Come on. Oh, that's still a really nice roll.
That's
Could be
not
worse.
bad. Not bad at all. He might get dice again here. Is electing just to throw mollies now?
Man, this Palmer really does not like Kate. He's just hitting him over and over.
I don't think I've seen Palmer hit anybody's Cloud yet.
I mean, he is Reeve.
Right.
Indeed. Oh, there's the hit on Cloud and the limit. That's good damage. A little scary, 37 HP.
He might want to think about a heal before he heads up to Gold Saucer.
I know I definitely would be.
I would be.
You can actually pull out the menu on the Bronco here.
Oh
Welcome
yeah, you
in,
can.
Colin.
Yo, Colin, GG.
Yeah, GG, Colin. Sorry about that.
Sorry about the MK, man.
So really, all three of our races are just neck and neck
Yep.
with each other, and
There you
Akami is
go.
just kind of being safer.
Kami showing where you can pull out the menu though.
Yeah, I think, one person goes down to DG, even Okami is right back in it.
Can't count anybody out yet.
Yeah, you can't. It's not
Right,
over
let's
until
go.
you Omni/shirtless Sephiroth.
We cannot count anybody out until we're past the old three-armed friend.
Interestingly enough, though, RJ, I don't know if he'll be doing Knight or Wizard, but I do know that Dash will be doing Wizard, which saves like 2 frames, I think. This was the test. Oh, he is doing Wizard. Okay.
I think most do Wizard.
RJ takes his frames and runs. I do Knight just because I think the Knight's cooler. I'm just kidding.
I'd be debating whether the selection of the second option is wasting the frames that you're gaining from it.
I have no idea. I just know that Diesel did do some generic testing on it, and that was his findings was like 2 frames.
We'll leave it up to Ace. If Ace wants to throw something quietly on in the background, he's doing the restream. So
I'd have to
We-
get that set up sort of, but I could try and do that.
yeah, we do apologize for the lack of clean audio. It just sometimes it happens with the runners. So
Yeah, if I had more time, like honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know that I was doing this until a week ago, and even then, I didn't know that I was gonna be streaming on RPG Limit Break until like a couple of days ago. So
it was Ace did a great job pulling this together at the last minute.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah. GG's Ace.
The mystic man, the myth, the legend.
All right, Okami going through Jokerville.
We've not seen any death jokers, which is
Oh, we
Give it
got the
time.
flat beat Spencer. That's a good encounter.
it's quite an early encounter though.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at 2 unless he gets super lucky.
That
Here
There's
we
the
go.
Joker. Commentator's curse.
oh,
Oh, but with the quick attack. Nice. No card.
Yeah, no
That's
card
fine.
pull.
oh, that's actually not bad.
And actually, it could be a good thing, though, because if you get Jokers on the way up, your chances of getting them on the way back to the Bronco are greatly reduced.
Oh, really?
Okay, just the
Yeah.
two. I'm surprised by that. It's
Yeah,
second
because,
two.
yeah. I used to think it was if you got an egg after Costa del Sol, you probably wouldn't get an egg for beach plugs, but I found out that wasn't true because it's not the same area, it's a different formation. But these are the same formation, so like the game is trying to not give you the same formation when you leave here because you've already had it. So you could still get one, but the chances are less.
RJ is chasing AceZephyr around.
So after this, we're gonna be doing an IGT manip if anyone has any manips that are this late. I don't quite know, or they're just YOLOing it down to Gongaga. They'll get to the Bronco, sail to Gongaga, get Fury Ring, do a bunch of walking before they even get Fury Ring. The most in the whole run, I believe. It's like 38 steps or something. And
RJ actually might be on relatively decent time.
and then you get Fury Ring, pick up Death Blow, and then we're instantly into the temple after that, pretty much. Will RJ grab the elixir
I think RJ skips the elixir.
from the Kefka cabinet?
He does normally, but he may grab it for security.
I would definitely grab it in a race.
I think he skips it because he buys
It
ethers
makes
in
Rocket
Town.
Town later for Rude like really cozy because you just go elixir instead of like elixir look for your turbo ethers.
Yeah, I think it's just because he skips Fury Ring, he can buy more ethers in Rocket Town.
Oh, I suppose. Oh, he is getting it. Okay. What?
The Kefka laugh.
Yeah.
I think most grab the elixir there.
A lot of top runners skip it just because it is like 6 seconds and you don't actually need it.
No, if you manage your MP, you can do without it, especially now we grab the Turbo Ether.
Yeah, that route change really helped make that a thing.
Where do you grab the turbo ether at?
Yeah, it is.
In Coral, like after you or before right arm.
On the
Oh
coral
yeah,
track.
the coral tracks. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Before this route was a
It was
thing,
too
and Fury
tight
Ring was you would
before.
just turn the corner there instead of go get the ether.
Yeah, before the step route was too tight to take that.
All right, RJ, doing the chat. I really hate this split.
Okay, Dill is taking Tifa to the temple. I'm not sure. Is RJ taking Tifa or Kate?
No soft from RJ. With an IGT manip. Let's go. We are waiting 8 seconds for that. Unfortunate.
Okay, RJ's taking Kate. That's
So this will either give you a 1 or a 0 ink to encounter to Gongaga. I'm going to guess it's a 1 because the 0 encounters are kind of, we call them frog pincer manips because you got a high chance of getting a frog pincer. Yeah, right at the Bronco there.
So close though.
I think that was
I think
intended
it's intended with the minute to get it
because of the chances of a frog pincer or a lizard pincer, which I have had before. And those lizards are miserable too because they do that stone stare move that takes like 10 years to like
let's
finish.
not forget the scary bug pincer.
Oh yeah, the pincer of doom.
Yeah. Right outside the temple.
We've all been a victim of that at one time or another.
Okay, RJ made it to Gongaga.
Wow, he is so far ahead from not doing the traditional Midgar. Oh, and he
His
just gets a plant thing. What?
yes, because he doesn't need the spider web. So
Holy smokes, that thing wrecked Eris.
that's good though. It's good for Red
That
Dragon.
is good. I suppose that is.
Good for building limits and things. So this is where RJ will pull ahead a little bit.
He skipped Fury Ring.
Yes, his route does not get Fury Ring.
We are YOLOing. All right.
Yo, going for
Dilringo.
the spider
Yep.
web.
Oh,
Oh,
This is a 1 in 3 chance, by the way.
well,
So
so that's not showing through as true right
if
now.
the Kamara bug runs out of MP, this.
Just don't stop Tifa. Don't stop Tifa. No.
Ah.
I
Oh, preemptive lizard! Look at this man go.
Can't you manip the spider bug to stop him from attacking?
You can, but we
can.
sell Manip typically in Rocket Town.
Dash is trying as we speak to manip it.
Yeah. You can actually, interestingly, use Stop Web on itself.
Man, this Kamara bug is just. Oh, Dill's got it. Okay, so.
Yep.
Still quite rough.
All right, time to walk like 100 steps for Dill.
Dash is struggling to even manip it.
Yeah, Dash can't do the manip or the steal right now.
it's
Oh!
just gonna run out of MP eventually.
Oh.
Here.
Oh, no. Hopefully he gets the manip here. Oh.
Well, it can't double. It doesn't stack. So.
The extras. There we go.
Okay, he's got it manipped. Now he just
Okay,
let Tifa
now you
double
can just
down.
let time flow for Tifa.
Oh, there he gets the spider web. All right.
That is hilarious.
Typical. All that time to get the manip, and then he gets the spider web, then next steal.
Dill Wingo has acquired the Fury Ring. I mean, the Furry Ring.
Why?
So when Dill Wingo bought that, he immediately transformed into like a furry tiger, right?
Yep. Amari.
He's Kamari now. Yeah.
Okay, so Dash will
RJ's
also grab the
already in
Fury
the
Ring.
temple.
Yep, RJ's in the temple.
This is where the temple will make or break RJ. If he has a really lucky,
Oh, we have a fight in the thing.
is it bugs or is it Yuffie?
It's bugs, but
Bugs.
not the evil ones.
No IIS in
Not
chat.
Tifa.
We do have one more chance for a bug pincer right here. I think with
RJ made
Yoshiyuki
another.
though, it's pretty survivable.
RJ and his step route issues. Just got caught in the doorway.
No encounter for Dash. Everybody loves running on this screen, don't they, Prim?
Oh, it's the best. RJ's already made a movement.
I heard if you turn your head sideways, it's easier.
Do you know it's the best way to learn?
All right, are we getting packing peanut trolled? Find out after this encounter break.
We have to get to the encounter first.
Good escape.
Us Brits call it the cheese. The Whatsits.
What's it?
Yeah, they're essentially the same shape as Cheetos.
I do love Cheetos.
Nah, more of a poof, like a cheesy poof kind of guy. Changing over to weight here, and then now we get the peanut room. Okami, you should be focusing on Kason.
So there is a very small chance that the pattern of these
Okami with the very clean elixir grab from the Kefka cabinet.
in the dark. That's
Frame perfect. Minimal time loss. Well, I wouldn't consider it really time loss. It would just be like
deals
optimal,
good
right?
on the steps.
Yeah.
Made it down the climb.
So RJ has Kate Sith and the Temple. Dash has Tifa. I missed who did Dill bring?
Tifa.
Tifa's
RJ is the only one that has taken.
I
Kate.
think Okami will be bringing Kate as well. He's I think a Kate guy.
I think possibly RJ's elected to take Kate.
The reason you
because
have the
of higher
choice there
HP.
is Tifa loses you a little bit of time after Red Dragon because you have to make a phone call to Kate instead of Kate just being in your party. But the benefit from that is you probably won't underroll Schizo and you'll have high rolls for carry armor, which
You end
can
up
end
with
up,
an level up
you
carry
know,
armor.
saving you time. You lose time now to save it later, kind of deal.
I think RJ usually takes Tifa, so he might be doing Kate for a security thing, as Kate's got a higher HP stat.
Yeah, and Dex too.
Yeah. So it might be a security thing as he's going full YOLO route.
Man, if I was gonna do no slots, I would definitely take Kate. Nothing feels better than I know you wouldn't get it all the time, but doing a dice and getting like 2,000 or something.
It can actually be a bad thing in the Fury Ring fight if you push
Well,
the
you do it at
damage.
the end, right? You do it at the end.
Yeah, you would have to time it pretty well. And it's not typically needed, so
All right, last
when
chance for a frog and/or bug pincer. Oh, do we have a froggy? Nope, just a
No.
lizard. Stone stare, maybe. Oh, he just got clawed. That's good.
When mentioning Kate, if you're talking about the phone call, it's part of the cutscene.
yeah,
Yeah, but that part does not happen if Kate's in the party.
Yeah,
You-
so it's minimal
It's
time
like
lost.
10. It's like 10 seconds.
you also lose
And
a little bit of time leaving the hotel in the Gold Saucer. You get an extra text box.
oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
because
know that.
Kate says something before you leave. Whereas
I
normally,
just know that it's like runner's choice, really, if you want to take Kate or Tifa. If I were to do it, I'd probably do Kate, but then I have the chance to underroll on Schizo and get the 5,300 rolls on carry armor instead of the like 6,300 rolls.
Kami grabbing the Fury Ring. RJ's chasing the wizard around.
Does the wizard guy have a name?
It's not mentioned, I don't think.
I just call him like the dude.
The
Okay,
dude.
RJ's choosing to
Yeah.
save before Red Dragon. It's probably a wise decision.
There's not a chance where you could save after
Um,
Red Dragon, but before Demon's Gate, is there?
Yes,
Oh
there
yeah,
is.
you
You
save at the
can
dude.
save at the wizard again because you come
Okay.
back to this. The wizard teleports to the top.
So
Once you
arguably,
burn out.
how difficult is Red Dragon opposed to like the
Uh,
odds of it taking at a run?
Red Dragon is a pretty straightforward fight in terms of like strategy. The unlucky things that can happen is a first time turn bite crit.
And he can just like not hit Cloud at all. You like want
Yes.
him to hit Cloud to give him a cross slash.
So typically you want to end this fight as quickly as possible to prolong so that big guard stays.
They're very hard to compare because at this point they're two very different fights, except for what RJ is gonna do here, where the harder fight is far and away the Demon's Gate fight. Like, because he has no Fury Ring, he has no back row to nullify some of that damage. So when he goes in here, he's just rolling the dice and hoping for a good opening and just getting a bunch of damage in.
I believe RJ strat on Red Dragon, he doesn't do normal attacks, he just goes Death Blow, even when
Yeah.
he's got paralysis. So
Death Blow has a very low chance to hit, but man, when it does
especially
a
as
lot of
Cloud will
damage.
be in Fury.
think it does about 1,000, right?
600 and something for this fight.
For death blow?
Yeah.
Well, no, on DG.
Yeah, still 600 and something with one person alive. It's 1,000 if you have 2 people dead. Because of the absence of a death sentence.
Shades of watching Zeal do this before he finally raged at it and made a new step route, which is the one we use today. But I think he had long range when he was doing it. I don't think he skipped long range.
I think RJ just needs one death blow to land, while Red Dragon isn't.
Oh yeah, Red Dragon should be fine, I think, for him.
It should be.
Yeah. It's just
Like I said,
Demon's Gate opening with a rock drop on Cloud and just killing him. It's like,
but he will be back row for Demon's Gate.
oh, he will?
Yeah, because he will just solely go death blow. And death blow does full damage from the back row to Demon's Gate.
Okay. I learned something today. All right, we got some Red Dragon firing up here for RJ and Dash and Dill here.
So preferably, the opener for this fight is either Red Dragon kills Aerith first turn, or the runner is able to get Big Guard up before Red Dragon gets his first attack.
Is there a situation where you'd kill Aerith if the dragon doesn't do it?
You kill Aerith no matter what. So before you start doing damage to Red Dragon, you kill Aerith.
You
Yeah,
can
for the
opt to
Yoshiyuki.
have her do like a big guard before you kill her to save MP on Kate, but that's kind of up to the runner.
I think it's very
Oh, there's the crit bite. The crit bite open on RJ.
That's so he's going.
Of course, man.
And this is going to be a bit scary now because
It's definitely big catch-up point for
Fire
Dash
Breath
and Dill
on
here.
Kate here would be perfect.
Oh, is he healing wind? Oh, okay.
It's a good safety strat.
I think he just put that through just in case.
I'll bite Eris.
Because he needs Aerith to do a big guard for Cloud here.
Oh, and he covered it.
That's fine, because the cover gives him the cross slash.
He needs to re-hypo.
Alright.
Grenader and... Okay, now we're back on track.
Eris just keeps dying.
He's not going to get as many death blows in though, because he has no big guard up.
It's not supposed
he
to
doesn't
die
have
for like another 20 minutes.
Nope, he hasn't re-big guarded, so he needs to get very lucky.
Dice. I like the dice play here.
Come on.
Preferably, he wants
1,200
or tail attack.
Red Dragon has 6,000 HP.
1,200, that's a good.
Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately, no big guard and hyper. It just kills him.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Dill Wingo got the opening fire on Eris, so that's very good.
Dill will probably.
Same with Dash.
Or RJ's caught in the death loop.
RJ's not going to be in the lead anymore after this.
Dill and Dash are doing fine.
Yeah, they're doing. Oh, crit bite on Cloud for Dash. He's up. He's 2 health.
Two. Only 2.
Oh.
Monka S.
One more than he needed. What are we talking about?
Okay, RJ's got Red Dragon. Fight back up.
Oh, he's dead again. Oh, he's 5 HP. Wow, look at these fights. All right, Dash's fight. Let's see if he goes for the swag tranquilizer on Cloud to like make sure he doesn't miss the final attack. That'd be really cool to see that in the race here. Oh, he just killed him without it. So.
Yep.
Why did RJ elect not to death blow there? He just did 2 normal attacks while he was paralyzed. Maybe misinputs.
Kate? He's alive. Okay. All right. Dill and Dash have made it through Red Dragon. They're on to Demon's Gate. Denim's great. Meanwhile, Lokami is setting up for Red Dragon. The
Oh.
crit bite again on RJ. Oh, man.
Red Dragon's hungry.
Used all his luck on Genova earlier in the right arm. Oh, and then the Flame Breath just to rub it in.
This puts Dash in the lead.
And yeah, RJ never put Big Guard back up because he never had the MP for it.
And I don't think he equips E-skill on Aero.
Oh, yeah, he is 4 MP short on Kate.
Oh, the
It-
bite
For big.
lives.
6 health.
He should be good here now with this cross slash. This cross slash might actually kill.
Hey, he's
He did.
alive. There we go. Big time loss from RJ, though. Dash taking the lead.
Keep an eye on his Phoenix down count as well.
It's a Red Dragon he could walk away from, though.
Yeah, he doesn't drop to 4th here. Okami's still having to get into the match, but
Akami's caught up a fair bit though.
All right,
absolutely.
Demon's Gate time.
and there's still plenty of RNG elements in this run that can change.
So things about Demon's Gate. He has 10,000 HP. He has a set of moves called Rock Drop, Ice Drop, Demon's Rush, and Petrify Eye.
You got one out of those 4 correct.
Did I?
Rock Drop, Cave In, Demon Rush, Petrify.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. No, I'm smiling.
Me being pedantic.
Smiling and crying on the inside.
Okay. Anyway, Dash sets up the Fury Ring because A, it allows you to do more damage. B, it lets you actually do 3 attacks if you use a spider web on Demon's Gate.
Yeah, he'll do weight tricking with Tifa here, with the Fury Ring attached to get more attacks in. Oh,
The
Aerith's
one
not
thing
done
we
yet.
really do not want to see is a double rock drop. That's kind of the thing that like really makes it awkward if he does that.
So interestingly, all the runners so far have saved for DG. RJ is doing his menu before he saves.
Yeah, smart plan. Way if you rip, you don't have to do the menu and you're just back into it.
He needs to remember the ether.
All right.
Yeah, Demon's Gate is...
Oh, and it missed. That's kind of an unfortunate miss for Dill there.
Yeah, we do not want Aerith to be alive right now.
Which it's fine though. It looks like he has it backed
She's
up
back
pretty
this
good.
time. Yeah.
The grenade got it done. Fine.
Dash is just he's just taking it to DG. Just giving him the 1-2.
Yeah, it might feel like Dash is going a little bit slow here, but this is par course for the battle.
Yeah, Demon's Gate has 10,000 health, and at 2,500 damage increments is when it will start to wind up to use a Demon Rush. The idea is, or at least the aim of the fight, is to get it to be locked into doing these Demon Rushes. So it starts a Demon Rush, and by the time it's completed it, you've done enough damage to push it into another Demon Rush. So it can't do any of its other potentially very powerful attacks. Not to say that Demon Rush isn't powerful, it's an all-targeting move that does a lot of damage, but it's at least predictable and gives you a turn of recovery in between each of them.
Yeah, well said, Ace.
Got the perfect opener.
These are looking pretty standard as long as it doesn't crit Cloud here. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, and
And
Demon's
RJ
Gate
is also doing Kate hypered.
Yeah, and Demon's Gate has a high chance to crit because of how high of a level the boss is. And Dash is through.
That's DG for Dash.
Good fight. Dill's just pumping damage into this DG right now.
RJ's hitting quite well with his death blows.
Tifa's down.
All right, on Dill's side, Dill has no control over the fight anymore because Cloud is the only character alive, and he is locked into
I think he's
Fury.
okay.
And a double roll.
Yeah,
He's good.
he's okay.
He's good.
Yep.
Nice. Although one of the
That
main, although, okay, I guess we're gonna focus on the other runners now. Okami on Red Dragon and RJ on the rest of his very risky strategy for Demon's Gate. His strategy is to use the inaccurate move Death Blow, which at this point of the game almost certainly has a less than 50% chance of hitting, to do about the same damage as you would if you had Fury Ring, I think. Or probably a bit more.
One of the drawbacks of no long range. Is
Yes,
having to
all
do
of this is to be able to do a different step route that skips more encounters and doesn't require getting the long range materia back before doing Calm Skip.
Did I can't Cloud Death at some point. His
Yeah, to
death,
MK.
his death blows are like 60,
Yeah, he died to MK. Cloud did.
and his HP is a little bit on the low side.
Yeah.
I do want to mention that Dill does because Dill takes Tifa to Schizo. With her dying there, she doesn't get the XP. Is that going to make a big of a difference there?
It actually, I
There
think,
is a
will make a bit of a
chance.
difference.
There
Yeah.
is a chance she low rolls.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say that before, but yeah, that is a potential concern for him.
He might opt to get the power source right before the snow crossing IGT. And that might help mitigate some of it because before all of this was innovated, like you never took Tifa to Temple anyways. But so there's always the chance that it's fine, but more often than not, you'll find yourself under rolling on Schizo.
Either that, or
So
you could elect
if
to
he did
kill
that,
a set of bats.
yeah. So if he did that, he'd have what 2 power sources on Tifa. Would that be enough to make up the difference of the death?
It's hard to say. I would say he's just at like a 50-50 with it, really, at this point.
Well, we'll see, I guess.
Schizo actually happens to be one of Dill's best fights, though, so I have mad faith that he'll figure something out, even in the event.
Just missing a lot now. He's having a rough bit.
Yeah, not
Started
great.
off really well.
So you wanted to skip long range, huh?
It's the trade-off.
Yep.
But
The time that he hits them all, though, like,
yeah, I
there will
find
be a
that
day.
Cloud doesn't miss, and you get a couple of dice in there is an insane. But he's missed like the last 5 that I've watched.
400.
Ooh, that's a low roll for dice.
400. Oh.
All right,
Oh, he's
Okami
in
coming
double
into
rock
Demon's Gate here.
Okay, that might.
And he
There we
does
go.
it.
Okay.
RJ has defeated. Denim's great.
Akami is just saving before Demon's Gate. Interestingly, he chose. I just forgot
I
to
think
set
you
the
forgot to
rifle.
do it in the menu.
Yeah.
I think preferably you want Rock Drop on Eris, don't you, for the opener?
Rock drop. First turn.
Yeah.
Alternatively, first turn Demon Rush, you can just damage and he will kill Aerith inevitably.
The double open. Oh, it was on Eris. That's good.
Okay, that's not the end of the world.
He's gonna have to take another hit without Big Guard, though.
Hopefully this hits Kate.
Ice Drop is favorable.
That's fine.
Ooh,
Crit
Ooh,
Kate.
nice crit.
Oh god.
What an evil gate.
how demonic.
Yes.
Just to alliterate, he still hasn't got Big Guard up now. So he kind of needs this hit. I think he's just trying to push
You
him.
just got to push him into rush at this point, and then big
Yeah.
guard.
It's going to lose some damage in the rush phase, but
Kate might go down
Yeah,
here.
Kate's down. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I don't think this is winnable anymore.
no.
Not without a
They
lot of
would
misses.
have to see a lot of misses. Yeah.
And there's not really anything you can do to speed up losing it either.
I'm pretty sure this rush will kill if it hits. With 2 dead party members. It's way harder, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh, that's
I mean,
right. It doesn't have
that might
spread
be a
damage
good thing
anymore.
though, just to like get back in and get a better seed in the fight, and get a better opener. He had quite a bad opening, so
I assume Akami doesn't have spiderweb.
I didn't see if he got it or not.
No, I didn't. Honestly, that opener was terrible. Double rock
Kami
drop.
getting right back in there though, loading that save up.
Does he remember to take the fire ring off?
Nope.
Say
Well, if Demon's Gate does a fire attack, Kate's gonna be okay.
Well, unlucky for him, the gate is actually ice.
Alright, good ATB on Kate. Oh, rush opening's a very safe opening. He should be alright here. Barring any crazy crits.
At this point, I would probably just throw mollies at him with Earth. I wouldn't waste a turn. He doesn't have a lot of mollies left either.
Alright. Kill Eris and then it's go time. Nice.
So I don't think he does have spiderweb. He's just cycled through all of his items and I didn't see it.
Is he on steps still? I don't know if he is. Might not be on steps.
No idea.
All right, Dash is headed up to Bone Village to set one of our random values in the game that we are going to use later called Stone. We might have heard us talk a little bit about that earlier in the elevator and in Junon. Stone controls certain things in the game, as in the Junon minigame parade, where you get the Force Stealer, and it controls Final Descent. So entering Bone Village at a precise time was half of the manip to get a 0 encounter Final Descent. We'll see Dash doing that right now.
Essentially, this game's RNG, at least on field maps, is implemented as a giant hard-coded list of 256 random numbers, all the numbers from 0 to 255 just shuffled in a preset order. However, the amount by which it increments the pointer that determines where it is in the list at any given time is determined by stone. So you can basically think about it as there are 16 different stone values, so there are 16 different orders that the list of numbers can be in. And so we want to get the correct order such that there is a position on here that gives a 0 encounter Final Descent. And so he's going to time entering Bone Village to on one of 4 different IGT second values. He's going to go on 44 here, I believe.
Be on the look for Limp Lid Skip when he gets in here, too.
Yep, Limp Lid Skip.
The master. Oh, Cloud is down, and Kate's going to do dice, I think.
I would YOLO dice here.
Oh, for a minute I thought Dill was about to go straight into Bone Village and not menu out there.
700. I don't know what his HP is. He's probably dead right here. Oh, throw Molly. Pray. Oh, he put him into rush. We get another Molly.
Limp Lid Skip. Nice.
Did he get it? Nice. All right, and Dill's doing the same thing here.
Kami, you are so close. Oh no.
Miss.
Unless this
It would have been so great if that missed.
Oh.
DG doing work.
DG put in work today.
Materia Keeper, DG.
Honestly, Red Dragon put in more work though. Wow, he was something.
All right, is this the death sentence spot?
Yep, and Dash had put Cloud in Fury in order to make sure that he got a limit from this.
Right.
And we get Bahamut. Let's go.
So yeah, as a result of skipping Cosmo Canyon, we no longer have an encounter with the Sneaky Steps enemies that we had previously gotten Death Sentence from to learn to learn as an enemy skill to be used on Tifa to power her Power Soul up. As a result, the best way to get Death Sentence, and I guess the only way to get Death Sentence, is from these Bound Fat enemies, which we can defeat which we have to defeat using either magic or a summon, and this is the best way to do so. Turns out.
And we have to have Cloud actually use the summon because he has the E scale materia. He has to get the killing blow, so the uh, enemy will cast Death Sentence on him.
Yep. And now they've learned Death Sentence, and you will see in the next fight just how powerful it is.
The coolest
Be-
part of this fight is just watching Bahamut just all over everything. Not
Oh, it's
often we
almost
get long summons in a speed run.
it's almost time for Bifa. She's gonna go ham.
Yeah, we could watch Dil Wingo's screen too. I doubt he'll underroll on Genova Life. It's very rare, but it is possible that he could. Dash saying hello to our friend the Hungry.
Just a small reminder, RJ will be skipping the water ring.
Oh, baby.
It'd be interesting to see if he saves before Genova.
Oh, the
Isn't
crit.
skipping the water ring kind of like scary? Like
Yeah.
what if she opens
it's
Aqua Lung or something?
50-50 on the start of the fight.
Unless you're Feck.
If she Aqualungs, he's dead. He doesn't live. There's no outcome where he lives with Aqualung.
Unless you're Feck, because Aqualung missed Cloud one time and he lived.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can miss.
I've never seen it miss.
Did it miss the
Yeah.
person with the dragon armlet on?
Yeah.
Okay. The dragon armlet gives 2%, like 2 magic like M defense percent is what it's called, which is essentially magic evasion. Okami having another unfortunate Demon's Gate fight and having to retry it once more.
So
But
we just seen
yeah,
our third E skill there. And if you notice the screen kind of go black there on Dash's screen and soon to be Dill's, they're doing something called Shell Hut Skip, which is essentially skipping the cutscene. He's gonna grab the box down below and rest at the same time, go into his menu, and did he grab the E skill in the dark?
Yeah,
yeah, you
you
always
can do
do.
that.
Well, you can turn the lights on, but most people grab it in the dark.
No man,
I
it looked like the scene didn't even load in. It looked like he grabbed it without the scene loading in. That was
Yeah.
Dash turns the lights on.
oh.
You just
Um,
menu buffer and it turns the lights on.
So,
Yeah.
but you can soft lock on that Shell Hut Skip.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Alright.
By not climbing the ladder down, by not starting to climb the ladder down by the time your party members appear afterwards, that will make it so the ladder is uninteractable and you are stuck there forever.
Yes, thank you, Ace. But you can what is you go back into the menu and come back out and it can repopulate the ladder?
Yeah. You spawn with the lights off, and then you do a menu to turn the lights on, then you go grab it. But a lot of people just skip that menu and do it in the dark because they're so used to grabbing it.
Zerku, MDef is broken, MDef percent is not on console. RJ getting
Oh,
in,
RJ got a preamp.
yeah,
Yep,
RJ
that's
getting,
part of his separate.
that's pretty interesting. But RJ needing to
Time
save enough RJ needing to save enough steps by not getting the water ring, the amount of distance he needs to he could have traveled in order to get that is too much for him apparently.
Dash is slightly in the lead with Dill like 30 seconds behind. RJ in a comfortable third, and Okami is hopefully going to get past DG here in a moment.
I got faith.
We all have faith. Come on, Okami.
Man, he got dazers and a high potion from
Oh.
that.
So the only difference for RJ in the Genova fight is obviously the absence of his Water ring. Also, Tifa will have to be long range in front row.
Farewell, Eris.
Is this his fifth
Farewell.
try on DG?
Fourth or fifth, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, sometimes
Oh.
DG's just like that.
All right, so
Alright,
he's got a high
farewell.
potion on him, and then there goes Aerith.
Yep, she's died twice in less than 20 seconds. Impressive.
Sephiroth's just stabbing her over and over again.
He is
We
now
got
a kebab.
one cloud and a dream here for Okami.
I don't
He
think he's gonna
might
survive.
survive this,
I
but
don't
I
think
doubt
so.
it.
Unless it misses.
It was close.
And he even got the delay, allowing him to get 2 attacks in.
That might be it. Is he going back in?
Dill's saying he miscount. I think he's meaning himself. Miscounted on DG, so no high level Tifa.
Yeah. So he'll probably still be okay. The only one is Schizo that he might low roll on, but that's kind of normal unless you take Tifa to Temple. So her dying just means he misses out on something. He doesn't necessarily
Nice.
lose anything.
No Aqualung start for Dash. Oh, and it was on Cloud.
Believe it or not, you actually don't mind a blue light on Tifa.
What happened to Okami?
I'm not sure. I am looking at him. It doesn't look like he has forfeited the race at least.
He just put GG's in the chat.
He's still in the race room in progress. I don't know if.
Like, if he wants to continue, he can. If he doesn't, then fine.
I think that might be
no
it.
signals.
Dash has defeated Genova Life.
Dill also didn't get Aquanaut.
Going for the punch yourself strat. I like it. Although Molly might be a little.
Be a little.
I mean, Okami shouldn't drop
we're
at this
good.
point if he can get back in. There's only 4 runners left.
Good
It's worth
rolls.
trying.
She's already rolling pretty high for no slots right here, so I doubt she'll under-roll for Schizo.
Nice, good job, Dill.
GG's. Okami, not taking defeat
Yes, do not take
at
defeat.
all. He's just going back in.
Looks like he's tapping out. Looks like he's walking up the Demon's Gate to me.
Defeat is not an option for Okami.
He could still finish. He can.
All right, RJ coming up to the Eris moment of doom.
One scene we're putting her in the water. One scene we're carrying her. One scene she's getting
Don't
stabbed.
look up, Eris. Oh man, it's over. Death blow.
We are making sure that you get every traumatic scene involving Aerith right now.
Sephiroth was wearing misstyle the whole time. It was never gonna miss.
We do get it in the last cave there.
Yeah. He just hasn't put it there yet. He has it the whole time. He just puts it there for us at the end, you know?
Northern Cave, also known as Sephiroth's wardrobe.
This battle's looking pretty good for Okami now, so that's good.
Yeah, let's hope he gets through here and then, he can just, keep up where he's at, and if someone makes a mistake, that's hey, he's inching closer before you know it. Like we've seen already with MK, it just takes one thing and it just changes everything in these races.
Oh yeah, we still got carry armor, diamond, plenty of things to to get through.
Oh, we have a
Schizo.
disc swap coming through.
Pretty good.
Clean.
All right, chat. Welcome to disc 2.
It does exist.
It's like that Simba meme where he's, "What's this place over here? That's disc 2, son. You may never go there."
Okay,
All right.
RJ.
Yep. The red light or the blue light on Tifa.
Live.
Saving a Molly. Heck yeah.
Means he can throw one at Genova with Sid here.
All right. Well, it'd be interesting to. I don't think Dash grabs the power source up here, but I think Dill might.
Oh, RJ leaped. Got away with it.
So Dash is grabbing the what is this? The bolt armlet,
Bolt
and then
armlet, yep.
he'll grab the mega elixir on the other chest here for carry armor later. Just faster to do the menu with the mega elixir than it is to heal and ether everybody up and whatnot. Then he gets to
Okay.
the top of the ladder here, gets a fight, and then he's gonna do a world map manip. I think it's the last one that they do.
Yeah.
But basically to ensure a one encounter to what do you call it? Snow Village.
Icicle Inn.
Icicle Inn, there we go.
Akami's looking good.
It's like me
Yeah.
saying ice drop earlier.
Hey, there we go. All right. Good job, Okami.
Good.
Oh, Kami has defeated Demon's Gate.
We got a mini Tifa. There's damn hungries.
We still have one more chance for Hungry to eat somebody.
that'd be horrific.
I've lost a run to that before I could like finish on step count.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's a
no
massive
power
number.
source for Dill,
Good
I
one,
did not
which
see.
means he doesn't seem to be worried about schizo damage at all, and I don't think he should be.
At this
Good
point,
escape.
how close him and Dash are,
They're very close.
I'd definitely be looking at skipping a couple of things to try and get the edge.
What would you skip though?
Just a couple of random pickups.
I don't know. Curse ring,
You could
steal
skip.
it.
You could skip the ribbon, I guess. That might not be too fun.
I don't know. I think we've seen Dash play it pretty safe so far, especially with like the saves and such. I don't see him skipping anything like that. Best
RJ's
music,
going into disc swap.
best music in the game, in my opinions, is the "Buried in the Snow" track from
Grab
this
the
area.
map, grab the drinks, grab the skip, the Elena punch skip, which Dash is doing right now. You talk to the guy, Cloud runs down, then you bonk into the guard a bunch of times until he says a specific dialogue box, and then you run into the hut as game moment advances. Skipping like, I don't know, I think it's like a 15-second time save versus the old paralysis dodge. Then it's on to snowboarding. Who, I mean, they're all gonna bonk, right?
Yeah, everyone bonks.
Yeah, I think everyone's bonking. Dash giving me a pets on the way out. Yep. All right, Dash is snowboarding. Let's go.
Now Dash almost always assuredly bonks on the crystals when he gets to that phase. I'm not sure about Dill.
Oh, someone's eating a tree. I feel it.
Okay. At that point, you know what? Someone needs to hit a boulder.
I heard if you hit a tree hard enough, you just fly forward so far you don't lose any time. Just kidding.
Oh, is that a hidden corn-fed strat right there?
Yep. Take it, write it down. Don't ever use it.
So, what is the collision for the boulders? I see that for some reason.
It's speed related. If you're going fast enough, you can kind of glitch through them.
Okay,
Yeah. But if you're going slower, you might as well just try to dodge them.
we're seeing good momentum here.
Will he do a backflip? Oh,
Backflip.
hell yeah. He's going to do some
Yeah,
backflips. Yeah, let's go.
backflip. Let's go. Frames,
All right.
please.
Left side Andy with the trees.
No tree.
That's just funny. You think there'd be like one best way to do those trees, but I think everybody does it a little different. Like I go down the middle. I see some people go down the right. Dash goes down the left.
Bug backflip again from Dill.
Nice. Dill shredding that gnar.
Dude, I love 1080 degrees.
Yeah. Papa Mun style down the slopes here.
Will Dill go left as well? No.
Okami transversing the world map for the last time. Looks like it's going pretty good for him. I've never tried to drift that part before.
Oh, here's Dash at the crystals.
Are we going
First,
bonkless?
maybe.
Oh, we're going bonkless. Nice. Carrot wielding crit. Oh my. Yep. Nice. RJ just got crit by a carrot. Oh, I said that was Okami transversing the world map. It was RJ.
Yeah, it was RJ in the world map. Yep.
All right, so what we got here for Dash is just like a bunch of step count stuff. We're gonna obtain the ribbon and magic breath, and try not to freeze to death. Really is the main goal for a little bit here. So you can see him walking a bit, getting into some fights, picking up some stuff, and then he'll get to icicles, and we'll start lasering them down. Oh, and most importantly, do not forget added cut. It is kind of a hidden little materia. It's not hidden, but I mean it kind of blends in with the screen. Uh and that's gonna boost Tifa's damage by a lot. So we need to get that.
Hmm.
The shred whacking Tifa with his tail.
And RJ doesn't do the RJ doesn't do the Elena skip.
Oh, he's doing the old one, I bet. Yeah. He did the old one. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but basically you go through the whole conversation and you don't run over there with the text box up, and then when it says up, left, right, you go right, and then you like actually
Sidestep.
paralysis dodge there, and you talk to the guard and tell him to do as he's told, and you're free to go. But it's
Yeah.
slower. I'm still stuck doing that because I'm not confident with the punch skip enough. I haven't practiced it enough. It's like easy, but I'm lazy sometimes.
All right, so the map's gonna move a little bit for Dash here, but he's still sticking across that vein in the middle. And as long as he kind of follows that,
Very
he's
nice.
yep. So he's at the next spot for Gaia's Cliff.
Running past the old man's cabin. Oh, he's zoned in, and now he's going for
Yeah, yeah.
the cabin screen. No encounter. That's a good strat to use to not get an encounter there. All right, RJ snowboarding. Will he bonk? No one else bonked.
Hey, I'm just happy Okami's making that headway now, heading up
Ugh.
to Bone Village.
Yeah, man. That's good to see him that he got past that and then he's still going.
Now, at some point here on the climb, you do have to shiver at least once. I don't think it's this screen. I think it's the next time
It's
you go around.
the second of the 3 you have to shiver.
Yeah.
I think I do 31 degrees, but you can do 30 and then you just go up.
Okay.
Dash is very ahead on steps, I think. So we might be seeing a Marlboro.
Being ahead, you'll miss the Marlboro. Being behind, you get it.
Oh, is it behind?
Yeah.
Oh, I got confused because it's ahead for me.
Yeah, you either get it on the climb. You get the Marlboro on the climb. If you make it into the cave, you get the 2 little tiger-looking things that
the
do nothing.
worms or whatever.
No,
Oh, the cats. The cats.
yeah,
Okay.
the cats that do nothing.
The stare at you cats. All right. No jump attack. That's good. So that means that he's not going to take so long to do their magic breath.
You should do it
All
next
right, here we
turn.
go. Third try time or third turn. Magic breath is pretty good.
RJ just
Good.
finishing.
Yeah, good snowboard for RJ.
Dude, if Okami doesn't bonk, we have a quad bonkless. Quadra magic paired with bonkless.
Dill bonked.
Oh, he
Got
did.
hit by the snowball.
Yeah, so Dale
Darn.
bonked on the snowball, and then someone said Dash wall bonked. So I guess RJ was the only bonkless.
Well, GG's RJ.
Similar fight for Dale here. We should see the magic breath. Yep. Yeah, MK and MK and Demon's Gate will do that, I guess.
All right, Dash is coming into that screen you were talking about where you have to shiver. So you just want to be as smooth as possible going up this screen, mainly because if you are smooth, you get to a better spot to shiver than if you weren't smooth, and you might have to shiver again. So you want to make it to the second to last platform and then shiver up to 30, 31, and then go. But if you miss a grab or you fidget a little bit, you might have to do it right where he just climbed, right there.
What is the degree for freezing? 26?
26, yeah. Like if it
Yeah.
ticks from 27 to 26, you're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
you pass out at 26.
Then you wake up in the old
The
man's
bottom. Yeah.
the cabin of shame.
Yeah.
It's the cabin of shame.
All right, I think this is a couple penguins. Back attack, Stilva. Oh, he's on such good steps. He got a Stilva again. I think you have to be on really good steps to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty normal for Dash. This is his backup spot for Magic Breath.
He is the hot stepper. All right, and then he'll be on the way to a nice juicy menu and some icicle fights. Kami has obtained death sentence. Does he get the dazers? No, but he does
Nope.
get a high potion.
RJ's doing pretty good as far as the Oh, he got a battle there. I didn't see the battle come through.
Truly unfortunate.
All right. Second Stilva for Dingo as well. Dilwingo? Dingo. I don't know why I call him Dingo.
Dingo ate your baby.
I guess Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank kind of looks like a dingo. I forget what his species is, but
I'm unfamiliar.
Alright, Dash doing his menu for icicles and setting up for Schizo at the same time.
Yeah, he got 10 out of 12 bats yesterday when he was testing, so.
Yeah, these fights are going to be, as you see, one of the reasons why we got the laser enemy skill.
Yeah, so these icicles, I messed up before and called them stalagmites, stalactites. They are icicles, are actually weak to the gravity element, which is what laser produces. In which case, you'll see here it'll deal 3,000 and go straight to wrapping up the battle.
I'm not sure if Dash kills a set of bats or not. I know Dill. I think Dill does,
Dash does not kill a set of bats.
but you have to have it gill routed in as the thing. So it's
Yeah.
because Gil from Rocket Town to Medeal is very important to keep consistent, as we'll talk about later.
Yes, gale count is very important.
And you want good ATB on these icicle fights. This doesn't look like Dill got very. Oh, he's got good ATB on Sid for Dash here, so should be a good icicle fight.
Looks like Dill's getting the unlucky first fight.
Yeah, the less turns the bats get, the better. Or if they just do bite instead of that like blue wave move, that's
Yes.
way better.
It looked like it only got one bat. Only one bat got a turn for Dill. Is it me or does it feel like RJ's catching up pretty quickly for some reason?
I
This
think
might be due to some step route stuff for
Yeah.
RJ.
I'm not sure where all these encounter skips are for RJ, but I know that they would be coming up. I'm not sure if he's still on step. I think he is still on
Yeah,
steps. but-
he is. He's just a little bit behind, I think. He might have caught up by now, though.
Man, it's not getting good icicle fights, are they? Dill killing a set of bats.
And you said that he does that every time, though?
Yeah, you do that to that's part of the Demon's Gate Tifa strat. For to get the high rolls. It's just Gil routed in, so even because Tifa died, he still has to kill him for Gil.
Okay, RJ just finished his Magic Breath fight.
Alright, Dash is on his way to Schizo. This could be a big catch up point or a big booster for Dash. Or a good catch up point for the other runners, I mean. RJ's getting fights in such weird spots. I'm just not used to
He
it.
just forced this fight.
I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah, he forces this fight.
Alright, Okami versus Genova Life. Dash getting barfed on a little bit by a worm.
And in case you weren't sick of it, here's another Aerith death.
Quadra magic paired with Eris death. Yeah, maybe if we took her to MK, her evasion would have been higher and she wouldn't have died.
Can't afford it.
When I was a kid, someone told me that if I got Vincent to level 99, that he would stop Sephiroth from killing Eris.
Man, there's so many different just things like that. Okay, so he doesn't have to shiver here. Oh, he'll already be going in the next screen. And then Dill is on his third as well.
Yeah, so basically those two guys is basically going to be whoever has the better Schizo fight is going to be ahead, I think.
That's terrifying to think about.
Like if Dash has a good one, he's gonna
Dash-
really be in a good spot.
Really
Or
bad escape from that fight.
alternatively, Dash and Dill both suck, and RJ takes the lead. So
That's not
That
implausible.
could happen. That'd take a lot of extra fire breaths, but I like your optimism.
Okay, Dash is opting to save here.
I mean, you can die as Schizo. She
You
misses
can.
a bunch. And
He
then you
can
don't have
die?
big guard for the blowback, and you don't big guard. It happens, yeah. Happened, I think, like a couple weeks ago to me. I was just mad though because she missed everything. Oh, Okami getting Aqualunged. Couldn't get a race that avoided an Aqualung.
Raises Sid. Sid
All
instantly
right,
gets hit
so
again.
Schizo is kind of one of those technical fights where we're gonna do a specific opener, which is big guard, hero drink, hold death sentence on Tifa with Sid, and then from there on we go with laser to kind of we're gonna get Tifa into crit, but we have to watch ice breath. If it hits Tifa, we're gonna have to change what we're doing up a little bit here. So here comes the hero drink. Here comes the death sentence. Oh, Tifa's gonna punch herself. He's doing the other strat. Okay. Then I think we're going to see what the ice head does here. If it hits Tifa, then we just go in, and if it doesn't, we have to laser or attack her. And it hit Tifa, so okay. First one, 6,500. Holy smokes.
That's pretty high.
So now you're gonna see him do 2 crit HP attacks. And then he'll either do a death blow full HP or 2 attacks full HP. I'm not sure what he's intending. He's going for the attacks. Okay. Yep. So off to a very good start for Schizo for Dash. Looks like Dill's getting all set up here with in the same fight. Okay. The ice heads down. Pretty much guaranteeing that this fight no one will die. Well, Tifa will die, but the run will not die. First death blow hits. That's huge. We just need one more hit. Okay, Dill had the ice head death blow hit. He's in.
Nice.
And Dash is
There we-
out of there.
Yep.
Nice.
Nice fights.
That was a really good Schizo fight.
Triple fire skip and everything. All right. Dill getting ready to take the ice head down with a healed attack or death blow. I think it's just preference.
Okami managed to get through the Genova fight with a lot of Phoenix Downs used.
Oh, good. All right, ice head is down. All right, so now we need 2 critical HP D-blows from Tifa in order to avoid triple fire breath and have an optimal Schizo. One
That's a
miss. We have 3 more tries. First hit. That's good. Come on, hit it. Very clean Schizo fights from both of these guys. Sadly, I'm not able to avoid the triple fire breath. But, I mean, it's not something that's going to kill the run. It's just time loss for a few seconds. Okay, and he's out as well. Tifa getting killed by a penguin on RJ's screen.
Those pesky penguins.
Maybe he should just go into Schizo in crit. Just kidding.
That's not the RJ way of things. seeing a cure from Dash there. All right, Okami, welcome to Disc 2.
And we are coming to a point in the run where there is not much to talk about for a while. After Genova Death, we have about 20 minutes of cutscenes into a pretty boring part, into then the fun really starts. So, if you have any popcorn that you want to get made, I would say now is a good time to make some popcorn.
Yeah.
And I didn't just say that because my name is Corn.
Interestingly, it looks like RJ picked up the extra power source using 2 in that menu.
Maybe it's because he's not taking Tifa to Temple and he's underrolling a lot, I'm guessing.
He's also front row for this fight. Which makes
Tifa's
it a
death
little bit
blows
more
for
scary.
Dash were insanely high. Hero Drink comes out, holding on death sentence.
Big guard, and then there's the drink.
Then you either punch yourself or hold on laser, depending on what he wants to do.
He's already doinked her HP, so it looks like he's going laser.
Yeah. Alright. Gonna put one laser on Tifa already, and then just hold this one on her and see what the ice head does. Put it through now that it didn't hit Tifa. And you're ready to rock and roll. You're set up. So the reason we're trying to keep her HP at like around 200, maybe a little less, not much though, is because if he ice breaths Tifa again with the elemental Shiva materia, she will live. With and any lower than that, then this fight just becomes an absolute disaster if Tifa gets an ice breath after we put her into crit. See, like right here, it's a great example. She will live with 14 HP. Without elemental Shiva and precise HP manipulation, we
Ooh,
would
he
be
needs the next death blow to hit.
might be in the Quake backup zone. And the Quake backup zone. So 2 crit attacks from Tifa, and then you heal her, and then do a death blow on the head, hopefully to get back to where you were. And it missed, so...
See, quick.
Oh, now it hits.
Yeah, should die.
I don't think he did the crit attacks in between, though, so... The head should have died.
No, he didn't do that.
So it goes for the grenade now. Oh no, he's gonna heal her again. He's just gonna kill the head with full health. I totally get it.
He
Alright.
might have
There's-
played it safe due to being 14.
We might get another Quake because of this added cut coming through.
Yeah, doing only
it's gonna be on the other head.
yeah, doing only 1.5 to the other head is not optimal, though not, I don't know, like, we'd really prefer more death
It could
blows to
have
land
Fallout.
now. We'd really prefer more death blows to land now.
Did you guys see that miss on Dash's screen?
No.
I don't know how.
She wasn't in paralysis at that point, so
Oh yeah, the first death blow for Genova Death, she's not in paralysis. I suppose we should talk about that fight for Dill here. So it's just like a pretty typical cross/slash fight. It can be tight on ATB. I choose to use item buffers for parts of it just to make it easier, but you don't have to. Basically, you can't die to this fight unless like Cloud dies, I guess. But no, you just straight can't die to this fight. It's just time loss if you mess it up.
yeah. Tifa has the firing and Sid has the fire armlet.
So
Which
Cloud's
really-
the only one that can take damage. But the main things you don't want to see is you don't want to see
Oh,
silence on Cloud, and hopefully it opens with like silence on Sid or Tifa. Because if that is the case, then Genova Death will skip her next turn, enabling a much easier like weight trick scenario.
RJ had a Tifa death.
Looks like he got through it though. No big guard. Oh, no big guard.
We might.
Oh,
He's fine.
Cloud.
Nah, he's fine.
Wow. Super clutch.
Dragon Armlet OP.
Yeah, I'd heal there too, RJ.
Oh, he's electing to leave Sid dead too. That might be due to the fact of his Phoenix down count is rather low due to his Red Dragon fight.
Looks like Dilwingo's got Genova right where he wants her. Going for the death blow earlier, just I think for safety, or just to get set up with a better ATB trick.
Oh, the triple red light though, that's gross.
Yeah.
Bonk from Okami.
And yeah, Dash is in 20 minutes cutscenes. So
Which cutscenes are longer? These ones or the live stream cutscenes?
I think these ones.
These ones are longer, but the live stream is more annoying because you have a lot of very small movements.
Live stream's nice though because you do get a 4-minute break where you can just walk away.
I think for Dash, as he's probably running turbo,
Big
this
shoes.
is the biggest break of the run for him.
Big shoes indeed. Yes, that
RJ survived.
RJ luckily not getting quaked and I think possibly insta-killed there.
Yeah, it would have definitely insta-killed. All right, Kami coming through the tree section here.
Going left.
Left side, Andy.
Ooh.
Oh, that was something.
Yeah, he was like steering left and then like just decided to go full right.
Okay, everyone making it through the whirlwind so far?
It's kind of good that Okami and RJ have a little bit of time behind because that was a wall
How
bonk
did
for sure.
Cloud not fall over there?
I don't know, I've been caught on that ramp before.
Man, my eyes just cannot focus in that crystal tunnel.
It's horrible on PSX. They blend in really badly.
Yeah.
They're more pronounced in the PC version. Like, you can see them much clearer.
So only RJ was bonkless there, huh? Interesting.
Back
Nice crit there on RJ.
Well, that's a bit scary. Ooh.
It was crit followed by another quick attack right after that. It was very close. I think Okami's doing fine. I don't know if Okami does steps, but
He
It looks
does,
like
but we're not sure if he's on them or not.
he's definitely off of formations because he hard reset in the
okay.
temple.
But I mean,
But this
what's the
encounter
worst
looks,
thing that happens? A Cromwell pincer in the underwater reactor or something?
this encounter that Akami just got looks like it was in the right spot.
Or not Cromwell, Corvette. Corvette pincer.
I was wondering what you were talking about there in the underwater reactor. I was like, Cromwell.
You
What?
know,
Those
you
are an
gotta cut
enemy
me
in-
some slack here with my NMS brain because the Cromwell pincer happens in the Return to Midgar.
Yeah,
So
that
I
one.
was just like, that's the one
Yeah.
I'm always thinking about. Like,
He could also be very unlucky and get the. They look like flat beats in the
oh,
rubber
the
moon.
arrow pincer guys.
Yeah, he could get that pincer, which
Get a little arrow 4 going on.
it looks like Akami is still on steps because he's still walking. He's just off of formations.
Which is it's fine more often than not at this point. The main reason for the formations is to get your enemy skills. Yeah, you may get pincered or get a back attack or something, but hey, the run's alive, you know.
I'm pretty sure he'll still get a silver.
It's still pretty common.
If he doesn't get it in the lower part, he'll get it in the like big room before icicles. It's usually a silver.
Yeah, it's
back
one of
attack.
those things that the game, I think they tried to make it intending for you not to be able to like miss that encounter. At least you might miss magic breath, but at least give you the chance to get it, you know.
Archer starting his Genova death fight.
Silence on Sid is one of the best. That's the best opener. The best
Sid
opener.
or Tifa, yeah.
Genova will skip a turn now, and you get a free death blow and a free ATB fill. ATB fill, sorry. Oh, he didn't. He put the cross slash in too late to get the free Tifa ATB fill.
Too early, actually.
Or too early, yeah, too early.
Yeah, I needed to wait for ATB to be empty. He was trying to time it by the looks of it. Tifa does seem to be hitting quite well though. Like damage wise.
Oh, that swag Molly at the end to prevent another turn from Genova death because she had exited paralysis. Very nice play.
All right, so yeah, in general, we're headed towards or already in a relatively quiet part of the run for most of our runners besides Kamikaze right now. I think that I might have a music setup with a couple of tracks that I had found on OC Remix over the past hour or so. Do you want to start it, or do you want to focus on commentating
We
Okami?
can try it. Yeah, let's try it.
Okay.
Sounds like a
There's
plan.
not much to commentate on now.
Might as well see if it works. That way we could use it in live stream too.
All right.
And while Ace is doing that, I just want to shout out our runners one more time. Some of them, I don't even know if any of them are still streaming, but definitely check them out. A big shout out to Morningcraft for organizing the race and Ace for the restream. But yeah,
It doesn't look like any of them are still streaming.
Yeah, that sounds very nice, Ace. Preemptive bats. You can't even tell if they're preemptive.
they're just flying erratically.
I just looked at the ATB and like was like, oh.
Well, at least it wasn't the bat pincer.
Random fact is that Beat Rush can miss on those evil head bats sometimes. Like their evasion goes up to 255 sometimes. So like I've accidentally done a beat rush on them, like during the icicles fights, and it just misses. It's kind of funny to see a limit and miss.
I don't think they could.
Yeah, I think they have a 1 in 4 chance or something to have 255 evasion, and if they do, anything just misses.
No.
Right, Dash getting the cool weapons coming out of the Earth cutscene. Diamond weapon, Sapphire weapon, Ultima weapon.
I might sound jaded here, but I hope they don't mess up the weapons when it comes to remake.
And give Sapphire a little more love, right?
I was
Like, let's
just
fight
about
him.
to say that. Can we get some sort of like small fight with Sapphire? Like hold him off
Yeah.
until we hit the gun or whatever. Like that'd be sweet.
Or at least
Yeah.
let her shoot the gun.
Yeah, something like.
Like,
maybe he just destroys Wutai or something real quick, and then we fight him. Or
Why you
something,
gotta hate on Wu? What's wrong with
yeah,
Wutai?
I mean,
rest in peace.
we could pick another place. That was just the first one I said.
Ouch.
But yeah, like obviously we fight Ultimate Weapon, we have Ruby and Emerald, but Sapphire just doesn't get the love that it should.
We'll just destroy Medeal again.
Really make sure it's gone.
Yeah.
This is a really good song. Good choice there, Ace.
Yeah, this gives the background some less, like static. It's just ambient music. It's nice.
The only thing I might say is you might want to remove the song title from Dilwengo's gameplay.
I didn't even notice that. I won't lie.
No, I do have to keep the song title up to give reasonable credit to the author of this piece.
Fair enough.
Dill's just the unfortunate runner who gets to live with it.
I mean, if you have a better place to put it, let me know.
Nope. I was thinking like in the direct middle, but that would just be weird.
Yeah, probably cover like Dash's ATV.
Oh, we got Aqualung on the bats. Does that even work?
No, it won't do. I don't know if it does enough damage to kill, but it makes the icicle.
Oh, it
take
does.
damage.
Okay.
You might have to throw a molly. He will have to because it was an odd number.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to quite explain it. Ace might do better at explaining how HP is divided with gravity to odd and even numbers.
Oh no, he was looking.
Indeed, there's only 4 runners left.
All right, looks like our top 2 here are about to escape the cutscene purgatory. Is that the word?
It works.
Yeah. Wake up in Junon, like, what the heck happened?
You know how terrifying it'd be to just wake up and then look outside and there's a giant meteor just looming over your planet.
Or you just like wake up and you're on some weird experimentation table and you don't know how you got it. You're like, whoa.
Has that not happened to you guys before?
I mean, no. I hope not.
No,
Just a typical Tuesday for Ven. Don't worry about me.
So Cloud has failed us yet again and given the black materia to Sephiroth. Again. And yeah, we gotta find him, right? So we gotta escape this joint before we can go find him. And there'll be a nice FMV skip we're gonna do. We're gonna do some sneaking around and like getting around NPCs optimally. What else do we got? We got some walking. Got some encounters. Some people are off formation. We might see the Colt revolver encounter. You guys know which one I'm talking about? The gun, just a big old gun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, dude, it's just big old like revolver pistol that doesn't ever let you run away right away. It's just like you
Yeah.
can't be here.
Let's go to Google real quick. Be like FF7 Colt gun battle.
I don't know if that'll get you what you want, but you'll probably be able to click your way to something off of that. Okami has acquired the male enhancement sword. He's moving on towards Schizo.
There you go. Why RJ can safety save at MK is it would mean not getting death sentence.
I gotta do say, shout outs to Okami for just sticking with it and just keeping his head up and doing damage. All right, Dash gets around Tifa. First NPC trick acquired. Still just waking up in Junon. Do you think that they're gonna do the slap fight? Do you think Dash will win the slap fight?
Yesterday he wasn't practicing it, so I don't know if he's gonna do it today.
I mean, it's kind of hard to practice it. You just hold circle.
So
Pretty straightforward.
Ace isn't around, I don't think, right now. He might have stepped away for a brief moment, but I'm sure he could explain this better than me. But we're actually coming up on a really fun. Oh, is that Ace?
Yeah.
Oh, did you want to explain the screen here and like Barrett moving off the screen? And...
Do not FMV skip, you mean?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, basically, the short explanation is that the developers kind of forgot to freeze Barrett on the screen at one point, and you can just move around and reach a loading zone and regain control of Barrett and escape a cutscene that you're normally supposed to watch. If you don't do that, the normal cutscene is around 70 seconds longer.
It is a good watch, though.
It is.
But not in this category.
Now, if you want that, go look at some no major skips.
Yeah.
I think also something else to add to that is on every screen, the character is still present on the screen, and that's what allows us to be able to maneuver the character out of the script.
Yeah.
And that causes FMV to skip.
Yeah, like, there's always a playable character somewhere. It's just usually if you're not supposed to be playing on that screen, if it's just a cutscene, then they're just set to be frozen and you can't really do anything.
Okami getting the opening ice breath on Tifa. That can be good or bad. Have to see what happens here. See, what I would do is I would default to a Sid attack instead of a Sid laser and just put it in no matter what, because it won't kill Tifa even if he ices again. Then you're like super clean on your ATV, but you don't have to do that. You can kind of do it a little slower. I just YOLO it in there because, at least for me, she won't die. She probably won't for this either. She's 177 health. That's... Man, you can't do anything with that. That kind of stinks.
Yeah.
That's a little low. She might live, she might die. She gets iced again. She hits. Low roll.
What's with the static potion on Cloud there?
It's just to buffer the weight trick.
Mm.
Okay, so that's very fortunate that he just ignored Tifa. Like, it might not kill her, but it probably would, and it's just good to have her alive, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Put the heal on Tifa, and come through with 2 more healed attacks. Oh, is he gonna do the death blow? He is. Oh, and it hits. Okay. So now we have 1-1 on the ice head, or the fire head now. At a 0. And we'll have to throw a grenade on her. Or laser again, I guess.
So this is the screen here that Dash is on. See how the screen just cut out? He was able to maneuver Barrett out the left end and around the back. Then he's playing as Barrett again. He'll run all the way back to the screen where they were handcuffed, and it will resume as normal. And there is Barrett pulling on the door.
It is live on step count to do all of that, but it's accounted for in the step route itself, so not really an issue for step route, even though it is live when you're running with Barrett there.
I did not know it was live. I thought it was, but
Oh, yeah.
obviously
It's only live in the T-junction.
I think it's like 12 steps or something you take with them that are
Yeah,
live. The stairs
so-
aren't live, but
Yeah, it's only the screen that Dash is on now that is live.
I think that encounter is actually skippable, but it's kind of a hard setup to get it at this point. I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Then a little walking, I believe. Oh, no walking. Okay.
I'm not sure with this step route. I know the old step route, that one was skippable.
It is. It's skippable.
Did Dill not skip the cutscene?
Yeah, he hasn't got to it yet. You
Okay.
have to watch a small cutscene to begin with.
Okami has defeated Schizo.
Good job, Okami.
So the cutscene skip is just coming up.
Yeah, I was a bit preemptive on which screen was happening.
All right, time for the gas chamber escape for Dash here. You're gonna hold X till she grabs the key. Then you hold triangle, and then you do X and triangle at the same time. Then you do X and square or circle X, or triangle and square or triangle and circle to grab the key. See if he has any struggles. Right?
So this screen right here for Dill. This is the active screen?
One struggle, and then he got the key. Okay.
The grey screen is the active screen.
Okay, the one he was just on, the T screen.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
All right. Now the moment of truth. Will Dash win slap fight?
Yeah, there was no struggle with the key there. That was pretty clean.
He had one struggle.
Oh, did he?
Yep. But other than that, it was pretty clean. The hardest one for me is like the triangle square or the triangle circle one, where you like grab it out of your mouth with Tifa. Sapphire weapon.
Charging up again, and boom, headshot.
Let's hope they do something a little different with that in remake. Kind of a quick ending.
Yeah, that weapon did not stand a chance. That was easily the worst of the weapons.
I think it's cool that he had green blood, though.
His style was so cool too. Like his design. Oh, if they missed that shot, that'd have been hilarious. Like, well. right, so he's running down the barrel. Let's see if he engages in the slap fight.
Are we going to see anybody attempt to win this slap fight, I wonder?
I just checked in on on Dash's stream, and he is just chilling.
He's just chilling.
He is having a great time. Now, will he win?
Here we go.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yes.
Oh, no, he's not.
I think he might have just left Turbo one.
Let me down, Dash. Just kidding.
She got wrecked. So I think everybody we've seen on here for the restream has safety saved at least once. But honestly, all safety strats are allowed, safety saving, things like that. So it's really up to the runner on where they want to implement something like that, which
Yeah.
we've seen come in handy. Kami had to do Demon's Gate like 5 times.
No Petrify Eye out of any of that, though. I think for the St. Jude's NMS race, we had like 3 Petrify Eyes. It was crazy.
Petrify Eye, is that a... Yeah, we didn't see any Petrifies, did we?
Yeah, I mean, if he does it later in the fight, it's not such a big deal, but first, second turn in the no slots category is pretty much a death sentence.
So let me know if you want that music that had been going on earlier to continue. I found some other tracks, and I'm able to continue doing the music.
I didn't mind it at all.
All right.
I honestly didn't mind it at all either.
I'm more asking chat if anything.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Kami's Tifa died at bottom as well.
All right, cool. I'll continue.
Oh, Okami just kind of specified their Tifa died at bottom as well, which could have contributed to the low rolling situation.
In this too, the run really does take a different pace. It goes from this crazy non-stop, your run could die at any moment, to like a slower pace. We do a menu run here, fight this, have a little break and a cutscene. It just has an overall different vibe, I feel like. And once you kind of get past Genova Death, you can kind of put it on cruise control for a little bit, because you've just been through almost 4 hours of craziness, you know.
Yeah, and then it picks right back up once you take over as Sid and head back out in the world to do more side quests.
Yeah, but only for a minute though, and then you have all a live stream to kind of chill out again, you know?
Yep, absolutely. It is a roller coaster.
Yeah.
What is happening at Wingo's? It looked like Dill just won the slap fight.
Oh. GG Dill.
He lost it.
Did he lose it?
Potentially.
He went
okay.
for it though, so that's what matters.
I don't think he did. I think
Is the first slap from Tifa just something that she always
you
does?
have to initiate the slap fight with a Tifa slap.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, you got a choice whether you just let Scarlet wail on you or you hold circle and pray. So,
Yeah, I don't know about you, chat, but this song that Ace has provided and that Pot Hocket has provided is really very chill.
OC Remix is amazing for musical content. Big fan. Big fan. And not just for FF7 stuff.
Alright, Dash coming into curse string here. Hopefully he doesn't lie. Kami defeating Genova Death.
Okami, I don't know if you can hear us, but definitely just keep going. You're doing solid.
I mean, anything can happen. What if Carry Armor double lapises everybody?
I'm expecting it at this point.
What if Wolfmeister crits red? Anything can happen. right, Dash has received the cursed ring. Time for the quote-unquote big shop. FF9 runners laughing once again as we call this the big shop.
I'm assuming they have a big shopping sequence.
Oh, there is so much more menuing and shopping in that game.
Pretty much the whole of FF9 is big shops.
Oh. Should probably focus on saving the world and not being in shops so much.
Alright, Dash has done the big shop. Now he's got to pet the dog. And he's chilling. Funny enough, that dog controls the list, and in all bosses runs, that is how you can set your final descent manip, is with him scratching his ear or whatever.
About to see the swaggiest guy in all of FF7, the Doc.
Taking Kate and Red to Mediel is optimal for dialogue. They just have less dialogue than Barrett and I think, Sid.
Now we're kind of in a rough spot where there's not really much happening. Dash singing his heart out. Yeah.
RJ has defeated Sapphire Weapon.
Gains experience points, levels up.
I was waiting for somebody. Now, RJ is a man of flavor, right? That he is going to win the slap fight. No questions asked.
Nah, everybody else has opted out of the slap fights. I don't think RJ's gonna do the slap fight. So what happens if you lie here and you don't get the curse ring? Is there like a backup to where you can get a curse ring somewhere else?
Yes, but you don't want to do it.
You get a full.
It's ultimate weapon, isn't it?
Yes. I did see Noob Forever not get the cursed ring one time and get a first try steal from Ultima Weapon. I don't think it'll ever happen again.
The luck.
percentage is so low, it's
It's like
so
point
you would actively go for.
less than 1% or something. But you can still carry on without it. You just have to do death sentence in every fight, which is slow. And you won't be hitting as hard because Cursed Ring provides a lot of strength, I believe. It's a very busted little item.
Is Dill's Gill off? He double checked his shop there, so.
Yes, it is. He's running to the other store. He has too much money, I'm guessing. Why would that be?
He might have sold something he wasn't supposed to.
Alright,
Yeah,
Okami. What did he end up buying?
Just a couple of Phoenix Downs, I think.
He was only like 800 gil over what he needed to be.
Yeah, he could have bought a catapult.
Oh, we missed it. Did RJ do the slap fight?
He did not. Okami is our last hope to do the slap fight.
Man, if Okami doesn't do it, the run's just over.
The cursed restream. No slap fight win.
Oh, that's it. Okami is gonna do it, and he's gonna win. What? I'm calling my shot right now. Dill almost sold to Ori.
Everyone's arguing here about who's going to be the leader, and then wake up Sid.
who doesn't want to be the leader, but he's like, yeah, whatever.
We're seconds away from seeing him flip everybody off. He does not like to be nagged, apparently.
You know, he is just a crotchety old man with a bunch of teenagers.
A crotchety old man at the age of 32.
I think everybody else is like early 20s, so he's probably just annoyed by everything they say. Because he's a boomer, you know?
So MC did not have a good materia keeper, which caused him to have to drop out. His fights did not go well. On top of he got soft locked on the mountain and had to hard reset, so his formations were off. It was just a pretty bad situation for MC overall.
Yeah, but GG's and thank you to him for putting this together today for all of us.
Absolutely.
To him and Ace and all the runners, even the ones that aren't running anymore, Brutals, well, help me guys, who am I forgetting? Dilwingo, Tommy, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have just been easier.
Colin and Brutals both had a situation with MK as well, where their poison tick, they weren't counting their poison ticks properly.
Colin had a really, really, really good run going until MK kind of just threw a fork in it. He threw a silver fork in it.
Dale said that his gill route wasn't what it should have been. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he was experimenting with something and it didn't work out. So he was like 800 gil over or something. Which is fine, you just have to do another shop and lose 30 seconds.
I was actually using that as a perfect segue to explain what's about to happen on Dash's screen. The whole reason why we manipulate our gill route while we're playing through the game is because we have to do a small battle here. And in this battle, we have to buy troops. In which case, we buy and sell troops to get an encounter at the end. And we'll see that.
Well said. Well said. So yeah, you want your gil to be within 4,000 and like 4,400 gil, roughly, when you're going into Fort Condo here. And then you put the tri-stoners down, and then we enter the fight.
All right, Dash, you got this.
Yeah, this should be an easy one and done fight right here.
Yeah, he's just gonna take it to the enemy. Look at that, limit breaks and all.
Good ATB too, even. This could be turnless. Oh, look at that turnless.
Very
Wait.
nice. Oh,
Wait. Oh my god.
No! Oh,
my
no!
god.
Oh,
Well, Dill is in the lead now.
Yep, looks like Dale took over.
Psych.
Wait, no game over screen?
every time.
Every time in a race setting.
You know we got
Or in
you
a-
guys. You
yeah,
know
in a
we
race
got you.
But
Well set up, Ben. Well set up.
thanks for the layup there. How many shake-up sections until the end? I mean, we still have carry armor and diamond weapon at least.
Carry armor, if you die to that, it's a 2-minute time loss plus loading into the game. Just to get back into the fight.
Yeah. Well, RJ doesn't use long range, so if Safer ascends, if he's not fast enough to kill Safer, does he still have a way to take out Safer after that?
Well, depending on the
Pray
mistake.
that he doesn't get pale horsed.
If he has to wait for Safer to come back down, and if he needs one death blow, it'll end before the supernova. But like Prim said, if Pale Horse comes out and hits Tifa, you're going to be hitting Safer with a frog.
Pretty much just a bit scary because he's going to be eating a supernova regardless. Because Safer won't fly down until he's performed supernova.
Okay.
Dash Retro did not get the right arm.
Call back to 3 hours ago.
He was fighting a bomb. Spots. But now we're coming up to the train segment. We have some scripted battles and a skip at the end.
And I believe, as far as step routing stuff goes, there is a setup for a preemptive guard fight.
There is, yes.
for the first scripted fight.
If your steps are, good. Which I'm sure Dash is fine.
That's miles ahead. Probably going to take him a little
The
while.
hot steppa.
Yeah, it's probably going to take him a little while to force the fight in general.
Who's in the lead? It's safe to say that it's between Dash and Dill for right now. Now, if
Dash extended his lead a little bit because Dill had to do that extra shot.
Also true. If Dill, or not Dill, I guess if Dash and Dill both get double lapis and have to reset stuff like that, is that enough time for RJ to catch up?
It would help a lot. It would definitely put him right back into the mix.
I just didn't know if his fight, if his steps and formations are different because of the no long range route, that he would be able to catch up just naturally.
I think arguably this part of the step route is faster for him because don't quote me on this, but I think a lot of those encounter skips are here and have just happened or are coming up.
Okay.
And that could kind of benefit him. Did Dill put a soldier down? Uh-oh. Looks like we're going into combat.
I think you can still force the match to be over.
No, you have to send the soldier to the bottom and have him die. Don't ask me how I know that. Start the... Put it on high speed.
Yeah, I guess start sending them down.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You can tell Dill, I don't think Dill's ever had to deal with this before.
Dill's just doing it to make the race more suspenseful.
Okay, we're on high speed now.
Doesn't he need to send them down and have him die? Send him to his death, Dill. Send him down. Down. Yes, there you go. There you go. Yep, there he goes. All right.
Okay, it looks like RJ has 3 skippable fights coming up. 1 in Coral Tracks. And his Coral Tracks has only 2 encounters. So there is a bit.
GG's on having those notes pulled up, Prim.
It's because he sent them to me because I asked for them.
So we have Dash moseying his way through trains here. Next fight is Wolfmeister, the hardest of the 4 fights. We do Dragon Fang, Magic Breath on these 2 dudes. He commented the last guy. And then we're going to do... well, there's a couple different ways to go about this, but I'm guessing he's just going to do Laser, Comet.
Yeah, Comet.
I like to do Laser, Comet, but...
It depends on what Wolfmeister's moves. If he casts Big Guard on himself, you have to do an extra laser. But it looks like Dash has got the favoured punch on.
Then I think you just throw a Molly at the end of this strat.
Yeah. Sid does have a chance to kill here, but it's unlikely.
Okay, cool. It's just a punch. Just working Kate up a little bit. Shaking him down for his money.
It's not over yet, Dill. You're still racing between you and RJ right now. Dash has a comfortable lead, and Okami is bringing it up the rear, but we got got a pretty close situation here for the mid. Isn't it handy to have Aqualung for some of these train fights, though?
Just
Wolfmeister
Wolfmeister
especially.
weak to water.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Aqualung
do
will
some
help.
shenanigans with Aqualung and the underwater reactor too, but I'm not sure which guards it actually kills and which ones it actually doesn't.
It depends who you use it with. Sid guaranteed to kill them with the wizard bracelet. Tifa dependent on level and like her stat growth can kill, but Cloud won't.
Alright, a high 650s train is actually like really insane. So, funny thing is we just drop a big old comet on this little guy's head just because it's the easiest thing we can do.
Yeah, he's got to wait for Sid, though. There he goes.
It's just kind of like, this is so overpowered. 4 grand. Alright.
Jay's just doing the minigame. Kami is working his way through Junon.
And he's through. Alright, Dash has Coral Skip coming up where you initiate 2 conversations at once and save about 40 seconds. And you don't get the Ultima Materia, you don't have to rest, you retain your Tranquilizer status. Yeah. Hopefully, doesn't end up with the Ultima of Shame.
The Ultima of Shame. I mean, in a casual playthrough, Ultima is dope.
It is. That thing does a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Pretty high HP count too.
And the skip is good.
Yep. Dill's on his route back now for the train.
I never doubted it. Alright, Dash Retro headed into cutscene heck.
Yep.
Oh wait, he's got to fight Ultima Weapon first, though.
I mean, fight is a very loose term there, but...
I mean, I've died to him.
Yeah, so far.
Oh, alright, well.
All it takes is one crit hit on Sid, and it can go sideways pretty fast.
Also, if you're sloppy with your coral menu and forget to equip the elemental.
Oh, yeah, that will do it, Prim.
When he had no elemental fight in it, it's not fun. The final attack, instead of doing like 500, does about 1,000.
Preemptive guards for Dilwingo.
Yeah, both Dash and Dill seem pretty good on their steps right now.
I don't know
Right,
if you
that's
can tell if
manipulated,
RJ
right?
is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. You force a fight in a specific spot, and then you just run up.
I didn't see if Dash did the menuing properly, so I don't know if he's...
Oh, he's fine.
Okay.
RJ's next encounter will be his skippable one.
Was that it?
If it's the search crowns, then yes. What was it? Yeah. So he didn't go for that one. He's got
Alright,
a
Sid
level
looking
1
good. Yep, we're good. No heal needed. Enter the live stream.
Okay. Yeah, this is probably my least favorite part of the run, because it just gets so slow.
Yep. Then it gets just insane.
a little bit, and then you have the whole go back with the key of the ancients. Bit of downtime.
Yeah, this is definitely a grab some popcorn moment.
With the Key of the Ancient situation, though, at least you're navigating the sub, you're dodging Emerald Weapon, you're going back, you're flying different places. I feel like it's at least interactive, and we're watching a player.
Yeah, you're busy. You know, you're doing stuff. Yeah, I
And
get that.
and we've definitely seen players fly to the wrong area. I literally watched Dash fly to Junon instead of Fort Condor before, so it's you're still watching a player hopefully do the right area for
It's very
cutscene heck.
easy in these like down periods to just lose focus.
Yeah, for cutscene heck, it's just so slow.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. But a nice break for no slots runners. A solid 3-minute break. The longest break in the
I
game.
usually just get up and like walk around for a little bit.
I usually use that time to eat.
I'll like be walking in my house, just like not going any particular place, just like trying to stretch my legs out.
Especially if you're not running turbo and you've been mashing the whole time. It's time to shake your wrists out.
Oh yeah, your arm feels like it's about to fall off at this point.
Yeah, because you've got a lot of very mash critical stuff coming up. Whether or not
Alright,
the train
RJ's going into trains here.
RJ's going into trains, and Dill is leaving trains. Where's he
He's
at?
got Eagle Gunner left.
Yeah,
Okay.
just on Wolfmeister. He elected to do 3 lasers on Wolfmeister.
56 trains for RJ. Woo! Monetary Dragon would be proud. I think 57 is the fastest you can get.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with the timer spot of this, so I don't know if like a
Oh,
7-minute
yeah,
telegunner or 7-minute eagle
57
gun.
is like frame perfect. 56 is like anything above 50 is good in my opinion. I usually get like a 45.
Yes. I'm between 40 to 30. I'm horrible at that minigame.
See, that game is a lot harder than it looks because it's instead of like a 1 frame like window or something easier, it's a 7 frame window for taps, and I don't think anybody's used to that, unless you're like running this game every day like Dash and
I usually
the
end
rest
up
of the
trying to
world.
time it and then giving up halfway through and just mashing both.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an excellent point, by the way. So Dash runs this daily, right? He runs often. Bill really only runs it on the weekends, but he's actually been out for about a month or two. RJ has also been on a hiatus. I don't know when his last run was. Okay.
Yesterday, I think.
I mean,
He
outside
did
of
a run
practice.
recently, but like he hasn't
Yeah, he's
consistently ran in a while.
Okay, and then what about Okami?
Okami has
Akami
been on
runs
a little bit of a
multiple-
break, but he's been doing runs here and there.
Okay. It's just
Yeah.
the last 4 we have here are people who have been mostly people who have been taking a break or been on hiatus.
Yes, correct. Or they don't run every day. They have jobs and you know they work full time and they have other stuff like some runners, you know, they get to do this every day like the Brutals and Dash and stuff. So that gives them a bit of a leg up. I'm not gonna say it's a huge advantage, but being able to practice your art every day does help.
Still got Coral skipped on. Good job. RJ has caught up a bit. Now, question is Okami going for the slap fight win?
Dude, he better. He's gonna hear about it from me in VC later.
I'll join that on purpose, and I'll join VC, and I'll lecture him too.
We'll have to stage an intervention for him.
Yeah,
Okami, your only hope.
we'll tell Brutals.
Oh god.
Ooh, RJ with the high roll. Or no, that was the last guard.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That poor guy, man. That poor guy just gets a comment on his head every time.
Right, moment of truth for Kami.
I have mercy and do magic breath on him.
I normally just Aquanon. But...
Yes, he's
Yes!
going for it.
All right, Okami.
Oh,
Oh,
come on.
God.
No.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
No. Yes.
Yes. All right. There he goes.
Let's
Oh,
go.
good job.
let's go, Kami.
What a lad.
The stream is saved.
Yep, the run's not dead.
Dill's having to heal Sid here. But it should be totally fine.
Looks like he's all right. Yep.
Yeah. So this fight with Ultima weapon is actually scripted. He will do the same moveset and then fly away. You can't defeat him in this fight. He will always open with, I think it's Quake,
Yep.
and then a physical slash, and then Ultimate Beam.
You just kind of want to hope that it's not a crit on Sid with the melee attack.
I relatively think if he hits Sid at all with the melee attack, you need to throw
Yeah,
a
I heal instantly, even if he touches him.
a high potion
Yeah.
will cure on him.
It's just that crit attack. It's just like if he opens with Quake and then like you don't get a heal in or something, like it can get out of control quick. But it should be pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, in Hundo it's a bit different. You have to make sure that you do X amount of damage at whatever Knights of the Round ends up doing, but you end up having about 5k left over.
All bosses is the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys do a
in
lot
all-
more with Ultima.
In all bosses, we do a physical attack with red there, the Seraph Cone. And then
Yeah.
2 additional fights after. One to push him to Cosmo Canyon, and the second to kill.
Yeah, you have to kill Ultima in a certain position. He has to be in that final place.
Yeah, and if you lose him after the first fight, good luck. It's solid time loss trying to find him again. Luckily, after the first fight, if you just hold down, right, and square, you will bump into him immediately.
Oh yeah, you can run into him right afterwards, can't you?
Yeah, but it's only for after the first fight. If you mess up one of the fights in all bosses, then you're forced to try and find him on the
See,
world
there
map.
was the crit claw that wasn't on.
He just smacked he just smacked Kate hard.
Yeah, that's what that thing scares me. I don't care if it's not. It's dangerous. It scares me.
RJ lives with 85 HP.
Yeah, not even close.
Calculated.
Me and Prim would have definitely thrown a high pot.
I've questioned myself. I think my actual no slots PB is a no elemental fight. I had to burn one of my X potions. And with him defending, he was like 100 HP, something like that. Scary.
Alright. 3 out of our 4 runners are in the live stream.
Time to grab your pillows, grab a drink. Use the
Okami.
loo.
Okami's doing the shops though.
Oh, he's doing the curse. Did he go into the first shop? Or is he just doing curse ring?
I think he's just doing curse ring.
Yeah, he's doing curse ring first.
He'll do his big shop, and then if he's off, he'll do his other shop afterwards.
It depends what value you end up on, because you can just buy
Wait,
extra.
did he just tell the truth?
He did.
Well, Oh no, he didn't. He got the curse ring. I seen it.
They told
Yeah,
the truth.
You want to tell the truth to get the curse ring.
Yeah, you don't want to lie.
Oh yeah. What am I thinking? It's been so much Final Fantasy today. My brain's just that.
Yeah, if you lie, you're doing the ultimate strat we
I
just talked
thought
about.
I seen him do first option, but he just did it so fast I couldn't tell. Is what happened.
Now he's doing the shop. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. So being rather careful not to sell the wrong stuff here.
Is there a better way to do that? Like, if you arrange your menu, does it make it easier, or?
Not really, because things tend to blend in.
I've tried messing with it, but it's just better to start on the top of your page and then R1 and then work your way up.
If you're consistent with your pickups and keeping track of where your item placement is, stuff generally ends up in the same slot. So you know.
But if you get like a vampire fang drop or something, any kind of drop along the way, it kind of tweaks it a little bit. So it's kind of hard for it to be completely consistent all the time.
Without doing an extra menu beforehand, which
Yeah.
every time you open the menu it's time loss, so you tend to just roll with it.
I just start from the bottom, and then once I get to the bottom of like the page where it starts scrolling down, I just hit R1 and work to the top. It's usually good.
Some people get the curse ring after the shop to negate the chance of selling the curse ring.
Looks like Dash is getting towards his big break, but I think he's kind of been on break this whole time with nice little turbo.
Yeah.
Going. Isn't Turbo cozy? I love Turbo.
Alright, it's a good time to talk about anything coming up if you guys have any suggestions.
Oh! You know, you got me. There's not much going on right now.
Yeah, we're kind of in a position here where it's like we need to wrap up these cutscenes and then go straight to carry armor.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen is we get done with live stream, we end up in the high wind, we have a talk there, set our party, we'll do a menu, pretty big one, where you basically take everything off Sid, put it on Tifa, and then do a couple other things, Trank and Tin. Then you run into Junon and you're doing scripted battles and step count battles alongside each other until you make it down to big old daddy armor, you know? And he's the one that says you may pass, or you're going back, no 200 gil to try me again.
I'll be surprised to see people.
I believe it's a 9% chance for double lapis.
I believe it's 8.
Is it 8? Okay.
Yeah. I believe it's 8% chance for him to open with Lapis and then Lapis on his turn.
I don't know about you guys, but I would rather him just do the double lapis instead of the lapis, then knuckle sandwich you to make you think it's okay, and then lapis.
Well, believe it or not, there has been a case where you can sneak an X potion in the middle, depending on what Carry Armor's actual ATB is entering the fight.
Oh, so Cloud would live?
Yeah, well, somebody could live. It's relatively a comfy fight in other categories. All bosses, you can actually survive a double lapis. I'm not sure about NMS.
NMS is pretty much the same as this, but Tifa's a level higher, so she almost always gets the high rolls, and I suppose her dex is a little bit higher too.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit safer in that aspect, but it's the same fight.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, do you guys KOTR it in all bosses?
No, because we don't get KOTR until after we kill Emerald.
Okay, so Hundo KOTRs, and then what you guys do is probably just like death blow, right?
I think it's 2 times cut with Yuffie.
Oh, okay.
It's dependent on the order you do things. Mine and John's routes vary a bit in Disc 2. I do things a little bit out of sequence compared to him. For the most part, John's route follows NMS. Yeah, double cut is in Galnica.
It is, yep.
But you're abusing Yuffie's conformer with the double cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Hondo, I thought it was Knights of the Round that we do on here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hondo's
KOTR.
yeah. Just one KOTR.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Hundo can die there if it's an opening arm grab on Cloud. Pretty sure I've heard Monetary Dragon say that.
I'm not sure. I'm not. Oh no, you're right. Ace, you're right. I'm completely brain fired. You can't get the conformer or 2 times cut until after carryover. So yeah, I'm sure we just do the death blow. Start.
I mean, you guys gotta be like crazy insane
Well, we are,
wrong at that point. Like...
Right, yeah. I think my All Bosses PB, I did get double lapis and I survived. Like, all 3 characters were still
That's
alive.
actually hilarious. Alright, looks like Dash is pretty much out. He's just gotta wait for Cloud to do his little fusion ha, and then we'll have our high wind conversation, and then we're on to Junon, baby. More action.
Yep.
Army's just entering full Condor now. Still trucking on.
You know, I was talking about which side you run to the desk in Don's house. Well, here we are again. You know, will he Dash? I know Dash will run to the right side of the desk on the high wind, but will Dill go left side?
Going left's a little tight, isn't it?
No, it's the same.
Is it the same?
Yeah,
Yeah, I go left side.
yeah. I mean, all the homies go left, right?
I go right.
You're gonna go. There's always that one guy that's gotta go right. Just kidding.
For practice, I've gone right. I guess.
I don't know how it even turned into a thing. I think one day we were just like, yo, you like I seen someone go right side and I was going left side and I was like, yo, you're weird. But...
Yeah, I can't say anything.
You
I'm
dirty
wrong.
left deskers.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if Okami has a good Fort Condor battle and doesn't lose 3 minutes.
I don't think Dill's ever messed up Fort Condor, so he didn't know the backup was the problem.
Yeah.
Because I DM'd him and I was like, just go down the hill. And he did shortly after.
Oh, did you? Okay. I was wondering.
Like...
I was like, we were talking about it, and then he just mystically started going down. I was like, oh, I guess he knew what to do.
Yeah.
You just run to the bottom and hope something kills you as quick as possible.
I mean, we've all done it. I
Oh,
guess Dill
yeah.
hadn't up until this point, but now he has, so...
And also remember to turn up the speed.
Yeah, that was one thing. I was like, crank it up!
Mash that R2 button.
It's like if you do the tutorial, the materia tutorial, sorry, and then you just hold circle, it's faster than mashing.
To answer the question in chat, live stream's about 18 minutes, I think.
Is it? I thought it was 20, but
I think my gold split for it is 18:30 something.
gold split a cutscene section.
I could probably tell you.
Weird.
Hold on.
I have weird splits.
So Okami's not having a good time.
Oh, he.
Oh,
Oh. At least he's.
Body catapult. No, he bought a soldier.
That's okay. He sent the soldier straight down, so it's.
And he's turned up the speed. He bought a bit of a tanky soldier there. 200 HP.
This is the same
Dude, that
soldiers that Gil
soldier
had.
is moving. This has got to be the cleanest Fort Condor backup I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen it more precisely done.
So I think in reality, if you were to place a soldier down by accident on the first one, or like on the first couple of tries, then I think it'd probably be best to do the strategy where you win as quickly as possible.
That would
Are you
be interesting to see
sure?
RTA.
What do you say?
I said that would be interesting to see RTA.
I mean, I think so. I mean, the only difficulty might be getting people down there quickly enough, but I don't think that'd be that hard if you
Is
just slow the speed
Is
down.
the UI for that consistent, or does it spawn random stuff all the time?
I
But
mean,
then,
if you
wouldn't you have a bunch more time having to watch the Phoenix cutscene?
sure, but you don't have to watch the guy walk all the way down there.
Oh, true. Fair enough. I stand
Alright,
by.
Dash is headed into the underwater reactor. Go.
He needs to buy one of the single rollers and get rid of it. Oh, or catapult, whatever. Either way.
There we go. Now he can die properly.
Alright. Dash on his way to the underwater reactor.
You know, Ace, I'm amazed that we haven't been able to find a way to skip this cutscene Dash is about to hit. It's just like so random.
I mean, I haven't really looked into it at all, but I am not that surprised by that.
I do love Cloud's reaction. I might be mistaken, but is something missing here?
If you get
Meanwhile-
Yuffie, she has a moment in there too.
Does she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not to carry armor yet. We gotta go through the coolest room in the game, the 420
Hopefully
room.
he hits the alarm. Siren % would be pretty cool.
Sucker for punishment, aren't you, cool?
No alarm. Have you ever read the text for these guys? They're like trying to take that girl out on a date. That's what they're talking about. And then you just come in and just ruin it.
I've never paid attention to that room.
I don't. They're like, "Are you gonna ask to go out?"
Bunch of losers.
And then suddenly, oh, hang on, he's not meant to be here.
That's mine.
Good drop.
Might be needed for old daddy armor. Good ATB, man. You can't complain about this ATB.
Nice, she hit that death blow.
Nothing makes a FF7 runner smile more than good ATB.
Unless it's with the only person that won't kill.
Yeah, right?
Dash just forced in the counter there before he goes into the next room.
Yeah, there's a little setup where you force it the exact amount of walking. So you walk through the door, and that's the exact amount you need to walk to get under the next encounter.
Yeah, and also forcing it on that screen means it's a side attack. If you were to get it on the next screen, it becomes a back attack, I think.
You could push it, though, if you wanted to get ahead. Or does that change things?
Do you think you still do the steps after? It's just the formation's different for that one encounter.
Yeah, everything would probably be the same there.
It's harder to run from.
Yeah, I would probably. It still increases your formation value by 1. So.
Yeah.
You just trade out the instant escape for a back attack.
I think this is like a squid dude, right?
This
should
should
get
be
a fight on this screen. This is big hands.
420 room.
Yep, the field ID 420.
Also, in the previous room to this, my favorite enemy in the entire FF7 game is there, the giant boat enemy,
Oh, the ghost ship? Yeah.
the ghost ship. Dude, that is such a cool model, and we never get to see it except for in like Hundo and stuff.
Just morph him.
There are
It
a
can
couple.
just straight, like, kick you out of the fight. Like, just, like, yeet one of your
Yeah,
characters
he
out.
with
like,
the paddle.
so-
Like he hits you with the paddle and flings you out. It's like that's so cool.
Well, you're going to sit on RJ's. He has a ghost ship in his step route.
Does he really?
He does.
Does he have morph? I'm just kidding. That's how you get the something from the Calm Traveler. I don't know what it is.
You get the underwater material for the guide boat.
You don't morph ghost ship. That's a paddling. Simpsons reference. Sorry.
Yeah, because that's the thing for Hundo, because you have to morph 2 guidebooks because you have to use one.
Yep.
Luckily, a little tip is that he will only ever throw out the person with the highest HP at the time. So as long as your character that has morph doesn't have the highest HP, then they won't get thrown out.
And interestingly, when they throw them out, it gets rid of any status effects on your character.
Yep, gotta retry.
Yep. I learned that one the hard way.
Welcome, Kilogar. Thank you for the raid.
Gil is also a rider, a right side runner.
Welcome, Kagar.
Yeah, welcome in, Kagar.
I didn't know if we could call out raiders or not, so I didn't say anything. But welcome
I
in,
did a
Kagar.
couple times earlier.
Cool.
They're showing support.
Okami is just getting to his train segment.
Dash got the Shinra beta. The Hundo is saved.
Oh, yesterday he was doing practice. This might have been 2 days ago. He was doing practice, and he accidentally started a fight with our friends in the submarine instead of.
Oh, that is horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Alright, he did not get good fast guard dudes here. I don't even know what they are, but they're impossible to get behind usually.
If for each one that has a turn, we'll do 3 attacks. So, yeah. You always hope as a no slots runner to get in front of at least one of them.
Yeah, it feels good to, like, at least get half the time saved from it.
So I'm gonna move the credits for the music credits up to the top instead, because I didn't realize they'd be covering the bottom of Dill's battle UI.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Just stick them up by Okami, top there.
I'm gonna stick them up on the left because the way that it works, it expands from the left to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. All right, and then we have a quick little scene.
Let's pray for good carry arm fights today.
And then we Mega Elixir and pray.
So in case you're not aware about how carry armor works, essentially its powerful lapis laser attack, it will do a lot of damage to you, and it has a chance to use it before, like as a sneak attack at the very beginning of the at the very beginning of the fight. That's a 1 in 3 chance, and then it takes its first turn, which has a 1 in 4 chance to be a lapis laser. If it gets both those in and chooses lapis laser both those times, then that's called a double lapis, and you are dead.
Dead. Dunzo.
So we hope for single lapis, and then we do big guard, death blow, hold on, magic breath, and then hopefully get some quick ATB fills and repeat the process with death blow and weight trick.
Yeah, single lapis is more optimal just because it brings Tifa down to low HP.
And the magic breath is in there to reduce his arm grab chance by, what is it, 50%, 20 or something?
From 1 in 16 to 1 in 128.
Yeah, so that's why we do that. Looks like we have a knuckle sandwich armor open for Dash here, which means he's either going to have to go with the S-Mine or laser her down. I would say he's probably going to go S-Mine.
Yeah, he didn't doink Tifa, so probably S-Mine.
There it is.
Yep.
Doink or whatever, like there's different words that people use to like to refer to a specific thing where you equip and then unequip an HP reducing magic materia or something similar to reduce her HP to just under max.
That's 1 death blow.
Was she high rolling?
I didn't see what she
Decent.
rolled.
It was pretty
but
decent, but 6.
Miss.
Yeah, Solid
On.
Snake, you are correct to death blow, but you should never you are correct to magic breath, but you
Not the
shouldn't do
high
so
rolls.
more than once.
Just normal
Second.
rolls, which is fine.
Yeah, but second death blow just hit.
And it's
It's-
through. Good
Yeah,
fight.
that's good. It was okay.
It's pretty much,
I'd
best
take
case
that
scenario.
in any run.
yeah. As
You're
we like
alive.
to call him, AFK.
Everyone. Yep.
Just does nothing.
Did he have limits on Cloud and Sid?
He does, I believe.
Or we might get a little Ramu %. I guess we'll see in the fight.
Still got a fair bit of time to build a limit.
Alright, Dill and RJ making their way downtown, walking fast, and they're homebound.
Base is passed, and they're homebound.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, not Brenimir. Brutals and Colin forfeit after unfortunate fights.
MC also had a drop as well. So.
Yes.
But we're still going strong.
Dash does not have limits. Cloud is very close to one.
Will RJ hit the siren? Oh, he'll just get a fight there instead. Okay.
So, RJ gets 2 other fights, I believe. And then negotiate.
Oh, walking
Sneaking
steps.
Past,
Okay.
Yeah, he sneaked past the button.
I believe he
Good
gets
escape
one more
from
fight
Dill
there.
there.
Negotiate.
Ooh. And
No one
She's
has a
dead.
limit. We might see
Aw.
double summon here.
I got all the Rocket Town to go.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okami, Prim.
Yes, Rocket Town does exist.
I was looking at Okami's screen when I said that. Okami with Coral Skip. Looks like it's gonna be good. Positioning was good at least.
I'd be very surprised to not see Dash at least get a Cloud limit.
There's a Sid one for Dill.
all right, Dash, take him hostage.
Dill is probably going to have to do a heal after this fight. That is a very low Sid.
It's kind of funny. RJ named Cloud P instead of Barrett, so his 3 people spell PTA like your school
I
PTA.
thought he named it.
Because he accidentally named Sid A or something.
Yeah, that was actually a really smart decision on MC's behalf. So before this ever got started, there was a, what would you call it? Like an
Pre-recorded.
yeah, like an anti-pre-recorded measure to where everybody needed to name one person P. And
And he didn't.
No one knew
announce
the letter until
the
today.
letter until literally 5 minutes before.
Yeah. I think that's a really good. Alright. Dill has entered the Daddy Armor room.
RJ is about to get his ghost ship.
I hope you're serious.
So it says on his step right notes.
I
Nope.
think he just passed it.
You lied to me. We are no longer friends.
I don't know if you can get a ghost ship on the plank or not.
You can't.
No, you can't. That's what the notes that I have So,
No Emerald's Blessings for Dash.
Most likely, he would have gotten a ghost ship if this encounter had happened on the previous screen.
okay. Did he? He didn't
He's
skip
ahead,
the fight
so he
before,
got
did he?
He must
No
have.
ghost ship.
His notes say if he didn't skip the fight, he would have got a hard attacker ×2 instead. So he's going to get another one on the catwalk instead. It's only if he skips the fight that he gets
All
a ghost
right.
ship.
Dill's locked and loaded here.
For restream purposes, we only have 7 hours, so hopefully Okami still pushes to be under that 7-hour mark. That would be really cool.
I don't think. I unfortunately don't think that's going to be the case.
No, I don't. I think he's barely.
Can we just raid him at the end after the other 3 are done?
I'm not certain what we'll do at the end,
Yeah.
but I do expect us to at least have 1 or 2 completions by the 7-hour mark.
Oh, the other 3 should be fine.
Yeah. Assuming carry armor isn't too mean. Speaking of carry armor, let's go.
All right, let's
Second
hope
one.
for that opening Lapis. Maybe a preemptive death blow? No, that won't be happening.
Oh, RJ saving before carry armor too. That's smart.
All right.
No.
I didn't see if Dill got an S mine or not. So if
He
he
did.
didn't, he'll have to use laser.
He got 2 in his first fight.
Nice.
Oh, swag. Alright, Magic Breath to reduce that arm grab chance. Straight in with the S mine. I love to play.
What's up with these death blows just not hitting tonight?
Welcome to FF7, mate. AFK. He is, and so is Tifa.
She's
Is he
not
going for the
hitting
high pot,
anything.
anticipating the Lapis?
Yeah. Carry armor's done nothing for a while. I'd be getting a bit nervous for the.
Normal rolls.
Oh no, he's just using potions to.
Gee, this is the most AFK carry armor I have ever seen, and Tifa will not hit.
She's hit once in this.
He's
entire
gonna
fight.
Lapis any moment now.
Yeah, you just feel it. It's in the bones.
No limit on Cloud for Dill.
Come on, Dill. There we go.
There. Yeah. Dude,
Good job.
He did not miss a single death blow, but Tifa missed every one of them for him. He weight tricked that really well. GG Dill. Alright, so now for Dash, we're just trying to pay attention to ATB. Good ATB. Does Cloud have a limit? He's close.
Yeah, no slots is just specifically we're not using caseless
Might be
second.
enough to push this limit.
Alright, RJ's turn is coming up. Man, we can't have a race without at least one double pew pew, right?
Or even a few. Have we seen a single Lapis yet?
Nope, not a
No,
single
it's
one.
been Lapisless.
Interesting.
It's saving that double Lapis for Okami.
No, don't say that.
No
I can't
limit
expect
on
from
Sid
enough
or
game.
Cloud for Dash right now. That's kind of scary.
The grenade on Cloud literally did not.
They just
move
don't do enough.
it did
Rude's got to
40
like do
damage.
that punch thing to him or something.
Oh, that might be good.
I think I've seen it pop up. Yep. So
Yep.
he's got one of the two. So that makes it a lot better than just none. One is very doable. Two, no limits is very, very monka for Diamond Weapon. But it's doable.
At this point, you front row Sid and hope for the best.
I would just put Ramu on, honestly, if I had to. In this race, I mean, I think he's far enough ahead where it doesn't matter.
RJ going into carry armor.
Rude's about to get messed up.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
end of that. Sid will not be having a limit for Diamond Weapon, which is fine. We'll just get to see Ramu.
Oh, you have to use a summon or a limit on Diamond, don't you?
This whole time, RJ's been killing carry armor.
His was just a little whack No Lapis.
We're 3 for 3 for no Lapis.
Chose not to Lapis on his turn also, so...
And Tifa missing death blows is very consistent still. Cool.
Full health, so they're not going to do much even if she does hit right now. He cannot S-mine, and S-mine will kill her.
Oh, he's lasering.
Now this is when he freaking does it every time.
Yeah, every time. Every time you pull out laser, the next thing that comes.
Is he bonking her?
He's grenading her.
Grenading her, okay.
Wasn't enough either.
No, she's at a bit of a weird HP.
Okay, he's got her in critical.
There it
Oh, there's
comes,
a
yeah.
there's
There
the
it
Lapis.
There it is. Kariyama, you troll. Well, at least RJ has limits.
Yeah.
Don't forget to mention RJ also has Dazers for the Rude fight.
Oh
Been
yeah.
holding them the whole time.
This carry armor should be almost down.
Tifa does not want to hit death blows today for anyone.
No, she doesn't.
Awful. He needs literally one death blow to hit.
Oh, he healed her out of critical, but
Hey, she's dead anyway.
yeah.
Oh, magic breath? He's
Yeah.
obviously...
Phoenix sounds? I wouldn't think so, but
I think he's dangerously close to being out of them.
okay, this is concerning.
Oh, he's boost jumping. Okay.
Would have been smarter to cross slash and
I think he
then
has
side
an
push him.
S-mine he could throw. He has two of them.
Yeah, he's out of it. Phoenix Downs. That's why he's not reviving.
Huh.
He's just gonna magic breath spam now and hope for the best.
Well, that's a way for the fight to go.
Wow, nice pivot. That was a really good recovery there on RJ's part.
Although he still does have to get to the next couple of fights, which aren't quite so, I guess, easy. I mean, he can magic breath, but MP is going to be an issue.
Yeah. He might have to burn Ethers here. He's gonna have to do another shot before Diamond, I would have thought, in Rocket Town. To buy Phoenix Down, so he might burn his Ethers here.
He could maybe tent at the save point if he had one down here in the sub.
I think he's used them all already, and he buys 4. Yeah, he's just
sometimes
gonna
the
burn all
skill
of
is
his
nice and
MP.
drops you one, you know. Little sip from the Schizo pond, save one, you know.
Nobody picks up the scimitar. Sag.
I don't think Matron Magic would do enough to kill these guys, unfortunately.
No.
Alright, Dill's on his way to Rocket Town to square off against Rude and his goons. You know, Rude kind of robs us of a final boss fight with Palmer, doesn't he?
He does. How dare he?
I feel like that should be Palmer up there with like a Mako bazooka or something.
I'm back at Bazooka.
Alright, Dill needs Cloud to get a limit, but but it's not looking good.
No, he's miles away from that. I think without hypers at this point, you're pushing your luck.
Okay, I'm back. Interesting. Tifa's alive? I thought you raise her after these fights.
No, she's alive throughout all this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because if you
You
get
just-
good ATB, you death blow.
Yeah, you just hope that Tifa stays in like high point of critical HP. And then you would
Alright.
just potion her before Diamond. As that is the next fight after Rocket Town. Okay, RJ made it through. I'd be surprised to see him not make a pit stop to the Rocket Town shop.
I would.
But he has to. He's got no way of reviving Tifa at this point.
It's either that or Bone Village, and he doesn't want to ruin Final Descent.
No.
I mean, going to Bone Village and buying things at this point actually wouldn't ruin Final Descent. It's just digging. It's just starting to dig that
okay.
wood.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
was scared to go there because I thought
Same.
it would wreck it.
Same. Bone Village is actually the quicker.
It's like one of those things where you don't mess with FD, you just let that be.
The one time I messed with FD, I got 7 Final Descent encounters.
Ouch.
Yeah. My HD console PB.
Toast Matt was trying to get me for the St. Jude race to try to manip what was it, like a 10 encounter, the most you can get, and it's actually harder to manip than 0. Just as kind of a prank.
So, there's a huge difference between no slots and slots because of the situation of slots being one of the most broken limit breaks that K-Sith can do and one-shot any of the enemies. We opt to have that not be a thing, and you utilize, other strategies to get through the run.
Huh?
Why did-
Tifa's asleep. He's trying to kill her rather than have to wait for her to wake up.
You should magic breath.
But he's throwing grenades with Sid, which is.
And Tifa's dead.
Well, he should have magic breath the goons.
Typically in no slots you don't magic breath the goons, you just go straight for the first death blow and hope for the best. Like.
I mean,
it's
it
a
would be
1 in
very
3 chance for
ATB
them to
dependent,
put
I
her to
think.
sleep.
Like, if you know Tifa's not getting the first turn, I'd just kill them things because that's what they're gonna do. That's why everybody has a sleeper minute
Yeah.
on Rude.
I actually don't want to imply that slots doesn't have like actual strategies though. The run is pretty neat if you actually watch it.
Yeah, the slots
It's very YOLO. Like,
a lot more difficult than it looks, actually.
it's very fragile in some parts with, like, especially like Hojo and what is it, like, use slots. You have to take damage from Demon's Gate to like get a slots.
Yeah, you have
Stuff
to get.
like that.
hmm
And I'm
And I
not
think
sure.
it's like the same for the final boss rush where it can like go either way. You just don't kind of know until it plays out.
I'm not sure if the current any percent route actually picks up watering as well. I don't think it does because Kate has to take damage against Stone and Life.
So
I know the world record for it doesn't.
So Dash is going to be beginning list manipulation for the Final Descent manipulation. Essentially, remember back in Bone Village on Disc 1, we had entered and dug at a certain IGT in order to set our stone? Well, the second part of the manipulation is here to finish setting the actual index into the RNG that will be used for Final Descent manipulation.
He's watching that radar dish spin up there along with the chicken on the.
And it looks
Yeah,
like
the weather vane.
looks like Dash got the best manipulation. Essentially, that screen right there has a bit of a glitched field script in the sense that it the weather vane has 4 possible delays, and so it randomly chooses between those 4 delays. However, it does so by picking a number from 0 to 255 and then determining if that number is 0, 1, 2, or 3. Obviously, most of the time, a number from 0 to 255 chosen randomly is not going to be from 0 to anywhere from 0 to 3. And so it actually just re-rolls until it gets a number from 0 to 3. And so it jumps all the way through the RNG until it hits a number that generates 0, 1, 2, or 3. And so that's how you can quickly jump to a specific point in the RNG table. And so Dash got the best result, where the first number it jumped to was the correct number. And because of that, we now know exactly where we are in the RNG table. Dash does, at least, and he'll be able to carry that manipulation throughout the rest of the game, all the way down to the final ascent.
We're getting 3 Ramas. I'm excited. My boy Ramu.
Did
He
anybody
usually
see
get the
whether
shine.
RJ did the shop or not? Pretty sure he would have.
I did not see. I was petting my dog guiltily, I admit.
I'm pretty sure he would have. No, he wouldn't have been able to revive Tifa otherwise.
Dash getting to the final part of final descent manipulation, where you have to be perfect with movement through the what you'd call it, the city center of the City of Ancients.
The hub.
This next upcoming screen essentially calls RNG pretty frequently, and this first bit has some specific movement that we need to get in order to land on a specific list value in order to ensure that the rest of the manipulation continues as proper.
That looked pretty good.
As
I
well
think
as
he's
good
solid,
matching.
yeah. RJ has defeated Rude.
Pretty sure he would have thrown his tasers in that fight. Didn't see it.
Okami is about to defeat Dream Sephiroth.
Yeah, wrapping up those cutscenes.
Yep. We'll definitely get to see him square off against Carry Armor, so that's cool.
Yeah, he might have to wrap up on his own, but doing good so far. We got RJ wrapping up there too.
But now a little bit more downtime.
Yeah, but right after this we get Diamond Weapon.
After the 2-minute bathroom break, waiting for him to walk to the beach.
Old chicken feet.
Yeah.
Or
Is
what's
it really
Dash call
2
them,
minutes of
stomping
Diamond
on?
Weapon just
I
walking?
don't know. It feels like an hour when you're in a run.
You have time for a bathroom break during that if you do your menu pretty quick. Like, just do your menu. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if you do it quick, but do your menu right away and then you go to the bathroom.
Interestingly, if you don't interact with Diamond, he just stops at a certain point and will stand there forever until you interact with him. How many people are gonna release the Chocobo?
Oh, man. I don't know. They're not willing to win the slap fight. I don't know if they'll do that.
Bunch of chickens.
Can't you just ride the chocobo over there?
Yeah.
Because you just appear back in the Highwind, right?
RJ is just going to be right next to Midgar because he did.
Oh
River
yeah,
City.
I forgot he did 1.0.
What happens if you take that chocobo and put him in like the high wind or something?
Then he's in the Highwind.
Oh, it doesn't. It's not like a different kind of chocobo because it happened before Calm Skip.
I don't think so. I mean, it's not going to be a good chocobo because you caught it in an area that does not produce good chocobos. But I think if you buy a stable, then get the chocobo, then get off the chocobo, then you can have the chocobo, like put in a stable.
Huh,
Yeah.
nifty.
Zeal used that chocobo for the glitch demonstration after the AGDQ 2023 run of FF7 that was done.
Yeah, that was super cool. I didn't even know that was a thing until he did that. And he even step routed the Shinra Mansion stuff too. It was even cool. Pretty cool.
And the bread sub minigame.
Yeah. All right. Dash is showing us all the Sister Ray.
I think this actually might be RJ's first completed YOLO route.
I bet you it is. But the thing about RJ's route is it's not completed until he kills Safer Sephiroth because it doesn't have
True.
long range.
Very true.
If Safer flies up, I don't know if this. I don't know.
There you go, Corn. Okami went left side. The other three runners went right, but Okami went left.
All the homies go left.
Thank God, there's some normality in life.
Yeah.
Dash, Dill, RJ, Okami. In that order is
All right.
placement.
Dash finishing up FD manip here. Good.
Dill just entering City of the Ancients.
Oh, Okami's on his way to carry armor. All right, here we go.
I do the big boy menu of FF7. Look plus. When did he pick up a look plus?
You can pick it up if you mash circle when you're going down the stairs at the Temple of the Ancients. And it's a glitch. You're not supposed to be able to pick it up from there, but you can get it.
I just don't know the reason why he would get it.
Because
Swag.
it's fun.
Fair enough.
I used to get it for swag. Why
Yeah,
not?
hopefully it doesn't mess up the menuing though.
Yeah,
Maybe it makes her hit her
I
death
purposely
blows.
don't pick up anything other than what I need, just because of muscle memory. I hate stuff being in different places. It really messes with me.
Well, there's things that are unavoidable with that too. Like if you get a tranquilizer.
Yeah,
from
like
the guards
item
in
menus you
Midgard.
expect to be all over the place, but your materia menu you expect to be consistent if your menuing is consistent.
Yeah, that's very true.
Still getting a pretty early fight on the way to Cosmo Canyon. Unfortunately, this is sort of the last place in the game where you can get random encounters on the world map. It's not a very long run, and you oftentimes do it without getting an encounter, but there's not really a way to do it. It's both not worth manipulating, like it wouldn't be easy to manipulate, and it wouldn't be worth manipulating because you get 0 encounters a lot of the time anyway.
You could park at the buggy and buggy skip over there.
But I don't think the buggy exists anymore.
Oh.
All right, so Dill's coming up on his FD manip.
Dash releasing the chocobo. Confirmed.
Dill also getting the best luck. This is about a 1 in 3 chance to get the best luck here, where you can go in immediately after seeing the satellite spin around 3 times. Basically, if the weather vane doesn't move at all after you see the satellite spin around 3 times, then you got best luck. Otherwise, the weather vane basically shakes after 1 spin, and then 1 spin, then 2.5 spins, and then 4 or so spins. And it's that 4 or so spins one that you need to wait for, but you only need to wait for about 1 spin into it in order for a list to be set correctly. But you have to wait for 3 spins in order to know that you're on the 4 spin one and not the 2.5 spin one.
So what if it moves again after 2.5 spins?
If it moves after 2.5 spins, then you wait for. Then the fast way is to wait for it to stop, then wait for 1 and a bit additional spins, and then run in.
Oh, okay.
The slow way is to just wait for 3 spins like normal, because that'll always work.
You guys know what time it is? It's diamond weapon time.
We still got like 2 minutes, it looks like.
So basically, diamond weapon, we need to open his chest with 2 limits. We hope that he doesn't open on Tifa. It's not a big deal. It's just time loss. The 3 runners that are coming up to it here do not have a limit on win character, so they'll have to supplement a Ramu summon, and we need 3 death blows to hit, or 2. I think 2, and if you get all 6, then you're good. But 3 will end the fight faster.
Yeah, you just need 2 death blows out of 6 attacks to win. If you don't get that, then you're not able to do enough damage with Tifa.
But the more attacks you can save, the more she hits, aka faster it is.
Yeah, of course. Of course you want to go fast, but it's more important to just, win at all.
Get through the fight, yeah.
Yeah, getting all 6 is the big part.
So it's 1 limit, 1 Rama, and then death
Big
blow.
guard, summon, then limit, I think would be the play.
Yeah, just because you can push your limit through during the summon just before the summon happens, and then guarantee Diamond doesn't get another turn and potentially kill Tifa.
Correct.
I think Akami just killed his step count in the underwater reactor.
Alright, so we're firing Ramu right now. Cloud, braver, cross slash, doesn't matter. Braver, faster. Release.
I actually didn't know
And
for a
then-
while that Diamond was weak to lightning.
I didn't know for a long while either until I started talking about Venus Gospel with people. Miss. Okay, here comes the weight trick. We've also slowed battle speed to 0.5% to give it a spiderweb effect so that we can get 2 turns in with Tifa for every one of Diamond's actions.
It's not that, it slows Diamond Weapon down in relation to our party. It's just necessary because I believe the amount of time it actually takes to to hold
Nice.
time in the menu is enough for Diamond Weapon to get its additional turn in with a low enough speed on Tifa.
Okay, so very good luck. Didn't touch Tifa at all. We just need to get, I think, do we need 1 more?
One more, yeah.
There
we
it is.
go.
Nice.
Very good fight.
If through.
All right. As long as Dash focuses, it's looking pretty good for him.
Yeah. In my opinion, that's the last true run killer. I mean, Hojo can lose you time, but there's like a 10% chance that Tifa just misses and lose the run there.
Oh, Gil didn't return back to CC?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
Apparently he went to City of the Ancients before Cosmic Canyon.
Oh,
Did he go all the way in though?
that makes second place interesting.
He might not get. I don't know how far into City of the Ancients he went.
I don't know, but he at least has gone back to Cosmocania before this now, so like he's good now.
Yeah.
All right, Sister Ray.
It's
So
just whether he's come into this room before.
So yeah, he's still confidently in second.
Kami making his way down towards carry armor.
Trucking on.
Yeah, who said that he killed a step route?
He either killed it or he took an additional encounter that he wasn't supposed to get. So
Oh, okay.
it looked like he confused himself, went to force the fight, and then ran into the next screen anyway, got the fight, and then forgot the 2.5 walking steps, and ran and got an encounter 6 steps later.
Not a
Which-
huge deal then. That's just an extra encounter.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his formations will be different now, but there
They
isn't
shouldn't be
that
too
many
bad. I
more
don't think they're.
fights.
They shouldn't be too bad. At the very least, I'm pretty certain that there aren't any pincer formations on the relevant screens in Northern Crater.
No. Just might not get gargoyles. Not sure if the current step route even gets them.
All right, time for our last. Well, not our last skip, but our last big one. Midgar raid skip. Saves about 20 minutes and a couple boss fights. You just hold run and right, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
You
the
can run,
specific-
hold running right or running down right. Some people do.
Just like a part of like where Reeve is on the phone or whatever.
Again, it's like earlier. There's still a character on the screen despite the fact that there's not. You can't see them, and yeah, you're just holding the right.
I think this one's considerably like tighter though. Like you got to be holding. Like he only gets to move like one frame. That character you're talking about. Like the other one just moves.
Yeah. On Junon FMV skip, they just don't lock the character in place. On Return to Midgar, they do lock the character in place, but in a manner that gives you one frame of movement beforehand.
Yeah,
All right, let's.
You typically would just hold run right and mash at the same time.
And also optimal mashing before and after Hojo is part of Final Descent Minute because list is active in that screen.
Yeah, every time the electric sparks spark, then that's a list advancement. And we can also use the timing between the electric sparks in order to tell that we are on the correct list value. Usually we want to see a long pause followed by 3 quick ones, and we want to see that twice.
Oh no. Opening Lapis on
That's
do
good.
It.
Tommy.
Don't do it.
That's
As long as
good.
it's just a
You
single,
talk
as long
about
as it's
that's
just
what
a
you
single.
want. Now she hits. Oh, he's getting another turn.
Yeah. Most of the time he will get
Arm
a turn.
grab.
I was just kind of expecting
Oh,
like a,
arm grab. Oh, what a horrible opener. Oh, on Sid as well. Oh,
X potion. Do the D blow again.
so
And
carry
magic
armor
breath
should
after that.
kill Sid soon.
Not if she misses. She should die right here, actually.
Yeah, the added cut should steal it.
Need to get a magic breath off soon, though. Good
I think
cover.
at this point you would want to get Sid up and full health just in case he pulls out the Lapis again. You don't want it just to be solo Cloud
Oh,
left.
high rolls.
that was a pretty good roll for the death blow.
Yeah.
That's a high
Oh, that's
rolls.
Lapis.
Oh, that's evil. That is just evil.
Is he
All right,
picking up?
Hojo time.
Yeah. So these were the
All right.
electric things that Ace was talking about.
So I should see the first set of 3 coming up soon. 2, 3.
There
There
it
it
is.
was.
Yep.
And then here again pretty soon.
Yeah, he's good. He's on the correct steps here.
Now, the RNG to this fight is you can get a thing called capsule skip in the beginning, which
Good job,
skips
Akami.
Hojo's throwing out his monsters. It saves a little bit of time, and also Death Blow RNG applies pretty heavily in this fight.
Akami is free.
Good ATB, possible capsule skip. Nope. That was very close. She hits it anyways. Nice.
So the vaccine in this fight is to prevent status alert effects from, I think it's only the second and third phase.
The
This
slow one, I think, is the big one.
I think it's the last guy, isn't it? That is the
Yeah, he
worst
like
one.
does that chocobo thing to you.
And this guy's physical attack and poison, I think, isn't it?
I think it's that like black barf thing he does. Good high pot. She hit. That's good. Man, really good Hojo so far.
So far, so good.
She's only missed one so far in the whole fight. That's
really good.
solid.
Dilwingo saving before Diamond. Good safety strat.
That
I
Aqua
would
Lung,
too.
it takes 2 Aqua Lungs to kill those guards. Interesting.
It depends who you're aqualunging with.
That's the move right there that we vaccinated for.
I mean, mostly for confusion, but that too.
Yeah, confusion could be scary on Tifa. Spinning Tifa is never good, especially in crit.
Stop.
Nice covers. Wow.
Okay.
Alright, just like that.
Mm.
Okay, Dill got a good opener. He's choosing Bahamut.
I think he got a limit from one of the open or whatever, and he
He
was
did.
gonna go summon, and now he's not, which is
Yeah.
awesome.
Probably one of the best outcomes.
Calculated, right?
I wouldn't have been casting Bahamut though. That's a slow animation to be casting.
It is cool though. Not on Tifa. You want to see?
Yeah,
Nice.
big hits.
Nice.
As long as he gets all his death blows in here, he's guaranteed to win.
2 health. Oh,
Doing the cure all starts.
man, what a
Fight
fight.
actually might be over.
I think it is.
Next
If she
death
hits this, yeah.
She's hit 3 already. I think.
Oh, he had the math. Look at that. Just with the attack.
Yeah. Very swag.
RJ releasing the 1.0 Choco.
Gotta
Oh,
get
he's just gonna ride it over, maybe? Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, he wanted it to like bonk into everything possible, and it just disappeared. I've never seen that. That was cool.
That's hilarious.
Just like poof.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Yeah. Look at those chicken feet. RJ disrespecting Diamond, refusing to look at him.
Yeah, J-Rod. With no long range route, RJ basically does one attempt at getting the Zolom glitch for column skip 1.0, and if he gets it, then he goes for it. Otherwise, just 2.0, I assume.
Yeah,
Okami got Emerald's Blessing.
it's pretty
Anywhere.
much you're on the way there. You might as well go for it once. If you miss it, you would just do the 2.0.
It was very cool to see the 1.0. I didn't know he was going to do it until he stopped on the edge of the swamp and did the input like the PC any % guys do. Come on, good luck PTA. Let's go. Man, Diamond Weapon not wanting to hit. Oh, we're getting Shiva. Let's go.
Keeping the variety strong, I guess.
Very good.
Really good with his turn order as well. Doing the summon first and using limit priority.
Yeah, that's the play right there.
Making sure Diamond doesn't sneak in an extra turn between. I think Ifrit's actually the fastest summon.
I think you're right. Yeah. Okay. Potion strat. I like it. That's what I do. Oh, is that a counterattack I saw?
That was indeed a counterattack
Yep.
you saw.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. And that's got to count for something, right?
It counts for 2,900 extra damage or so.
I suppose, yeah.
Targeted Sid that time. Good hit.
Yeah, he's
Nice.
in. Nice.
Good job.
Diamond Weapon being very nice today.
Kami working his way through Rocket Town.
I think that counterattack might actually have been what allowed RG to win there at all.
Did he? I thought he had 2 hit.
Did he? I
think the
Yeah,
first one hit
2
and then
hits,
the
yeah.
4th one hit.
no, the first one definitely missed.
He
Oh
did
yeah,
have-
you're right.
It was
counterattack.
It was counterattack miss miss
Yeah.
added cut.
It did matter.
His
Yeah.
second and third turn was a hit.
That's clutch, man. That's so cool.
Pretty sure his second and third turn was a hit.
All right. Dash getting set up here for the final disc swap.
And
Dilwingo's going for Midgar raid skip.
disc 3, let's go. All right, chat. Welcome to disc 3.
Frame perfect.
By far the fastest disc in those spots. Be over before you know it.
So I don't know if you guys have watched Dash do an actual disc swap, but it's like he positions himself in such a way where it's like it's a strat, a certain way that he does the disc swap.
Oh, it is a strat, man. You should see when I do it. I got my disc in my hand as I'm selecting no, and then my hand immediately goes to the open tray. You gotta practice it even.
Oh,
I stand on this molehill. The best person I've ever watched do a disc swap is awesome waves.
Is he
The man
fast?
just he just yeets it over his shoulder. It's so creepy to watch. Like, literally disc out over the shoulder, new disc in. Like,
Beautiful.
literally hurts me to watch.
I thought he just did that for the emote. I thought it was like a whatever disc.
I think he just does it with FF9 because they still make FF9 copies. So they're pretty easy to get a hold of.
You
But
would catch me doing that to my 7 copy.
Sonic disc copy.
Yeah, we never even talked about what Sonic discs are. The whole recent thing with that.
I didn't know
I
if
don't
that was a
really-
topic we could bring up or not.
Sure, why
I
not?
don't really understand it fully, to be honest. I just know I have them.
Yeah, so Sonic Discs was a awesome new discovery that actually Dash figured out when looking at a couple of discs that he had. And there's coding on the top of the disc, just around the ring of the greatest hits version, that links back to having technically faster load times. Some members of the community have already had those faster discs when doing their plays, but didn't know that they had them. And it makes a difference of, for example, I think it's up to 2 minutes where you could see the difference in loads with like battles and FMVs, things like that. I don't know. Does the Sonic discs also reach to 8 and 9?
I have no idea about
Yes,
those
they do.
games.
They do. Okay.
It's been confirmed for 8, but not for 9.
So basically, the Sonic discs, quote unquote, we found a statistic about the discs, and it was called offset, and these particular discs have a negative 647 offset. So
Yep.
if you have those discs, you will get faster loading times.
Every black label we've tested so far has come back as not Sonic, and then it's been greatest hits so far.
Monetary Dragon has been doing some black label testing, but that's still premature in its investigation at this point, I think.
Yeah, as far
Anything positive?
as far as we can tell, Black Label non-Sonics are possibly faster than Greatest Hits non-Sonics, but that might not generalize to all Black Labels or all Greatest Hits non-Sonics.
Dash going for Save Crystal Glitch right now. This is basically where we're gonna use a Save Crystal to skip a conversation, and yeah, just save a little bit of time.
Yeah,
It's another
rundown.
paralysis dodge kind of thing.
I don't know what you'd call it.
It is a paralysis dodge. You're normally paralyzed in this cutscene, but you dodge so by closing out the prompt for the save crystal, which gives you movement back.
And he has to be super precise on this screen and a couple others that have list actively moving in them. It is routed in list, but if you mess up, it could throw you off.
Yeah, the next of those screens being the one immediately after this. Load removers for FF7 on PSX, probably not. Like, there wouldn't really be a way without installing custom homebrew software to get and to be able to tell when loads are happening easily. So probably not, but maybe on PC. But on PC it really doesn't matter, because loads are instant, effectively.
They are, yeah. You gotta make sure you're holding your buffers fast, or you'll run the wrong way on PC. All right, Dash making it through pretty cleanly. Probably gonna skip the encounter at the end due to good stepping. Looks like Dilwingo is finding his way into Disc 3 right now. RJ is square off with Hojo.
And Dash is past the last live screen in the game. He has now completed his step route.
Puts the save crystal down. Good.
Oh,
good
nice.
play.
A safety save. Yeah.
Yeah, I would do it too. I mean, why not?
Alik, the prize pool that was raised over the past few days by Morningcraft was $790, I believe.
And as mentioned, thanks again to Morningcraft for getting the racers together and things like that. Super cool.
Yeah, a lot of things might have gone sour for a lot of runners, and we might only have 4 at the end right here, but I'd say overall it was a pretty great experience.
Yeah. And thanks
I've been
again, Ace,
having
for
a
letting me
blast
do
the whole
commentary.
time.
Thank
Yeah.
you, and thanks to RPG Limit Break for allowing us to stream here. I wouldn't have expected to have been able to, especially on such short notice.
Yeah.
Morning craft worked as magic. Here we are. We're at Final Descent. That's where we're at. We're hoping for 0 encounters. I know this man's got it. Watch him go.
RJ's having a bit of a rough time.
So each one of these stones has a chance to get an encounter on it due to your list value, whatever it may be. Just so happens, Dash is right where he needs to be. And jump down the last stone, do your final menu. Well, yeah, your final, like, materia, equip menu stuff. And we'll be in the final boss rush.
Nice Shinra beta.
Very nice.
Oh, nice miss.
This last phase for RJ will be a little bit sketchy with Tifa being front row.
Will Genova slap the trank out of somebody? We'll find out now.
Hojo's not really targeting Tifa yet. That's good.
He hasn't hit. He's hit one death blow all fight.
There we go.
Nice counter.
Nice.
The combo counter.
Counter
All
attack.
right.
paid off.
Pretty typical Genova absolute.
It'd be interesting to bring up that in the final boss rush, Tifa will not miss death blows due to the misstyle.
Yep. The misstyle massively raises, I believe,
Accuracy, isn't it?
Dexterity.
yeah, I guess dexterity.
Yes.
There's a stat that is used in calculating death blow accuracy that is raised massively by the misstyle. That essentially makes it so that they will never miss it. They will never miss.
And also increases invasion, I believe, doesn't it?
Yes,
No.
it massively increases evasion, which is what I believe it does, and
That's why Shadow Flare misses her like 50% of the time.
that's why most things miss her like 50% of the time.
That's why you never want to forget the curse ring on her. Or leave it in ATB active. I've done that before when she's died to death sentence and then trying to get death sentence to actually hit. It's brutal.
All right, it's Blobberoth time.
These fights should be pretty straightforward.
It's a little bit annoying if he opens with that Quake maneuver on Tifa, but it shouldn't be a big deal either way.
Should miss. Most of the time it will miss.
And if it does hit her, you just throw a high pot on her on the next turn and she's fine.
Yeah. Also want to pay attention to Cloud and Sid's HP in this fight. You want them to be as close to full as possible so that they will survive.
Cloud for
It
sure.
shows that
Sid can be whatever, but
depends who has what, I think.
because Safer will arm attack the highest HP person, and you kind of want that to be Cloud.
And also paying attention to...
Oh, the added crit.
If Dash does an Omni Slash, I will be extremely sad.
It's not an Omni Slash, it's invalid.
Probably just throw like an elixir on Sid or something. X potion, you got 2 of them.
Yeah, I would hear.
Yeah, Dash wants to make sure that he has limits on like
Yeah.
Cloud Sid to prevent the limit bar messing up his ATB.
I probably wouldn't have healed either. Doesn't really matter. Cloud's the only one that needs to be healthy.
I think it's one or the other, really. You just need at least one person to be able to tank.
I would not.
Deal.
I'm pretty sure Dash is not on PB pace right now.
No, it's
No.
not.
There's no way.
Yeah, no.
He would be if he didn't have the saves and his 1 minute, 1.5 minute loss to Elevator Manip.
Yeah.
Like he's had a really good run besides those 2 things.
Pretty incredible that I think like the one of the runners who had messed up Elevator Minute ended up pulling through in the end.
Yeah. We like switched him for Colin, and then he was right back, and then he never left.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
This will be the feature, everybody, though.
Went for the early death blow. Will he get it? No.
Oh, did Okami YOLO Elevator? Missed that.
I think so, yeah.
All right. Round and round, Shadow Flare goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
Yeah, the spider web split full.
Don't
The runners
hit. Nice.
It's a miss.
Nice miss.
Miss Style putting in work.
It's such a good item or equipment.
It's a shame you get it so late.
Is there a second spot for Mistyle, or is it exclusively North Crater?
In Midgar.
Yes.
No, yeah, I get it for NMS, so I can't miss on Hojo after Hojo.
Yes.
Yes.
Return to
Mid
Midgar.
chest.
Return to Midgar. Second chest after Proud Claude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
And then that
Dash.
saves me a menu in the crater too as well. But GG's to Dash.
Jeez.
Sub 40 in a race, man. That's pretty cool. I like that.
I don't think. No, he's not actually on PB pace. He
I'm
would have been on PB pace. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
gonna let the commentators know that we actually don't have a time constraint anymore.
Awesome.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Do we want to offer Dash to come in and?
Sure, but I'll wait until he's actually finished.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's not done yet.
I will do, of course, though.
Dill
Alright,
is just working his way through Northern Crater. RJ doing his disc swap.
Yep. We just got RJ on disc 3. So.
Oh, okay. That's why Okami didn't have a spiderweb in the Demon's Gate fight. He didn't pick up steel. He ran past it.
There's a clip somewhere of RJ getting into the fight right before Steel, and then during the fight saying, "I got to be really careful not to miss Steel," and then he misses Steel. It's hilarious.
That's so rough.
That sounds exactly like an RJ thing to do. Dill
He's
was
like,
a
"All
little
right, I gotta
bit
be
behind.
careful here," and then he just ran right past it.
I believe this encounter means Dill was a little bit too far behind. Pretty sure this is the encounter you're hoping to.
I think it's the robot guy. The Mike Wazowski guy, I think, is planned. Oh, no, you're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, it's right at the end.
Yeah.
I think Okami's about 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes behind Dash.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to split before that because I gotta take my dogs out here soon, but I'll stay for the conclusion of these two.
All right, moment of truth.
But I do want to say good job to all my comrades here in the booth tonight. You guys did a wonderful job.
Oh, it's been a blast. I'm super glad that Ace got us together for this.
It's been
Yeah.
great. Been a fun old time.
Yeah.
There's the Omni Slash. Let's go.
Yes.
Congratulations to Dash Retro for completing Final Fantasy VII, the fastest out of all of us, in 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 46 seconds.
GG. It is
Let's
done.
go, Dash. GG.
Now you can sit there and think about what you're going to spend your winnings on. You could buy the villa.
Don't waste it all in Honeybee Inn.
That'd be hard to do, Prim. I don't know if I could come out alive there. But it's amazing that, you know, this speed run is come down so far in time to sub 640 in a race. That's a really good run
Yeah.
for
Insane.
you know, a race and safety savings. That is hats off to Dash for that.
Still remember the days where sub 7 was a dream. God, I do not miss calm.
Hey now, easy on calm.
Hate it with a passion.
But photo skip.
Never did it. HD console, you're not allowed.
Oh yeah, soft
You will
box
soft
if you do. Yeah.
Same as Safe Crystal glitch does not work on HD console either.
It used to though, and then they patched it.
They patched it and then broke the whole of disc 3.
Like they don't patch calm skip, but patch safe crystal glitch. Go.
The dialogue between Genova Synthesis and Bizarro is in 15 FPS. It is horrible.
Did Dill Wingo get 0 FD?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Nice. Now will RJ.
Yeah, these three were very close on the run.
Yeah. No, this is not world record.
RJ is not coming in too far behind his own PB as well, so that's good to see him getting. That's good reps for him to get in because he hasn't been running a whole lot lately. So.
Oh, RJ had a bit of a bonk there. Should still be fine.
Oh yeah, he's in. Nice. Okami staring down Diamond Weapon.
Let's go, Okami. Okay. RJ voting to place the save crystal.
Diamond Weapon making that slow trek over there for Okami.
RJ making his way to final descent.
All right. We have Dash in the race room who will be joining us here in a moment whenever Ace pulls him in. But yes, we have Gil wrapping up Bizarro.
Oh,
Yo,
hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How we
GG,
doing?
man.
GG's Dash.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, dang, dude. That run went pretty well, didn't it?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, sub 40 with saving and all that. GG,
And
man.
failed elevator manip as well. Like, that's a solid time.
Yeah, I mean, like right away, I failed elevator manip, and I was like, oh man, I was worried about that. Cause like I was super nervous at the start, and I'm kind of nervous the whole time, I'm a nervous guy with stuff like this, right? And yeah, it wasn't RNG, it wasn't a phantom glow, right? Nothing like that. It was just a straight up execution error skill issue. And I just, I messed it up. But the thing about the race is like when that happens, right? I lost a minute 10 to that, but it's like it already happened. It doesn't matter anymore. You have to just, look ahead and make it up, for the rest of the run.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you did. That
And so-
pesky Kamara bug, though. Oh,
Sorry, say again?
the pesky bug. Those manips and the spider
Your
wheels.
spiderweb manip. Yeah, you were
Yeah.
trying to.
Oh,
Kamari.
yeah.
That was-
Oh, man, dude. It's
I
like,
don't think anybody had a good spider web still.
dude, like I put manipulate on Cloud so that like if he can manipulate the bug, then he can just sit there and steal forever, and it's great, right? But dude, the Cloud manip animation is so long, but like, and he just kept missing it, and oh man.
And
But
did
yeah,
Tifa get stopped? I don't remember if Tifa got
yes,
stopped.
she did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, your Schizo was pretty nice too. You had a beautiful punch yourself Tifa strat into triple fire skip. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. Schizo went super, super well. Right. Besides those two things, right? Elevator manip and the spiderweb steal, both went horrendously. But like, besides that, I could not ask for a better run. Like every boss just kind of behaved. I even got to do S mine on carry armor and not get punished for it. So yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm super happy with it.
Yeah. So we lost 3 runners to MK, and your MK was actually pretty solid. How do you feel about your MK?
MK was great. I mean, there was a mini miss in there, but I mean, that doesn't really matter that much. And I had to hit him 4 times, which meant just for like super safety, I decided to mini both Tifa and Cloud. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it was controlled. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't going off the rails or anything. Like it was you know, it
Yeah,
it
you
could have
were-
been
you were-
faster, but I was in control the whole time, and that's what's important.
Dill just finished safer, got the rise, but
Did you have a favorite moment in the run, Dash?
I got lid skip. Lid skip.
I
lid
commented
skip.
on that. Go
lid
back in the VOD and watch
skip.
when you go over it.
How long? Someone is asking how long I've been playing Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy VII is the first RPG I ever played back when I was like 8 years old. So like I've grown up with this game, but I didn't start playing all the other Final Fantasies until like 5. Actually, it's been like 7 years now. Like 7 years ago, I started the whole series. So I've played all the mainline ones up to and including 13 now. But yeah.
Awesome.
I started speed running this game like 2 years ago, like Greg said.
what a
Alright,
solid runner
O'Connor's-
you are.
What was
But
that,
yeah,
Primitive?
man, that was like a pleasure to just
Never
watch.
mind.
Every time I looked up, something was like interesting happening in that run, man. Like all the way up until Diamond, you had to use Ramu, man.
Yeah.
That was pretty swag.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, right. So talking about like fun stuff, did you see did anyone see at the very start I had to use a potion during Guard Scorpion? Because
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did
we
see
Yes.
saw
that.
that. Yeah.
I have never done that before, but I was like, look, Cloud's not gonna survive 2 tail lasers. He needs one. Wait a second, I got these potions in my inventory. Why don't I use one of those?
Badger, you got a death on Bizarro though. That's a bit iffy.
But
But
yeah,
yeah,
there were
everything was
some.
pretty standard up until like elevator, and then a couple people got it, and then you did it, and then it went to the mountain, and MC like got stuck in the mountain, man.
Yeah,
that really started off rough.
I was hearing that MC was really getting the shaft early on, like
Yeah, no
from
poison.
getting, locked in the mountain
Bro.
into a no poison, which is so brutal.
Dill wants to do commentary when you have a chance, Ace.
Of course, I can do that.
So Dash, one last question. So you did quite a few safety saves. Is there any safety saves you feel like you didn't have to do, or do you feel like you did it enough?
I mean, I think I did enough. Like the ones that I really question are the ones that are kind of in rapid succession, like the one before Materia Keeper, for example. If you die to Materia Keeper, you can just do Cosmo Canyon skip again, and you don't you only lose probably 30 seconds from doing that, and it takes 15 to safety save. So the one before Materia Keeper is very like maybe yes, maybe no. And same with like Bottomswell, right? I saved before Bottomswell, which like if you die to him, you can just save and do calm or load and do calm skip again. But I just kind of decided that I'm just gonna do all the safety saves. I'm just gonna do all of them.
Yeah.
I didn't need any of them. But judging by how this game can go and how huge some of the swings can be, I think
The one time you don't do it.
right, and it
Yeah.
could have paid off any one of those times.
It's still sub 640 either way. It was a very excellent run.
Yeah.
Oh,
GG's,
Dillingo.
Dill.
Yes.
guys.
Congratulations to Dilwingo
Jeez.
on finishing second in a total of 6 hours, 49 minutes, and 32 seconds.
GG,
Well played.
man.
Jeez.
Well played, Dash. Good job,
Oh, yeah.
man.
Thank you. Well played. Yeah,
Thanks.
you had me worried for a long time, and then
Yeah.
people were like, "Oh, he screwed up the Jill route on Fort Condor," and I feel like that was the thing,
No, so what had happened was, so my gill route got messed up because I have a new gill route, but on top of that, I deployed a soldier on Fort Condor by mistake, and I literally didn't know what to do because I've never done that before. So like I was
Yeah.
just like scrambling for like a few minutes, so that's where I lost. You became out of sight at that point, but yeah, it's whatever. So
I don't
yeah.
think you guys realize how close Dash and Dill were this entire time. Like you guys were neck and neck the entire race up
Yeah.
until that point.
Yeah. I
So-
honestly, like, I did not expect to. I mean, I didn't do that badly, but like my start, because I was last in the start because I had a really bad reactor. Didn't get fast guard scorpion kill, messed up guard skip because my controller did something with the D-pad. And then I eventually caught up. I was only 34 seconds by my PV, but I guess it was, I mean, like, hey, I'll take it, it's a reset list. But yeah, I was very, very thankful I got to be part of this. And yeah, like again, GG's Dash, you played really well. What did you end up getting? 640 what?
638.46.
Oh, jeez.
You got a sub 40 in a race, man.
That's insane, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
sub 640 in a reset list is like really good. That's awesome. Really, really nice job.
Yeah, sub 640 was like my sort of dream time, where it's like, man, if I can get a sub 640, that's like you're locked in at that point,
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hold your head high
Wow.
with that one, man. That's quite the accomplishment.
It is, man. That's great. Good stuff. Awesome.
But I was waiting for Dash to do his signature tranquilizer during Red Dragon, but then it just died to the cross slash, and I was like, ah.
Oh yeah, I didn't have to.
Yeah. This
Well,
was fun though.
I think the Trank strat, I think Kuma came up with it, but sometimes I misattribute Morningcraft things to Kuma, so it was one of those two. Pretty sure it
Yeah.
was a Kuma idea, though.
Yeah, because I haven't seen Morningcraft do it since you started doing it. 'Cause
Wow.
I thought it was really cool.
Morningcraft said it's not him.
Yeah. So that's a Kuma special then.
Yeah, I think that is the Trank on Red Dragon, right? Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
cool one. Yeah. Another dude
GG's
like
to RJ for finishing, by the way.
yeah. GG's RJ. Another thing that happened to me was on Diamond because I had to kill Tifa during the root fight because she got put to sleep. And I forgot to retrank her on Diamond Weapon. He attacked her and it put her at 2 health. I was just like, oh, I forgot to trank her, and like, oh man, it was a lot of things I just wasn't aware of, but yeah, it was crazy. This game it's not just execution, there's luck too, but it's a little bit of both for sure.
Yeah, and
bit of
managing like bad RNG situations can save you a lot
Yeah.
of time.
Yeah.
The way
For
you
sure.
handle it.
Yeah, RJ is about to finish. Yeah, RJ, when I got behind on Dash, then it was me, RJ and I, because like RJ was on my tail, and I went to his street, I went to his chat, and I posted a Monka steer because I was like,
Dude,
you're
he
right
was
up,
on
you're
fire until DG, and then he just kind of
yeah,
leveled
the
into
YOLO,
DG.
right?
Horrible.
You did the YOLO strat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, still, like RJ's still finishing with the YOLO route, which is
He
and
got
it's
a
sub.
Braver crit on a non-preemptive Genova with the first Braver to negate needing a preemptive Genova.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
His
Wow.
great.
Genova was insane for a non-preemptive Genova.
Wow.
Yeah, I
It
couldn't
was
believe it.
That's insane. Yeah. Jesus.
And then it
All
didn't
right.
stop, and he just sat there and threw nades at it for like an hour before it did another turn.
Oh yeah, I remember my Genova. She didn't give Cloud any extra bravers, so like luckily I had a 5 braver Midgar, and so braver 6 was on Genova. But then yeah, she didn't give Cloud any, so luckily I that started out high on bravers.
Looks like MC wants to join the chat, by the way.
All right, I am gonna take off. Like I gotta go wrap up my stream. So thank you so much for the interview, and yeah, GG to
GG's again.
everybody.
Yeah,
GG's
man. Have a
Dash.
good night.
Thank you.
Good
Thanks,
job, man.
Dash.
Jeez.
Well, if it isn't Morning
GG's.
Thanks,
Hello,
man.
Warcraft.
Sorry about your run.
Thanks for putting this all together, man.
Yes, thank you for putting it together, Morning.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Insane.
Glad everybody enjoyed it. Have fun. Thanks a lot, Ace, for all the work. Kind of last
Mhm.
minute too. I don't know if you guys know, but RPG Limit Break let us do this like very last minute, like with I don't know 2 days to kind of figure things out logistically, and I think Ace did a nice job of putting all that together. So thanks again, and commentators and mods too.
Yeah. Shout outs to Morningcraft for putting this together. Ace, Cornfed, Prim, and Ven for commentating, and then RPG Limit Break for hosting this. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. It was just what I wanted, really. You know, I wanted a good old try hard match, and you know, it is the nature of FF7 that runs are just gonna drop like flies here and there. You're never safe.
Though.
You were
Yeah.
so fast. Yeah.
And then you ran into a wall. I mean, a
Oh,
mountain.
dude, it was. Did anybody else have a no poison bottom swell?
No, I was second try.
And nobody else got soft locked in the mountain too, right?
No, I almost did. I got the encounter like right after I got out of the mountain, so I
Oh
almost
my
soft
gosh.
locked.
RJ did calm skip 1.0, so he didn't get stuck in the river.
Yeah, I saw him do the river thing. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that was something.
Yeah, congratulations to RJ on finishing with us in 6 hours, 54 minutes, and 42 seconds, and thank you for rating the stream.
GG's RJ.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
on your-
GG's RJ.
Jeez.
Dude, he was on
Is
the
he
hot
gonna
one
come
until
in?
DG.
I don't know.
Somebody should tell him to come in.
I invited him to. I'm not sure if he's going to. I also just realized that when I tried to make the screen, shrink the screen down to 2 people, I covered the timer up. Whoops.
We'll just subtract it from the uptime. No.
But yeah, it was fun to see at least like RJ doing a interesting, different route. You know. Oh, I think he's gonna come in now.
Yep. Thank you. There he is.
Hey, congrats, RJ, 3rd place.
GG's RJ.
GG's RJ.
Thanks, GG's.
It was
everybody.
You had me worried, man. You had me so like it's funny. Dash told me when I was like on his tail, he's like, "You had me worried," and then I told him I was like, "Yeah." Once I got behind, I was worried RJ was gonna catch up because you were right by me.
I was for at some point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dude, your Genova, man. Let's talk about your Genova. That was
The
crazy.
Genova
Yeah.
Marathon
Yeah.
with the braver crit, no
Yeah.
preempt.
Oh my
Basically got the
gosh.
preempt. Yeah,
I couldn't believe it, dude.
That's
that's hilarious. I always get the
Yeah.
braver crits when I have no preempt. Like there's always one somewhere.
Like you had
Usually it's
that and then into a right arm, and I was like, this
right.
man cannot be stopped.
Yeah,
And then
my
DG
run was pretty
stopped
nuts
you.
there. Yeah, well, Red Dragon was the one
Red
that
Dragon
really,
Oh
fight
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, the opening
which is the
crit
one that
fight.
shouldn't. Yeah, and then it did another one later on, but it was my fault. I didn't have big guard up later too, because I screwed up and killed Eris off before I could recast big guard, so
Yeah.
kind of messed up after that. But
Hey man, the rest of the run was
Is this your
awesome to watch. So.
YOLO route finish, RJ?
for this specific step route, no, I think I finished one before, I believe. And back obviously like when I first started doing no long range, like I was doing watering still though back then. But I've done like I had the one early calm skip like PB / world record for like 5 hours. That was a no long range, I believe.
did you grab the water ring for the race?
Nope.
Oh.
And I actually gave Genova an extra turn by accident too, so she could have
Oh,
actually
shit.
punished me.
Oh wow!
'Cause,
You
shit.
keep getting away with it.
My up input to get to Tifa's item menu didn't register, so I went to her limit, and then I got out, and then I hit up circle again, and it didn't register it, so I
Oh
leaked way too much
no.
time, and she got another turn. But I thought she didn't, so I threw a Molotov on her with herself. But luckily, Genova, she just did an attack on Sid only. Then I got to do the cross slash, and yeah, it was fine.
Damn.
Hojo was
But-
pretty cool too, man. You killed Hojo with a counter
The
attack.
counter, yeah.
But yeah, that
I've
was
seen
pretty
people
cool.
that use counterattack get that, and it's pretty nice because it saved 3 attacks he would have got otherwise. So
Yeah.
pretty good on that fight for sure. I don't think she got any use out of it in the underwater reactor. That's the other part where it can work nicely.
Like I know she wasn't hitting death blows, but the end of the fight was at least swag, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Schizo went so bad. She had missed all the death blows on the first head, then I kind of messed up after, and
Yeah, I seen you go for the backup and then you missed some
Yeah.
damage. Yeah, it's all good though.
so I got like double quake counters and everything.
Your bizarre
Yeah.
was a little bit scary too.
Yeah, she got. I mean, that would have killed her. That would have killed her even without being front road, because it would have
Yeah.
done like 1500, because it crit her. So there's so many enemy crits that just like killed.
Does
So many
your
things that
route-
killed Tifa off, like that normally wouldn't happen.
Does your route tie into the same FD as the Fury Ring route?
Yeah, it's the same
Okay.
manip for it. I got an extra encounter at the end though, because I didn't walk 2.5 steps early enough after like the
Oh.
down split. Like I got an encounter right there, and then I had to walk like right away.
I got an
basically.
extra encounter in Northern Crater as well. I don't know how I got far. I don't know how I got behind. I have to work on my movement there, but I got the
did
Mike
see
the Mike Wazowski guy.
Yeah,
whatever
you
that.
were squaring off
Mhm.
against Monsters Inc. down there.
Yeah. So this was my first completed run with taking T for the temple, and I didn't even get the fucking
Benefit.
because I miscounted damage on Demon's Gate, and then she died at the very end to a rock drop. I was just like, all right, well, yeah. And then I had some weird thing in Schizo where she got ice breaths like before you do the death blows, and it wasn't enough to put in crit. So like I was like fumbling with the menu because I didn't know I was on Sid for the next menu, and then I fumbled a bit and let him get an extra turn. But luckily it was a normal Schizo, not the quick kill. Like she first death blow landed, and then just one death blow landed, and then she just kept missing him until the end, and then triple fire breath happened. But it wasn't that bad, but still I could have been better. But yeah, I didn't even get the benefits of Tifa Temple. I literally just got the normal Tifa. So
Yeah, I said that when you were
Well.
killing bats. I was like, oh, he's got to kill the bats for like no reason now.
well, it's part of my guild route, but I gotta look. I'm gonna go back to doing my old guild route because like I was like over guild at Medial, so because I had like 5K. I should have had like 4,200, but I was at 5K. So I'm just gonna go back to doing my old guild route where I just don't sell the Fury Ring as well. So
Yeah.
oh well, yeah, not a big deal. It's not a big
If
optimization.
it ain't
So
broken, don't fix it, Dill.
exactly, yeah. I shouldn't have even adjusted. I was just like, I'm gonna adjust my guild route, and I still kill bats, which is funny, just because you'd think you'd try to route it out, but because when you kill bats and when you take Tifa to the temple, she's like level 26 for carry armor, and when she's level 26 for carry armor, she can roll like really high. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't ask why I do it still,
We
but
got about 20 minutes until Okami finishes.
Yeah,
okay.
Disc 3 starting up.
hats off to Akami. for
GG's
still
again,
going.
RJ. It was fun seeing
Thanks.
all the different
Yeah,
strats because I think only you deviated from the the normal
I gotta ask RJ about
Fury
something
Ring
else.
long range route.
Right.
You
So-
made the chocobo disappear, dude. I saw that.
I think it always, it always, like Dash
I've
also
never
freed the
seen it,
chocobo, but
disappear though.
I don't know if he
Like,
stayed there to see it disappear. Yeah.
If the
Did you
chocobo
get
runs off,
the
it'll disappear.
Did you
Yeah,
get the
if you watch it on
Chocolum fight first try or?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, nice.
I got like the frame perfect too, but I wasn't sure, so I hopped off it after just to make sure it wouldn't run away,
Oh,
so that I wouldn't waste all the time going over
Yeah.
to the river and then it hops and runs away. So I wasted some time doing that because it was properly done, but it was better safe than sorry kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that's a good safety strat actually. Because if the Chocobo does run away, man, you'd have to like run all the way
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
wouldn't
You get like 4
Oh my
battles,
God.
probably
Well-
some pincers along the way, all the way to their edge. Just waste
I've
like
tried.
2
I never
minutes
thought about that.
or
doing
more.
reverse Solemn skip, and it does not work the same way as
Oh,
regular
that,
Solemn skip.
that is not. Reverse Solemn is rough. I remember we were like thinking about, or we had to do that back in the early comp skip
Oh.
days.
Don't remind
Yeah.
me. How many runs got
I do
Zolom
miss
finished?
the Chocobo music in the Zolom fight though. That was like the early when we had
Did
to
you
hop
have-
onto the Chocobo at the same time as we get the Zolom battle back then.
Did
And you
you
got the
have 2
Chocobo
death
battle
blows
music.
hit on Diamond, or did the counterattack actually matter?
I think I got 2. I wasn't 100% sure.
Because the first
think I
one
got
was
the
a
2
miss and a
though.
counterattack.
Tifa was hitting low though because she died to carry armors, and I had no Phoenix Downs left. I had to kill him with magic breaths and everything.
Oh yeah.
So she missed the XP there, so she's low level or diamond. So I think she was low rolling. So I don't know if the counter might have mattered. I'd have to like calculate the numbers and see
Yeah.
if it barely killed him or if he was like easily dead. So yeah, I went down to the last hit anyway.
I have another question. Did everybody get elevator manip?
Dash did not.
I think no, Dash didn't really. He's so far ahead of me even.
He got half
So
of
it-
it.
Okay,
You got
Oh,
a partial
not a
one.
full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
And
okay.
mine.
47.
Yeah. I got. Oh, and I figured out so I got mine right, but I figured out last Monday when I was doing my reset list run because I just came back. I figured out why I didn't get elevator manip. It's because my flow timer was on the BizHawk settings.
Instead of the
Mhm.
PSP.
Because I was like
Yeah.
earlier this morning I was practicing.
That's
I was like I
way
was just
off.
practicing list 0. I was like, wait, that should have no, I was right. And I looked, I was like, oh, I'm on BizHawk. That's why. So that's yeah.
Did
that's
anybody
what
have
I
to reload CC skip or no?
No, I
did.
didn't have to.
Yeah,
No. Well, I think like Brutal's had to because he died at MK, but like,
Yeah, but not,
but not
like,
because of
CC.
CC skip.
Right. Yeah, I went to the one above where I normally go, where you hop out, go left, hop out, and then go. But I went like left instantly when I got in that position, so it broke down, so I had to reload it.
Yeah.
So that puts
I
me
was-
ahead on steps for my route at least a little, because I don't have to walk like 1.5 steps later.
I was so far behind that I didn't save before CC skip. So,
Really?
which meant that
I
dying
actually-
to MK meant actually GG, unless I wanted to start
Yeah,
at calm again.
Well, yeah, what happened to your calm skip? Because I saw when I was like about to
I got an
I didn't
encounter in
get
the
to reload.
mountains. It was, yeah, just really bad luck.
10%.
that
Yeah.
sucks.
And then I went into the bottom swell, got a no poison
Yeah,
bottom swell.
nice, nice.
Bottom swell killed Cloud got bubbled, so he died. No braver on Genova. Ran out of grenades on Genova. I had to like do a red 13 attacks. It was so awkward. And then I get to, dude. I think if I got to MK and I got like a clean fight, I would have been right back in the top 3. But MK trying to, and because Tifa and Cloud both died to bomb swell, they're a level lower and they died.
Yep. Okay.
It was like I just
That
was.
sucks,
Oh,
totally.
that's brutal, man.
Yeah. I'm
Yo,
also.
Dash.
I wanted to say, ooh, Dash in here. Is he?
You just rated.
He just rated.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to say, Morningcraft, don't. Group 9 is pretty good.
Group
for elevator
9?
minute. There's so many zeros on like all the floors. At least on the floor 17 start, that's what I got. There's like so many 0 buffer positions. Like the first battles are bad because it's like floor 16, 18, or 17, so none of them are just one mighty grunt. But the actual elevator manip is pretty good. I know Luz was saying he like disabled that one for himself. So he
Yeah,
doesn't
he
use
blocked
it,
that one
but
out. He said.
it seemed pretty good. I got it in this like.
I
in
guess
this race,
everybody
so-
like Brutals is he always
Four,
rates
group
about
four.
4, and
Yeah.
I think 4 is trash. But he
Interesting.
loves it.
Of the
Different
4
strokes
people
for
who are
different
watching-
folks.
I know.
Of the 4 people
On
who are
this
watching,
note, though,
who
I gotta
got
head out. I got some dogs that are staring at me to take care of them.
Yeah, I should probably go eat some supper myself.
But yeah, it looks
Actually,
like,
I'll stay to the end of the run, Kokami's run though. Actually, it's
Yeah, good luck to Okami on the
Yeah,
first.
I'm gonna have
I'll talk
I'm
to
gonna
you
have the
guys
stream
later.
open, but
I'll
I'm gonna head off.
yeah, I'll
too.
probably be off the
I'll
voice
make a
chat,
post
though,
in the
but-
Discord on the prizes. So GG's.
Cool, thanks for organizing this all. Too.
Yeah, thanks for
RJ.
organizing this, MC.
Yes,
And
thank you,
thanks for all the
Minecraft.
commentary.
Man, most of that goes to Ace. He did a lot of the work behind
Well, thank
the
you,
scenes
Ace,
here.
and everybody for
But like you got it
everything.
all.
I'm
kinda
just glad I
started.
kickstarted it and
Yeah.
it became a thing. That was really, I'm happy. Like the whole community pitched in a lot of prize money because I think a lot of people wanted to see this.
Yeah.
I contributed $55 on it. I think I'm getting some of that back.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You got
Return on
third, second, right?
investment.
You
Yeah.
got second. Oh yeah, you're getting more than what you. pitched
Return
in,
on
yeah.
investment.
Oh,
I feel like a thief. I didn't put anything.
Oh,
into
no worries. Dash didn't either. Don't worry.
RJ's the thief in the prison, the coral prison. Steals
Luckily,
the guild.
I don't have those in my route. I got 3 two-faced only, and then the laser fight. So
Oh, hell
that's pretty
yeah.
nice, at least. Yeah, I guess I'll hop off the voice chat though, and then I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch
I'm gonna go
the
eat
rest
something
of this,
too.
and then
All right.
eat.
See you guys
Sure.
later, and good luck,
Thanks again,
Okami.
guys.
I'll be watching Okami, so good luck on finishing. I'll be here.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
See you guys.
Yeah, take
Bye.
care.
See ya. See ya.
Take care.
Yes, this was a phenomenal race and
Oh,
so much fun.
it was great to watch.
Absolutely.
Great to be part of.
Thank you everyone for making this happen. Thank you RPG Limit Break for for allowing us to put this on at such short notice.
Yeah.
Thank you Morningcraft for throwing it all together, honestly.
Yeah, it was kind of something I always wanted to do, you know. It's a different vibe, I think, when it's like everyone using the, you know, fast strats, and as opposed to like a charity race where you're doing like some fun incentives, you know. It's a different
Yeah, definitely.
kind of a run.
Yeah, definitely.
And we did get to see some different strategies and some recovery strategies that was really cool too.
Yeah, like what?
What was the really good recovery? Was it carry armor earlier with
RJ finished carry armor with a dead Tifa.
yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Ace, did you see my Choco Manip?
Oh yeah, the menu in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what was the point of that menu?
That was
Oh,
to
it's,
go ahead.
yeah. Oh no, it's just to get the Madrigora encounter.
Yeah, the thing is, like, menus in the Zolom box, so I guess I'll just give a slight explanation. There is an 8x8 chunk area within the map that the Zolom is considered active in, where it periodically calls RNG. That box is basically centered on the Zolom Marsh, and within it it's much more difficult to perform world map manipulations, so that menu had to be pretty precisely timed, I think, in order for it to work and work properly.
So there was something I wanted to ask. If obviously there was a situation with the mountain, but what if you either took the death there and did like a soft reset? Like, would that have been any better versus a hard reset?
Oh yeah,
I don't
no,
know.
I should have done that. I didn't even think about it. I natively hit the reset button, like as if it was me doing PV attempts. You know, I should have soft reset it because then that wouldn't have messed up formations.
That makes more sense. Okay.
But luckily I still got a Deathclaw formation at the prison where I expected one. You know, where you usually expect one.
Yeah, that was pretty
But
lucky.
but I don't know what, you know, if Death Sentence would have lined up or Magic Breath would have lined up. Who knows? But yeah, I reacted with a reset like as if I was doing PB attempts, because that is run over.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it until Brutals was like, dude, you know your formations are all messed up now, right? I'm like, oh, shoot. And I had a good stone value. I had 97 from the elevator, so that got wiped too, right? That gets reset.
Yeah.
It was something. Yeah, I should have ran away, and then as soon as the world map loads, I should have soft locked, and I honestly wouldn't have lost as much time going into Junon, but you know, other things decided to kill my run anyway, so.
Yeah. Either way, it was still a solid attempt, and it was just unfortunate that it ended up being MK that was kind of an issue for everybody.
Yeah. MK just like did not give me a chance to really truly recover because Trine killed party members. And then finally when I got the poison to stick and it was like ready for Tifa attack, MK had just hit Tifa with a hell combo and gave her a limit break. So I had to heal up with a Molotov or Cure like 2 or 3 times, and eventually, and then there was also a mini miss on Cloud because I actually overrolled over 100, which is fine because I do Elemental Ifrit. But when that happens, the mini needs to hit Cloud like right away, and it missed, of course.
Yeah. Ace, did we see the Trine? I don't think we've seen the Trine happen, so it was
Yeah, I
kind of
think
like a shock.
I think I had taken more MC off by then. So
Yeah, I was off the.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
it was
I
kind of
got-
like
I
it was
got
kind of like a
Trine.
shock that it happened. It was like, wait, what? Trine happened? And then there was like this series of unfortunate events that happened with Brutals and Colin as well.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I get it. Like counting the poison ticks can be kind of like confusing, but
Yeah, I don't know how their fights went. I know Brutals, I think, just had a mental error with counting the ticks from what he was telling me because we were in the voice chat together. I don't know how his second MK went or how Colin's MK went. I don't know how anyone's MK went because my MK started like right when everybody else was either starting or finishing.
I think Colin and Brutal's MK was very similar. And
Yeah, I was so far behind I couldn't do the beach plug manip that I have spreadsheets for, but I'm glad Brutals got to showcase it, and Brutals actually showed just how good it is because he got it. And it was funny because I was watching Brutals and Dash's stream. And Brutal's stream, he was just driving past the beach where Dash is like running around with Cloud trying to force the battle, and it just looked kind of funny. But it's a very, I think it's a very good manip.
so I think I was pretty close when I mentioned that Okami was just about 40 short of Dash's run. Dash was about a 640, and then Okami should be wrapping up around 720. Very solid for the last 4 runners that we still had on the restream.
Yeah.
props to Okami for keep going.
Yeah.
Okami did not want to keep going after that Demon's Gate. Like it
Yeah,
was.
I saw him
He died
do a hard reset.
times.
He said GG. I think that got to a lot of runners because I think I think Colin and Brutals could have kept going. They could just keep loading and retrying. But this game, it's mentally hard, and it was mentally hard on me too. Like I actually almost wanted to stop playing after that bomb swell. I was like, but Brutals was telling me to just keep going. It's actually Luzbel also told me to keep going, but
yeah.
it
So
can be.
We had the situation with, I think it was RJ. RJ was also dying a lot to Demon's Gate, but his situation was different than Okami's,
I
right?
don't think RJ actually wiped.
He didn't?
No.
Was it just a really long fight with?
Yeah, it was just really long because Cloud just missed everything.
Oh, okay. It was just
RJ
missing-
didn't actually game over. His only reset was to
No, yeah, RJ didn't die. He was just slow because I think a lot of death blows were missing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just confirmed in chat he didn't die.
But yeah, I really wanted to show off Ace's newest world map manip, the one to the Bronco or from the Bronco to Coral. I don't think anyone was doing that. I was hoping I could showcase that because that's kind of the newish manip that's been crafted.
Yeah, there. Without a doubt, it is unfortunate that we couldn't keep you going. Was yours a situation of just not resetting either, or?
So yeah, because I didn't save before Cosmic Canyon skip. So when I died to MK, I can't load. I mean, the last load is Calm skip. It's just so far back. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
it should still be fine.
I mean, he'll.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know
we'll
if
give it a wait
I don't know
for
if he puts Ribbon on Sid or Cloud. You can do either or. But if he puts it on Cloud, then Sid's gonna be stunned here, and he's gonna do his floaty
I think
Nice
he'll be
crit.
fine.
Nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, he's fine. It's just
He just does a floaty.
yeah, he does the floaty nonsense that wastes like 10 seconds or more.
Yeah, missing steal is rough.
Or
Yeah, I can't be ran past steel.
somebody ran past steel.
Yeah, Akami.
Akami.
Oh.
It's why his DG was so difficult. He didn't have spiderweb.
Oh.
And he also had a cloud death to MK.
Oh, yeah.
Low level cloud, no spiderweb. That's a rough scenario to be in. But
It's not GG's yet. Is he gonna Omni Slash or is he just gonna do the quick way out?
Yeah.
get me out of here.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Hopefully we can get another race orchestrated at some point. Whenever the runners want to run it back again. But
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to do again.
Definitely a fun time.
I'm gonna
Maybe
pull
we
a
can get Zeal in the mix. Maybe Zeal can de-rust so he can be in the mix.
no excuses. Give him like a month ahead of time. Be like, you got to start now.
In the race as well.
Okami.
Yo.
Yo, GG's friend.
Thank you.
GG's. Nice job finishing.
All I want to say is thank you for sticking it out. Really,
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it didn't. Take
Zeal said, "I will be ready," and then maybe.
it didn't take me much convincing, really, to be honest. But yeah, no, I just needed the moment.
Yeah, I totally understand. It's a mental game too. It really is.
But no, despite how much I've hated this run, technically, this is the fastest run, or will be the fastest run I've done in a marathon race setting thing. So, as much as I feel I'm not playing to what I should be, I know this is still my best performance I've done in this kind of setting. So I should be glad about that.
Yeah, definitely.
This is also technically the first run I've ever finished on steps. Granted, it's off forms because I hard reset, but
sure,
I'd always get at least one extra encounter in North Korea, and I'd be like, damn, didn't quite make it. But technically, this is the first one that did that, so I'm happy about that.
100%.
I think it's awesome that Okami was the one for the people, because he also did the slap fight, and just his route, I don't know, the routing that he kept taking was definitely that of the buddies.
Yeah. Man, I really wanted to do double dragons for Diamond Weapon, but I forgot that I don't pick up Neo Behemoth anymore, so
What did you do for Diamond Weapon?
I did Limit and Ifrit.
And we got an Omni Slash to wrap it up. Nice.
4 for 4. Love to see it.
Yes. Congratulations to Akamikaze for finishing in 4th place in 7 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds.
Thank you.
And that's a full race time finish.
So hey,
GG's.
GG's to everyone.
Yeah, GG's everyone. Well played, guys.
Anything that you're particularly happy about when it comes to your run, Okami?
I will say, this time last year, my PB was, 9 minutes slower than the run I just did here. And, I did I think there's a race, almost exactly this time last year, where I just, I was playing, YOLO, playing really risky in Red Dragon when I didn't need to, because my time was nowhere near that. I feel like I've improved my, mentality a lot, a year, Brutal's finishing his world record grind in FF9, and then saying he was coming to FF7. That motivated me a lot to take this game more seriously, and give it more intensive practice and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Brutals is the hot newcomer of the FF7 speedrunning community. He's like how Kami said, he got the world record in FF9, and he's been moving up the ranks, and now he's breathing behind my shoulders on the leaderboards in FF7.
Yeah.
And now he's leaving for FF8.
Yeah, I think he might go to FF8 briefly, but he said he will return to FF7.
I heard he was waiting on someone else to get WR. Cough, cough, morning craft. Cough.
We'll see. It's hard. Zeal's time is really good. Tough. Maybe we can get there. Squidgy business, don't do it. Oh, he did it.
No, not the
Someone
combo.
ban. Someone time him out.
I gotta time him out for 600 seconds now.
Don't tempt me, I'll do it.
He has the power.
Wow. Let's go.
Yeah, but it's not to say that Morningcraft didn't have a solid beginning. Honestly, I think at the very beginning it was MC and Colin.
Yep, it was Colin right on me.
Yeah.
Colin was flying into MK.
He was so upset when the run did die because apparently he was on his best pace. I don't know. Was it ever? Okay.
He said best pace ever.
Did he try refighting MK?
He couldn't. He didn't save.
Oh, he didn't save for CC skip?
No, he didn't save at all.
Oh, man.
Oh, he didn't save at all? He had no safety save up to that point? I thought he saved before calm skip, but I might have been wrong.
Yeah, also Colin got a 0 encounter calm skip to Judon.
What? I didn't know that was... I mean, I've heard that's possible, but like...
That's insane.
Yeah,
that's insane.
That doesn't happen.
No.
Like, 0 encounter Mithril Mines to Junon can happen because you can reasonably world map manip that, but not calm to Junon.
Mm-hmm.
No. That is...
My wife made the that trophy quad emote that I just put on my channel, and it's too bad I can't go around. Well, I could still go around posting it, but it's it doesn't mean the same thing.
Dash wants to put his face on it instead.
Just get RTA wrap and we can still use it.
Oh my god. I think I posted it in Dash's Discord, but there was a clip that I got of Dash talking mad stuff the other day. Or yesterday. It was great.
Yeah, I saw that too. That was funny. I really wanted to make a video, like a fun trash talking video, but I just never could get around to it. But I wanted to do something. I'm glad I got to convince my wife to make that emote for me because I think it's hilarious. But
yeah.
When you get that trophy on the board, it'll be all the more better.
Oh yes.
All right. Well,
Cool.
I might have to bail here soon too.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Thank you guys. Thank you, runners, commentaries, RPG Limit Break, everybody. Chats. Thanks. Chat was going nuts, supporting all the different runners. That was really fun to see.
Yeah. So I think we're probably going to be wrapping this up here, pretty much now. So honestly, Morningcraft, this is your event. If there's anybody in particular you want to raid, assuming that RPG Limit Break does so, then I think it might be best for you first to decide.
Okay. Well, I see J-Rod on. Can never go wrong with raiding J-Rod.
All right, Wexel, is that okay? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Poo Expo.
GG's everyone.
Thanks everyone. GG's. Well played. Good fun.
This was so much fun.